stuff. Flight data recorder. Nasty. DOD, oh god. What's the music in this? It recovers 3 out of 100. Hey, I needed those bipolar nanos. Big boy event. Okay, at least we'll get back EXP and skill summaries. Shit. Sure. Did not get holy yet. Bit sad. Details. Oh, that's what details mean. Right. Ah, there you go. Finally, YouTube's in. Let's see how it mounts. How to pronounce tri-mount? Is it tree-mount? Tri-mount? Yeah, pretty much just tri-mount. Cloud's ring is coming to tri-mounts. Oh, literally from Dorothy's vision, right? If in a century or a millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masters will sing her praises. Sat on a tree stump. How might she observe the shapes of the clouds above? It was not until her mother called for her that she hopped off and ran toward the voice. The low flight that they were about to take was all too familiar to her parents. Otherwise, they would not have taken her along. Airship crash? Her goggles were strapped on and her seatbelt fastened. As the engines roared, the aircraft began to slide down the runway. Wind brushing her cheeks grew stronger and stronger. Scared, she closed her eyes. Then her body felt very light. A nauseous feeling gushed through her larynx, and her heart raced to the tip of her throat. She squeezed tightly into her mother's embrace. Fortunately, the feeling didn't last very long. When the aircraft stopped jolting, she slowly relaxed. But she was still afraid to open her eyes, until her mother lightly tapped her shoulder. She finally found the courage to open her eyes and look around. From this angle, the city where she had lived her whole life felt so foreign and strange. The crowds that she was struggled to squeeze through now looked like tiny, insignificant insects. Her mother pointed up, prompting her to look. The sky. The sky was so clear and bright. Huh. This outskirts of Max, District of Columbia, 1099. Hey, Psychic Form, thanks for following. Federal Nomadic Prison. A nomadic prison, oh god. That is definitely Mansfield break stuff. Sir, you're sick. Hey, it's I forgot which branch of Ryan Labs you are. What? I'm as healthy as can be. No, I can tell. Alcoholic. Crapulent? What the heck is crapulent? Oh, time to check. Crapulent. That's a word. Drunkenness. Oh, I have never heard that for drunkenness. And insomnia. In this oppressive nomadic prison, surely you haven't had a chance to enjoy much of the finer things in life. You're right about that. I mean no offense. I get the sense that you might need some rest and recreation. Have you been to Siesta? Minos? Please stop making fun of me. No, this is an invitation. Please, choose one. Think of it as a way to kill time as this boring wait drags on. Minos. Ah, Minos. The fruity aroma of its streets rides the wind past its pristine white walls. More importantly, the innate elegance of its beauties will have you reluctant to leave. Alright. I can already imagine the extravagant life you live. I'm green with envy. No, what I'm saying is that it's all prepared for you. All prepared for you. Quotation marks. What do you mean? Believe an illness like yours can only be cured in such an environment, and you've been a great help for me across a variety of matters. Men like you deserve the finest of treatments. Why is he buttering him up? After a few months, any gloominess clouding your mind will have completely dissipated. You'll be as strong and sturdy as the Minoan craftsman. You may even enjoy a stimulating romantic encounter. Mr. Justin Fitzroy Jr., let me say this again. I'm fine. Please stop toying with me. Okay, there you go. Fitzroy. Or Justin. Justin Jr. Has a ring to it. Justin was my father's. Alright, Justin Jr. So even business section people at Rhineland know their medicine? No. I don't know the first thing about medicine. Who would be interested in something so complicated that can affect no visible immediate change? What in the world are you talking? What the hell is he holding in his left hand at? I'm sure you're dying to know what kind of illness you have and who spread it to you. Take a look around you and remember. Your superior, that unsympathetic good-for-nothing judge, and even the old warden, so unpleasant even after he retired. You've been hailed as a hero after you retired from pioneering, or at the very least, enjoyed a comfortable life with a fancy house in a nomadic city on a government stipend. But now? You look into my background? Well, yeah. You're working for someone, they're probably gonna look at your background. That's suiting medicine to the illness, sir, and the way I see it, your situation is hopeless. The remedy you prescribe is a vacation, a luxurious home, bottles of fine wine, beautiful specimens of your preferred gender, and top-notch security service. Jesus. Just have a good life, forehead. I don't understand. I don't know what you came here for. You're gonna take that one back with you. If you made it all the way here without trouble, then Ryan Lab and the brass must already have an agreement? What's the point of bribing me now? I need an answer first. Are you willing to take fate into your own hands? Who isn't? Right, which is why you're very unlucky and also lucky in a way. At the very least, you know the obstacle in front of you and your predicament. For instance, you've always played lackey to someone else. You were deliberately ignored and cast here. You also know what you want. For instance, you've been planning to propose to a certain someone, which got delayed by this trip, right? Oh, I wonder how that proposal will go on the Minoan plains. Ah, yes What do you need me to do, Justin Jr.? It's simple. Sell the information and all of the prison's special procedures to Rhine Lab. I guarantee you'll find a price I'm willing to pay more than attractive. That certainly wouldn't be hard, but you'll be held accountable? We came prepared. I mean it. The old men behind you have a serious appetite. I spent twice my budget to get all this in order. They've been plenty arrogant the last couple of years, and that won't do. Those greedy, selfish idiots haven't been willing to face facts. What? Do you think they're some kind of Ursus or Lathenian nobles? Ha! I prefer practical men like you, and so does Rhinelab. So, you could make a considerable fortune out of all this. Then, you and I can send those stubborn old men to prison. They won't get a chance to turn things around for the rest of their miserable lives. Doesn't that sound nice? Want me to defect? Hold on. Who the heck? Couldn't have picked the worst time, A letter from the bank. I thought I paid it all off. Justin Jr., this money? Did I forget to mention? Oh, my bad. Seems I'm not fit to be a doctor. This is your first course of treatment. So much. And the most effective cure for your disease is power and wealth. Unfortunately, true. I guarantee it. It will get to the root of the problem on behalf of Rhinelab. I understand. Pleasure to work with you, Justin Jr. Pleasure's all mine. Let me ask one more thing. Is Rhinelab full of men like you? Yes. No. They're all freaks. The freakiest you've ever seen, but I'm cool with freaks. Hey, that's what I said. During Dorothy's vision. Like the one we're looking for today. Oh, it's what's his name? Ferdinand. Ferdinand, right? Ferdinand Clooney or something? Good, good. After all that effort, I finally get to meet our famous freak. Please don't forget what he talked about. I will be at my cocktail party in Trimount next month as my personal guest. No invitation necessary. I'm pretty sure he's trying to get Ferdinand Clooney. She stood in the center on the day of her parents' funeral. Yep. People came and went around her. One after another. Men she didn't know offered their condolences in front of her parents' portraits. A science journal's editor-in-chief, a high-level government official, a legendary investor in the finance world, a representative of a technology conglomerate. All of them looked so saddened. Saddened that a genius inventor husband and wife brought the world of science to new heights, only to both die young. None of them could understand. They couldn't understand why, when this era-defining technology, flight, had just taken off, why would they waste their energy and effort on something as meaningless as reaching the highest altitude possible? All of them were furious. Furious that with the death of the... Right. Oh my god, they really did that? The government-sponsored plan became a laughingstock. The enormous investments have all gone down the drain, really. I should have known that. Kirsten. One by one, the guests all left. She alone stood in front of her parents' grave and lifted her head up to look at the clear sky. Yet it was so dark and gloomy. Drill. Fine lab. The light is blindingly bright. Past the passageway's dark shadows, the uncharacteristically bright lights keep Justin Fitzroy Jr. from opening his eyes. The brightly glowing laboratory is, right, exactly the same as the one in Trimount's. Justin Jr. takes 2 steps to feel things out and finds his attention instinctively drawn to the equipment so clean and shiny that there is light reflecting off of it. How much did this cost to build? We built all this for this one man's sake? Deep in an area of the laboratory untouched by light, an old man whose face is hidden guards a radio as ancient as himself. Haha, this is a prison? He called this a prison. God damn. Kristen built a whole replica lab here just for you? She thinks really highly of you, doesn't she? Convict number 30? Ferdinand Clooney? No, it's fucking Loken. I was wrong. I think? You aren't a regular liaison, but I've seen your face. You're a Rhine Lab director? Well, that's just hurtful. I played no small part in expanding the company to its current size in such a short period of time. How could Kristen not have told you about me? I have no interest in people like you. I'm a sick, crippled man. What do you want from me? Don't talk like that. I've read your file. You were extraordinary. If it wasn't for... Sorry, I'm pretty sensitive about the past. Oh, alright. But I'm really curious. What is it that Kristen wants you to accomplish so badly she went to all this trouble? She didn't tell you. Which means you have no need to know, boy. This isn't the first time a science freak has mocked me. This guy really likes his freaks, huh? Well, no biggie. My job here is to take you away. Looks like your little project has moved on to its next stage. She needs you there in person. It's about her survival plan. So you do know, you sly little punk. All I know is Kristen has had you working on something to do with Originum and the human body. It's not my area of expertise, but at the very least I know one thing. Ryan Lab's control is not a coward who fears death, and she definitely has no illnesses that need healing. Which means there's something else going on that's making her desperate for a way to extend her life. Some kind of extreme circumstances. You're a smart one. No wonder she chose you to bring me out of this place. But you'll have to wait a little longer. It's almost time for the Vice President's speech. The speech? You're into politics now. No, today's going to be an interesting day. Patience is a virtue, kid. Now, we still have to introduce ourselves. I'm Loken Williams. There it is. It's a pleasure. I'm Justin Fitzroy Jr., Business Section Director at Rhine Lab. An outsider to the world of science and technology. I'm only here to bear witness. I'm only here to bear witness to history, sir. Jackson, dear Colombians of Trimouth, this is your Vice President, Conrad Jackson. I'm sure many of us are confused by today's press conference. Before I explain anything, I'd like to have a chat with you all. Do any of you feel that on our Terra Day, it's gotten hard to focus just on the cities or even the country in which we reside? There's more and more to be proven. Exchanges between nations have become more frequent, and likewise, conflicts and confrontations have become more intense and unavoidable. So I want to ask all of you, Colombia has only been around for a handful of decades. Man, already grammar. But our history is already as rich as any other nation's. What is it that we have used to achieve this? Slave labor? Exploitation? It's a thirst for knowledge, sure. It drives us to explore the boundaries and depths of science. It's the pioneering spirit that flows in the veins of every single Colombian. That's my answer. That's our answer. Fucking American answer right there. And to maintain these two things, we are always willing to pay the price, no matter how high it will be. What do you mean we? What is Jackson talking about? The next election is right around the corner. He hasn't really done anything the last couple of years, so he's probably anxious. Paying a high price? He's not exactly off to a great start. In this city of technology, Trimount, there are over a dozen special plates. On those plates, we're working tirelessly on countless research projects. We're developing, discovering, and guaranteeing our future ways of life. Many of you here are participating in those projects, and I am very proud of you. In just 2 weeks, we will announce an achievement that is truly the greatest among them. It will change the landscape of international relations. It will allow us to seize the initiative to never again to fear any storm across any lands. It will be Colombia's first step into a new era. Something to prevent catastrophes? If that's what they mean by storm. Up, there he is. Tuni, my boy. First step into a new era. I heard Jackson was already a famous orator and activist back in college. Heh. And now he's holding a press conference in Trimount. You know what that means, right? Yep. Let's cut to the chase, Colonel Blake. You need my help and I need yours. This is easy. Help? Yeah, sure. A super weapon crafted specifically to keep that damn shard of Londinium in check. Who knows how much money the military poured into that thing? Okay, so the shard... No, the doctor is here. So this should be after Victoria Arc? So the shard is intact. Really? Okay. But now, Kristen and all the techs on the project have disappeared without trace overnight. And that, what does the handbook call that big ring again? Hammer. Damn it, how did she hide such a big thing? The military is being pretty gentle as it is, not surrounding the city with an entire fleet of high-speed battleships. And this is what I'm here for. I have to admit, Kristen really took me for a ride this time. But what reason do I have to believe that a failure like you can take care of this problem? There are lots of companies in Colombia that can rival Rhine Lab. There's nothing stopping us from taking a military approach, handing everything over to some other place. You're right, Colonel Blake. I failed, but I'm no fool. The military were really that hardy, you would have done this a long time ago. You army guys were never the meek humanitarians you're trying to play. True. And I, the former director of energy, I know Rhine Lab. With my help, whatever you end up doing will go much smoother. Especially if you want to take care of this as quickly and quietly as possible. Why should I trust you again? Is there anyone easier to keep in check than a failure with nothing to his name? Never thought there would come a day when you call yourself a failure, Ferdinand. Why are you so fixated on this? Always high and mighty, never never revealing her secret. She threw everyone's hard work and achievements under the bus, sacrificing the whole of Ryan Lab. Kristen doesn't have the right. No one does. Alright, that's the most convincing thing you've said today. Hallway aside, controls office, Ryan Lab Tri-Mounts. Hello, I finally got you. I don't actually like this feeling a whole lot. Too quiet. The air's so chilly and dry, and the light's awfully cold. No idea what's up ahead either. Things weren't so lively back in the day. Most of the time, everyone was just busy with research. We rarely ever saw each other, but after meetings, we'd party and get drinks, pat the table legs with the project reports we just finished. I miss that feeling. The feeling of being accepted. The feeling that we were making a difference, that our work had purpose. You have to feel nostalgic for that. You have to feel nostalgic for that too, don't you? Kristen? Can stop dragging your gross tail across the floor? Nobody's coming to clean today. Paul, hey up. Oh, so you come here to cry your eyes out, huh? Guess I should have stayed hidden a little longer. Were you waiting for me? Mm-hmm. Then why are you standing all the way over there? I've got to be careful. A kid who just lost her parents might have a pretty bad temper. Besides, I thought you already had a water clone ready the moment I stepped into the room. Oop. Oh. Again. They're clashing again, huh? Since I'm found out, I might as well drown you right away and stuff you into a dead power armor. Oh, I didn't know you were such a vengeful elf. A Maylander agent infiltrating this place, huh? What are you up to? Infiltrating? Think again. Would Control's office be that easy to infiltrate? Are you working for Control? What kind of deal do you two have? And what's she got you doing for her? Are you betraying the Maylander Foundation for this? Kukulkan? So many questions. Why don't you ask Kristen yourself? You're so close to her. I'm sure she'd tell you. Right, you're at the end of your rope. Why else would you expect to find Control here in her office? Huh. Kristen really asked you to come? If I told you I invited myself here, would that make your heart ache more? She doesn't have the time to deal with you right now. Perhaps she's already sick of all your backstabbing and all your distractions. Maybe she never had a place for you in her plans. Whatever you want to think. That's not your place to say. I'm just trying to remind you out of the kindness of my heart, or pity, if that's how you want to see it, that you should try not to be so tense. Don't you think you know her better than I do, Kulkan? I've known her a lot longer than you have. Maybe I don't understand her, but I know what it is she's trying to do. Oh. I saw that. Oh. It's hard to blame someone for grasping at straws when they're desperate, but if you get in the way, next time I'll really kill you. I mean, she did get stuff in the power armor. The dreadful library has vanished. Aside from the droplets of water on the sofa, the fight earlier might as well have never happened. The door closes. Miosis doesn't try to give chase. There's no telling how much truth there was to Hall Hayak's words, but her presence alone already explains a lot. She should ask Kristen directly. This is why she came here today, and she still has many other questions. Kristen. There's no one here to answer her. Miyoshi's voice echoes throughout the empty office. Her shadow is split into two halves by the wall, like two people standing at a branching path. When and where did this all begin? Everything that once was has changed, yet she knew nothing about it. This familiar room, this familiar hallway both seem so foreign to her now. She hates this feeling. It's just like the time after she was born, when she realized for the first time that she was all alone in the world. What does that mean? On the day of Ryan Lab's foundation, everyone had faith that this was the starting point of a company destined for greatness. The idea made everyone nervous, cheered them all up, it put smiles on their faces, kept them up at night. She and Sarya chatted about the future on the balcony, until the next day's beaming sunrise shone directly into her eyes. At that moment, she thought that she, Sarya, and all these people would walk with Ryan Lab forever. It was an unrealistic notion. When topics like profit, conflict, and misunderstanding piled onto her desk one after another, she couldn't help but laugh. What exactly is confining mankind? She lifted her head to look at the sky. It was so ugly. Rest stop Trimon's outskirts, roughly 18 miles from the city center. Hey yo, Mr. Tin Man, sir. Hi there, 4 large cheese dogs, extra cheese. You got it, coming right? Holy shit, bro, what the heck is this? I caught some kind of disease when I was a kid. It's only because of the exoskeleton that I'm still alive. Sorry for spooking you. Spooking me? Hell no, that looks so cool. Oh, so it's got to do with the Trimon's tech companies. No wonder. The gizmos they pump out are evolving so fast. Something like that. My bad. That was probably rude of me, acting so surprised. I'm used to it. Mind if I smoke here? You can still smoke? That's amazing. Phew, so empty here. This road doesn't get much traffic, does it? Just today. When the vice president came through not long ago, the traffic jam was miles long. Maybe it's the weather. Here, your hot dog. That's some appetite you got, bro. Take a seat wherever you want. Not like there's anyone else today. Thanks. Hot dog, huh? Colombian fast food really is making strides. Well, it's all the same to me. So why are they called hot dogs again? Anything to do with the perros? Hello, Calcit. What the hell? It was the first wave of Bolivarian settlers who introduced this particular food item to the Colombian masses. This type of sausage sandwich was frequently sold in night competition arenas at food carts attended by scantily clad perro females or well-built perro males. What am I here? And with the passage of time, this food item came to be known as the hot dog in Colombian parlance. It's literally because of hot perros? Are you serious? Passage of time, huh? Funny how things can turn out just because of time. Want one, miss? My treat. No, thank you. The years really haven't been kind. When I still had a sense of taste, my appetite was probably a dozen times what it is now. I guess that's how things turn out with the passage of time. I envy a young lady like you. Oh boy. No comment. I wonder how many things on Terra are built up atop of this passage of time. Why can't I say things? Everything is. I guess you are right about that. It's been a while, Dame Calcit. When was the last time we met? The day of Theresa's ascension ceremony after the war was over. Most Sarkas who still had the lingering nostalgia for Castle were there. You were no exception. The day of Theresa's ascension ceremony after the war was over. So this is after Victoria arc? Oh, so it's still saying Theresa. Assuming she's gonna go back to dead. What should I call you now? Tin Man. That's what my coworkers call me. It's an apt descriptor, and not like names how much mean to me anymore. You represent the Mainland Foundation. I do? A powerful revenant. A once powerful revenant. And besides, you know that the TCAS are closely connected to every corner of the world, and the Colombian plains are no exception. Or would it make you feel better if I told you the whispers of hatred still keep me up at night, that I can't wait to turn into a flying fortress and fly straight back to Castle? Why is he saying this? Is he once Sarkas or TCAS or something? I really should have read the manga actually. No, So the Maylander Foundation noticed Rhodes Island long ago. This isn't the first time you showed up on Columbia's radar. Even the last time was just a minor legal dispute. Was that in Toronto or someplace else? Rhodes Island is still a young organization. You know who it belonged to and what course it is taking. I'm not trying to talk you into giving up. Based on our agent's intel, too many old friends are mixed up in this mess. A fair amount of them are your old friends too. I have no issues with Rhodes Island getting involved in this, so long as you hear Maylander's thoughts first. Is it thoughts you want Rhodes Island to hear or demands? Regardless, personally speaking, I do hope we're on the same side this time, Dame Calcit. I understand. Are those girls yours? Tin Man lifts his head up to gaze at the bottom of the dark clouds. Not far away, a pure white feline and a fire-red Savra sit on the bench. Savra? Savra girl enthusiastically tries to tell something to her buddy, but her buddy simply stares at the sky, seemingly paying no attention. Is that Ifrit and the Rasmontis? She's thinking about the past. She seems to know why she received that letter and why she had to come back to this country, but she actually doesn't understand it all that well. She is simply thinking that there are things you have to face, sooner or later. Yep. It's a more grown-up Ifrit. I should remember this place, but I don't think I wrote it down. Why didn't I write it down? Do I need to remember this place? Duh, you don't remember anything no matter what I ask you. This sucks. Do you remember? Me? Of course I remember. This is Columbia. I've been here. And I hear you've been too. Ifrit Alter, when? Oh, I remember them. I see now. It's a cruel twist of fate, Calcit. But you'll have children so young face their fate head on? This is their decision. I have no right to intervene. Calcit suddenly looks at Trimount, shrouded in dark clouds in the distance. Its tall skyscrapers remain under the thick dark clouds, its base hidden by the fields around them. Likewise, the Tin Man lifts his head, up in the sky above the city and the entire lands, at an unreachable altitude that mankind has dreamt of reaching for thousands of years. A burning fireball is staring through the skies like a falling star. Hey, what? Ifrit, you want to hear a story? Story? Alright. Today's story takes place in the beautiful city in Sargon. There was once a well-respected king, loved by his people, but when he finally grew old, he had an anxious look on his face, never calming down for even a second. He gave it his all to rule his city, but he found that not one thing in the city would bear his mark forever. His statues would crumble and his legends would fade. People forgot too easily. In the final days of his life, he eagerly hoped for there to be something that could truly symbolize his whole legacy and ensure that it will be told for generations to come. And so, he asked his wife. He hoped to find this treasure with her together. He searched all over the lands and found a bottomless pit of gold, clothing that restored youth, a magic mirror that allowed its users change races at will, a sword that could rend mountains, and a treasure map that led to mythical realms. What is this? None of these were what the king wanted. They were all too specific, and the desires they bore were too strong. The old king did not think any of these could represent his legacy. This left the queen stricken with grief. She prayed to the night skies that her husband would get his wish. Finally, hearing her faithful prayers, a star arrived in the mortal realm. Ifrit stares blankly at the blazing red tail sweeping through the sky. She suddenly recalls a story out of the thousands that silence has told her. Legend has it, there's always hope whenever a star so happens to land. The differences that divide mankind are mended the moment the star reaches the ground, and everyone's wishes will be fulfilled all at once. Will the star come falling down? There's no time to think. Time is flying by. I wish for end. Of course. Classic Arknights. I knew it. I knew it would end there too. Hold up. Just a bit. Okay. Oh, there it is. Ham her again. Coming up the feet. Dense fog. Does the falling star foretell hope or disaster? Hey, thanks for following, Psychic. Okay, it's the tryhard team. My ears, holy moly. Ain't fine. I can just replace one guy. No, actually, I only have Mule. And she's not leveled up yet. Fine. No hold? Right on time. The library steps out onto the rooftop of a tall tower and looks up at the sky. From this high vantage point, a faint sharp screech is concealed by the sound of the wind, while the faint spot of light rapidly expands in her eyes. Her thick tail dexterously and rhythmically sweeps back and forth, a graceful measure to which the library can compare the invisible grid of the city beneath her. Now, let's see. Just where will this star land in Trimounts? Districts 2 and 5 are primarily residential. 11th Street Industrial Campus is under construction. Let's hope it won't be central. That place is packed with office buildings like the dime a dozen canned fins you get at a supermarket. And it's a work day. Those offices are gonna be full of people. Well, you really figured out where to land this experiment of yours. Maybe you just never cared how much of a racket this might cause. Who the hell is doing this? Either way, you planned this far ahead. Things are getting more and more interesting. Kristen? Kaboom. Confirmed. The Triton factory in District 13. The library leaps from the tall tower. Oh wow. I mean, she is a library, I guess. We'll pull the curtains open. Look at the time. The Reiners have been at work for an hour already. Pharmaceutic really care about the guest's privacy, huh? Is this how Rhino Director welcomes a guest? I want to see you. That's why I'm here. You saved me from the power armor and I brought you breakfast. Fair's fair, right? That's the breakfast combo from the cafe at Rhine Lab HQ. They only sell 100 of those a day. Okay, don't give me that look. You're Grumpy Gus in the morning, huh? Grumpy Gus. It's how you want to see, right? Well, I haven't been able to contact her, but if she isn't here, then coming to you won't help. Anyway, take a look at this. This just in. Tri-Mountains. An explosion occurred this morning at the Triton Chemical Plant number 3 in District 13. The specific cause of the explosion is still unknown, but the authorities' preliminary conclusion is that laboratory staff made a fatal error leading to the construction machinery on site exploding. Doubt? A large stockpile of catalysts and reagents are stored at Triton Chemical Plant number 3, keep the chemicals from leaking out and causing more catastrophic damage. The military and government authorities are currently cleaning up the site. As of right now, all of District 13 is under temporary lockdown. Entry and exit from the district is being heavily restricted. Citizens are asked to cooperate with the ongoing work there. The government has not responded to requests for comment. It is not known at this time whether the lockdown in District 13 will affect Vice President Jackson's time in Trimounts. This is another Site 259. Does this have to do with Ran Lab 2? I don't know the specifics. But if you, or should I say Rhode Island, are here, considering how much Saria trusts you, there's no way you would ignore big news like this. Okay, Doctor, got some new visitors. I'll see you very soon. Freaking water clones? So good. So that was a clone after all. New visitors. Hello? Rise and shine, Doc. Ya big dumbass. Rise and shine. Ifrit, who brought you here? Am I gonna see Cal? Yep. Long time no see. Doc? The Lops has already returned to the landship with Elena for checkup and treatment. Mechanist is currently on a new mission. From here on, I'll be accompanying you. Okay, if we have another Rhine Lab event, Mechanist better be in the banner, man. And me, and also... How's it explained? The floaty feline girl apparently entered the room at some point. She stands next to the window and listens quietly to your conversation. She gazes at you in your room. Behind her, there are pure white clouds floating gently across the clear Tri-Mountain sky. Don't be mad, Doc. Ask Dr. Calcet to bring me along. I was invited by someone. We'll explain more about what's going on later. Seeing as you have the TV on, it seems you already know about District 13. The explosion wasn't caused by some careless lab technician. Something fell from the sky. From the sky. We're talking about aircraft, or are we talking about UFO from the outside sky? We need to get to the bottom of this. Yes, Saria's already gone to investigate. As for you, I need you to get out of bed and wash up. Silence. Why even hide her? I live there. Who the hell are you to stop me from going home? What gives you the right to lock the place down anyway? Is this even legal? Do you have anything in writing? I'm supposed to take your word that this is an emergency? I'll be out in 10 minutes. I just need to head back for some documents. Our clients are waiting in the conference room. Sorry, but I need to see your clearance. Citizen? Question mark? Interesting. I was going to watch Saria to see what she's up to. I never expected to find this little bird making her way here. Right, that's a little researcher from the Diabolic Crisis. Scouting the area with a drone from a dead angle while hiding in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity. Not bad. But the army has soldiers watching every single alley. It won't be so easy for you to break through their checkpoints. That said, I haven't the slightest idea what you can do, but you might just be able to give these baddies a little trouble, so I'll give you a hand. What are you blabbing about? Nothing. The package recovered. It'll be delivered right away. As you've no doubt heard on the news, it's just one factory that had an accident. Why is the entire district on lockdown? If you guys are actually worried about the chemicals, why aren't you wearing a protective equipment? Why are you people still allowed to come and go? No one is buying your beast shit. Okay, they know. They can think for themselves. This is about the whole industrial campus upgrade project. If it falls through, who's gonna pay? Hurry up and let me by. No pushing. Freaking crowd control over here. My arm. Why can't I move? Somebody broke through the cordon. How come the comms aren't working either? See ya. That a Saria skin? God damn. Clearance, Saria. You know me. Former Defense Director of Rhineland. Your representation precedes you here in Tri-Mounts. So I can't enter District 13. Not just you. If you don't have clearance, please leave. Oh boy. Here comes Mainlander. You! Relax. Stow your weapon. Your face. Your hands. You... It's the same all over. I may look scary, but it's just an exoskeleton. I work for the Mainlander Historical Association. Currently part of the Vice President's entourage as his secretary. Here's my authorization. Miss Saria here is the subject matter expert we invited along. Mainlander, huh? You people are always so strange. Go talk to your superiors. We want to get a better grasp of the situation. Give me a minute. Looking at your attire, it seems you don't plan on bringing your shield along? Okay, it has to be Mechanist and Sarga in the same banner, yeah? No, I just determined that I might need to apply full force to whatever's coming next. Full force, huh? That phrase carries a weight far heavier than usual coming from the former director of the Rhine Lab Defense Section. Seems like I did make it in time. Our last meeting must have been at Hayden Pharmaceuticals, Detective. We talked so much that I forgot to slide you and Mulesy a free pint of draft beer on your last visit. I know just how powerful the Maylander Foundation is, but I was still surprised when I heard the news from Calcit. How did the two of you know each other? Table Tin Man would be pretty cool too. We're just old friends. How old are we talking about here exactly? And why do you need a Tin Man? I really should read the manga. So, what role is the Maylander Foundation playing in our current situation? Saria, are you interested in politics? Decidedly not. So do I really need to answer that question? The Colonel is en route to his meeting with the Vice President. Your identities have been verified. The Colonel has authorized your entry to District 13. But we're conducting an emergency investigation to evaluate the hazard posed by the chemical leaks, so you won't be allowed near Triton Chemical Plant number 3. That's where this all went down. We'll also arrange an escort party to go with you, to provide any necessary help. No problem, we will go with your arrangements. Oof, made it in. Next, keep 2 drones up in the air 100 meters apart to survey the situation. Triton Factory should be right up ahead. I hope the stealth combat tactics I learned at Rhodes Island will come in handy here. Let's take it slow. Will I really find any leads on the transmitter here? Transmitter. Yep, Dorothy stuff. Batch of transmitter has gone missing. That's right, to be more precise, it was a batch of experimental materials with said transmitter included that was supposed to be shipped together to HQ for disposal. So someone stole it. And it's very likely to be someone within Rhine Lab. Silence, I'd like you to head to Tri Mountain and help me investigate this. Me? I need to remain at Site 359 to cooperate with the military investigation, so I'll be stuck here for the time being. Are you going to negotiate with them? Don't worry, as much as I don't enjoy this stuff, I'm still capable of it. I'm a Rhine Lab director after all. Just confirming that all freaking Rhine Labs are freaks. I'm more worried about this batch of missing transmitter becoming the catalyst of someone else's ambitions. So, can you do it? Well... Frequent Socket, thanks for following. Silence, you're a student of Director Parvis, and yet you showed up here at Site 359. I had some doubts, but now I get it. You came here to ask for my help. Or maybe you wanted to know if the director of Originum Art is trustworthy. I'm sorry. No need for apologies. I did come close to doing something awful. I should be thanking you, Silence. But at the same time, this is why I'm asking for your help. You are beholden only to your own standards and looking for your own answers. But even if I hadn't asked you, you still would have returned to Tri-Mounts, right? Yes. Oh no, why are there suddenly a lot more men on patrol? Shit. Find anything over there? I searched a couple alleyways over on the side. Nothing. Colonel is about to meet the Vice President, so we have to play nice and let those two in. We were supposed to stick close to them. How did he lose us so quick? They were walking so leisurely the whole time. Then they vanished behind the fence when I blinked. We really underestimated that fella all covered in iron. Mainlander's people are always so tricky. I'll go report the situation to the brass, take the boys with you, and continue the search. Right, send more hands over to the factory too. Wow, they actually lost. Hello. Your reflexes and stealth skills are admirable, Mr. Detective. You flatter me. Even if you could manage them, it's better to shake them off our tail than to outright knock those sycophants out. We're here. Triton Chemical Plant number 3 is right up front. Clearly not a chemical spill. You've already cordoned off the perimeter and deployed heavily armed soldiers at every possible location. Quite the impossible task to get any closer. We're close enough for a clear view. Saraga's gaze travels over the throng of people and past the striking yellow barriers, landing on the factory behind. The once smooth factory building has been demolished beyond recognition, with scorch marks scrawled by heaps of debris scattered all over. A series of explosions have eroded the facade, leaving only the interior foundations that give her a clear view. Hey, thanks for following Mind? In the center of the factory lies a huge ring-like mechanical structure, diagonally embedded into the ground like an outrageous art installation. The source of the explosion? What have you found? Neither the shape nor the mechanical structure of the object hints at its purpose, but it is clearly a device not meant to be used on land. On land? It fell from the sky. We're too far away to discern any concrete details, but what can be confirmed at the very least is, this thing has the mark of Rhine technology. To be precise, it has Tristan's handwriting all over it. I'm sure of that. Horizon Art Project. What? I'm surprised you've not heard of the name, given your position at Rhine and your relationship with Tristan. Oh boy. Project to pierce the veil in the sky. I'm glad I didn't get spotted. Surely she sees the both of them, yeah? Oh boy, we got these things running around, huh? The transmitters, yep. There really was one here. It's gone. Dorothy was right. Transmitters react to each other. It wasn't too difficult to catch them with the one she gave me. But there's too few of them. Dorothy said there were more. Could they be nearby? Wait. This is the Triton factory. A colossal ruin lies before her. Just how many injuries or casualties happened in there? Silence recalls the news, not mentioning any numbers relevant to that question. She recalls the destruction at Site 359. It was difficult for her to even picture what it looked like before the ruins. Was that Saria? Who was that with her? Saria, do you have something to do with this too? Kinda? Not really though. You know where we're going? Shakes head. We're heading to Saria's stronghold in Trimonts as part of our agreement with her. Saria, it's been ages since I saw her. Where did you go? Okay, maybe they're just separated. But if you need to talk to Saria, you two are gonna be busy, right? I guess she won't have time to talk to me. You and Rosmontes will stay with the doctor. Ifrit, where were you just now? Ifrit, tell me more about what you did on the way here. Oh, right. When the star came falling down, I was telling Rosmontes the story that Silence told me before. You still remember it, right? You weren't writing any of it down. Yep, I still remember it. That night, it seemed the entire city heard the Queen's prayers and the sound of her tears splotching onto the sand. In the end, the Queen passed out in the high tower of the palace. The Queen's faithfulness reached the hearts of the stars. One after another, they soared through the skies and came before the old king. The old king was swallowed by the endless surge of brightness. Within it, he saw a sight that he had never before seen nor dreamed in his entire life. The next morning, the Queen awoke to find a huge hole that appeared on the palace's roof. And the old king, who had passed away hours ago, stood with a smile still lingering on his now stiffened lips. Were the stars brought here by her prayers? The stars made her wish come true, and they took her lover with them. Oh, hello? Oh, there you go. Dense fog. It should be easy. Dogs. Of course it's dogs. When is it never not dogs? Chop chop. Okay, this is a weird team I have actually.
Many intellectuals must join us.
Oh my god. Of course, yes.
This is better watch your step.
Ines is so good, so god damn. Illegals here.
Follow me.
Should be enough. It's the first stage, they're usually pretty much unlosable.
Don't throw a sacred corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Up.
To think they are unaware of their own shape. One after all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Feeling
Don't knuckle the mask the set of despair.
so good. The fact that it's 3 in front of her. Bada bing bada boom.
Mission accomplished.
Hello, Blake. What's his name? Mark Max? Oh my god, the fucking hair. That looks like bird thingy, bird feathers. Colonel, sorry to keep you waiting for an hour. I'm the one who should apologize, Mr. Vice President. Your schedule in Trimonts is packed, and I heard from Secretary Papard you had to cancel a meeting on account of my sudden visit. The military's response in the District 13 incident has been quick. It has also been intense. You had just given such a powerful, rousing speech for the masses. This couldn't have happened at the worst time. By the looks of things, this is more than a little accident on your end as well. I'm just saying, it's still too soon to reveal the Horizon Arc project to the public. Which is why we would like you to cancel the rest of your itinerary and leave Trimonts, and we'll take care of these accidents as soon as we can. Huh. Colonel, I understand what you're asking, but my schedule isn't going to change. In fact, I'm going to extend my stay in Trimonts. In my last meeting, I decided I'm going to Rhinelab to enjoy a fruitful dialogue with our exceptional researchers. We're one Columbia, Colonel Blake. We're all ready to give everything for our country. United States, huh? But with all the technological pioneers gathered in this city, they formed the bedrock of Columbia's technological development. It's no exaggeration to say they're shaping the future of our country. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Even on the assembly lines of our nation's most developed munitions plants, it takes a day and a half to produce a single shell spec. And that doesn't include the time it takes to send it out to the field to give the men some real practical time on the thing. Take a step back, Colonel. The more we find ourselves facing super weapons that can change the world, like that Arc-01, the more composed we have to be. Arc-01, is that supposed to be like Dorsey's experiment, I think? This is Columbia, not Sargon, not Bolivar. This is America, damn it. These past few years, the armed forces, or more accurately, the Department of Defense, has continued to explore the nation's military capabilities. Well, you just said it right there. As a whole, Progress has been fairly steady. From the president's perspective, this is a good thing, and he is glad to see it happen. However, given the shifts in international dynamics in recent years, particularly the re-emergence of Victoria's Shard, a number of things have changed. Yep, they're really worried about the Shard, huh? Quote unquote, basically, other countries having nukes. Such a terrifying superweapon has erased the concept of distance. All our ground defenses will be rendered useless, and the dust brought about by the storm may well fall upon our pillows at any time. The voices within the Department of Defense has grown increasingly hawkish, and a number of troubling signs have already appeared. They're hedging their bets on the research and development of similar era-defining strategic weapons. Yep, frickin' arms race. And that's how Kristen caught the military's eye? Correct. Kristen became the military's core technical advisor. In a very short period of time, she submitted a proposal for the Horizon Arc project, planned the construction of the Arc-01 superweapon, and quickly began its implementation. Okay, so it's not Dorothy's pet project. The military has devoted a vast amount of resources to it, and as such, Rhinelab has enjoyed greater policy-side support for quite some time now. This is why Rhine has been able to stand head and shoulders above many other tech companies in Trimonts. According to the information we have on hand, the construction of Arc-01, Arc-1, I'll just call it Arc-1, required digging complex shafts, as well as erecting a hammer at our aircraft's altitude limit. Oh boy. A monumental project indeed, and the military has spared no expense in the effort. I imagine the man in front of you who fell from the sky was a part of this project. Excuse me? So as I shift from the factory ruins to the sky above her, using the sky as an intermediary transfer node? We don't know the specific conceptual design or how it's implemented. Using the sky as a transfer node to focus or redirect an enormous amount of energy so as to achieve a powerful strike over extreme distance. Theory, that is indeed possible. But would Kristen really help the military construct a superweapon? Looks like you didn't get the answer you want. I knew from the beginning. This just makes it more apparent. A good politician would never rush to make his stance clear. At least for now, they don't want us taking over the project that fast. And how do they intend to do that? It's simple. All they need to do is delay. If we say that efficiency is the pursuit of scientific research, then, Ferdinand, delay is a preferred tool of these politicians. When the Singas administration first entered negotiations in Congress to reclaim the Woods Company's logging camp, virtually no progress was made in 3 years. It took the latter party losing control of the area. They want to delay until we have our hands full, until we lose faith in that damned Horizon Arc project, until it doesn't matter anymore. You've already been on site, right? What are your conclusions? It was indeed the test flight of Arc-1's hammer. The sky appears clear, but it is far from being a safe haven. Kristen will need to test the new pressure and navigation system, a trial and error process that may need more than one flight. I'm more curious about the military-controlled shaft at the bottom of Arc-1. Where did Kristen launch a beast of that size? The hammer's black box still hasn't been found. By tracing its routing data, you can triangulate the position of the launch site and locate Kristen. We already conducted a full-scale search in District 13. Came up empty. Someone managed to retrieve the black box at the very beginning. Any possibility it might have been destroyed, given an explosion of that scope? That's kind of what black boxes are for, right? Be resistant to that thing? Kristen has already been missing for 2 weeks. She may have already obtained the experimental data she wanted in the black box, but she still doesn't want us to find her. In other words, the so-called Horizon Arc project, propped up by the military itself, is completely out of the military's hands. The longer the delay, the more variables there will be. I know. Beep beep. Oh wow. In private, huh? It's me. That's right. Jackson had no intention of talking things through with us. Me? Why would I have anything to hide? Go ask the agent sent to find Kristen. Understood. I won't give an inch. I'll resolve this situation post-haste. The agent? Paul Heya, huh? Wait, what did you say? That's... Alright, I understand. You don't look so good, Colonel. You're right, Ferdinand. We can't let ourselves get bogged down any longer. Okay, so what's the situation, huh? The fact that Kristen went AWOL while the military had eyes on her precisely shows that the project has progressed to a near feasible state. She might have defrauded her investors. Fucking rug pull right here. We have our suspicions as well, but we seem pretty sure of it, Saria. Because I know her well enough. Oh? Since its establishment, Ryan Lab has been committed to breakthrough research in civilian technology, and rarely intersects with the military. Kristen herself has no interest in it. Furthermore, if the sky were part of her research plans, it would not be a means, but rather her ultimate objective. The rights. Precisely. We haven't even explored everything these lands have to offer, and have only just begun measuring the heights of the skies. Why fly to such high places in vain? I still remember that comment in the newspaper made by the hovercraft expert, Stevenson, after the Wright's test flight crashed. It encapsulated his regret for the death of the genius scientists, that has been twisted out of context as accurate peer review. How ironic that it's become a weapon used against the Wrights. I'd like to hear more. Stevenson had a very good relationship with the Wrights, and even looked after Kristen to some degree after their passing. Later, Kristen was able to get on track in academia thanks to his recommendation. A substantial secret that even I'm not aware of. But the relationship between Stevenson and Kristen is not a cozy one. She inherited her parents' obsession with the skies, and does not expect others to understand. She abhors the sky, Tin Man. At these things running around. It can be a coincidence that Transmitter appeared at the scene of the accident, but what exactly is the connection between Transmitter and the explosion? Did the things used in this factory require transmitters? I recall no such relationship between Triton Chemicals and Rhine Lab. Or perhaps the transmitter had something to do with a ring-shaped mechanical object that smashed through the factory building. Saria's too far away. I can't hear what she's saying. Maybe I can try moving the drone a bit closer. Oh boy. Yep, it got shot down, huh? An unidentified drone had been shot down. Oh no. Well, you got busted. Miss, show me your security clearance. Don't have one? District 13 is under temporary lockdown. I'm gonna ask you to come with me. I'm a worker at the Triton factory. I had the day off today, but I heard the factory exploded, so I came here to see what's going on. If you're a worker at the factory, then explain the drone, and don't say you have nothing to do with it. She's going to photograph the site. Hello? Another random. Marianne. Is it really you? Oh my god. Marianne. The last time I heard that name was 40 years. You're talking about that press conference, right? It was right around the time your last movie came out. You told the world you got hurt in a catastrophe while shooting the thing, and you retired to behind the scenes work. My dad goes nuts every time he talks about you. He's got your complete filmography collection, and we've watched every movie 10 times over. Jesus. Mega simp. I still remember the spy catchers. He saw the spy on the shore and leapt straight off that cruise ship. That was something. You just melt into every role you play. These mass-produced Rankwood stars could take a cue or two from you. Thanks. Unfortunately, the only role Marianne plays these days is a negotiator of employee salaries. Your Director of Human Resources at Rhine Lab, Jara Booker Wilson. This is my clearance. I have a house in District 13. This woman is indeed a Triton employee. Rhine Lab and Triton Chemicals have a number of disagreements, just like the corporate struggles in The Spy Catcher. I know, this is Trimax after all. The subsidiary factory suddenly went up in flames. If photos from the scene hit the tabloids, that would send Triton down in a scandal. This is her housewarming gift for joining Rhine. That would indeed be a violation of military regulations. Fortunately, the drone's been shut down, so the photos won't leak. Now then, let's move on and discuss your job hopping. Sure. But let me add something first. Isn't it a little unreasonable to suddenly ask the locals to lock themselves inside and wait for updates before they can do anything? We're just following orders. Miss Marianne, I want to trust you, so both of you, please leave. No exceptions. Your name's Silence, right? I remember you were helping Parvis bring me some black bean tea. Director Jara, does this have something to do with Rhine Lab? That's why he snuck in here? There are some things I need to make sure of. This isn't exactly the best place for chit-chat. Ow, 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 ow. What was that? Head over here and wait for me. Where are we? Don't worry, it's my District 13 residence. What about you? I have company. An old friend has some business with me. Oh boy. I don't think I've ever heard you breathing. When you smoke, are you just letting it swirl around your stomach? It's a habit. Just like what you used to do after finishing a mission. You'd record the event on a note before burning it on the spot. What? That young researcher back there, he always had a soft spot for the youth. Can't exactly ignore it, can I? An employee of my own company shows up in a military lockdown. It'll be bad for business if she gets caught. I see her just as attentive to detail as ever, regardless of what field you're in. You've caught my eye a number of times over the years, from the intermediary investor for all the Trimans to the head of Rhine HR. You've contributed pretty much your entire network to this tech company. In other words, without you, we wouldn't have the Kristen we know today. So, is you being here right now also the fault of that reckless girl? Or do you have ideas of your own? Have you considered the possibility that I'm here because I brought a residence in District 13 and that I spend a few days here when I'm not too busy? I'm getting old, Tin Man. Age notwithstanding, when I came back to my senses, I realized that my health, my dreams, my friends, and my family have all been given to my country. In the end, nothing remained of Maylander's Morning Star. I don't even have any tapes of the movies I made when I was young by which to remember my so-called youth. I wasn't trying to point a finger at Tijara, but if you're hoping that I turn a blind eye to this, I'm afraid I can't help you. Maylander's only responsibility is to the country. I just want to tell you I have no regrets, so even now, I won't do anything that would truly harm Columbia. Are you still mourning the death of the Wrights? As much as I'd like to deny it, the scene still haunts my dreams even now. Very long one. But it ain't the longest event until the next one. Delivery, come sign for it. Put it in the workstation. Paul Hayak scans the space in front of her. A massive hollow underground ring-shaped structure. In other words, a well. Original lamps fastened to the well's walls provide only a basic lighting, making it difficult to determine the overall depth. Inlaid within the grooves running along the walls are cables extending to the darkness. The person with who she was speaking earlier is now pacing back and forth, leaving her with but a busy silhouette. She seems to be busy testing something. Even in such a deep area, her actions do not seem to cause much of an echo. Presumably, the surface structure incorporates some high-performance sound-absorbing material. The entire area seems to be as still and silent as lingering mist. Are you not afraid of the dark? Do you not get bored? We're several hundred meters underground, and those boorish soldiers are patrolling just above us. You've been here a number of months, right? Haven't gone up for a walk? Nasty? Hello. Okay, so you're nasty. Sarkas. I'm busy, Kukulkan. I don't have much free time on my hands either. Okay, let me see. Kukulkan pronunciation. Kukulkan. Pronunciation. Kukulkan. Okay, fine. Kukulkan. I don't have free time on my hands either. What I'm saying is, put the black box down and get lost. I'm taking a risk here to get this to you under the watchful eyes of the military and mainland. It's a bit tall of you, wouldn't you agree? This is the deal between you and Control. It's got nothing to do with me. You didn't do anything with the black box after you got your hands on it, did you? No. Damn, ice cold. Data calculations are, well, not that complicated. Nasty dives back into her own work, and the screen is once again engulfed with a large amount of data, like a tide flooding across land. She focuses up more, leaving Holheyak alone to do little else than stare at her back. That is when she notices the devices around her waist. They appear as a lattice of dead branches. Lattice? What is that? Lattice. Framework or structure of crossed wood or metal scripts. Oh, okay, the thing. Okay. Appears lattice of dead branches, spliced together irregularly. But as Nasty intermittently works at her station, they sway back and forth in a short, regular rhythm. As if sentient, they seem to be following Nasty's thoughts. Looks like you managed to find nourishment for the rootless branches. The trajectory data has deviated slightly from the previous calculation, but is still within the expected range. It appears that transmitter can indeed be used as an alternative navigation resource. That being the case, we need to speed things up. By the way, how did Kirsten get you, the head of engineering, to willingly coop yourself underground to do the hard work for her? Nasty doesn't answer. She enters a few commands, and as the screens in front of her go dark one by one, she turns and heads towards the door. Behind her, the underground space becomes dimmer and dimmer. Ready to touch some grass, Nasty? Did something good happen? Surely you're not going to keep the good news from me. Touch some grass, my goodness. In sarcasm, begone. Holheyak takes a step back upon hearing that one word. Her body instinctively carries out the order, as if executing a command. Cute curves you have there, Banshee. Okay, so she is a Banshee. I was wondering she looks like logos. Did any of the staff ever tell you you've got a bad temper? The icy cold air caresses Nasty's neck before dissipating like an illusion. This young Banshee shivers slightly. Crack forms across the bone pen in her hand. She also has the bone pen. Oh my, they don't quite make them like they used to, do they? I know you have an entire drawer filled with spares. But I've always been curious. If you broke all of your bone pens, would you still be able to perform your little tricks? Go ahead and try me. I won't give the same command twice. Polken? Fine. Are all banshees as much of a stick in the mud as you? Don't pass up on this rare opportunity to get some fresh air. If you're afraid of the dark, I don't mind keeping you company part way. Before the banshee can speak again, Holheyak nimbly disappears behind the door. The darkness lingering within the air trembles violently for a spell. Then Nasty finally lets go of her words. Ugh. I should go pick her up. In sarcasm. At last, the muddled dream is about to settle. Damn, so much packed in this one already. Love it.
Qualcosa che non va. Torniamo indietro. Starò meglio dopo aver bevuto qualcosa.
Without a trace, little hints come and go, as does the path ahead. Wow, it's only one entrance. I should use Calcit actually. Who do I want to replace?
I will see to them.
Dude, where are my ground units? Reblock, sure.
Leave the front to me. The rear's all yours.
Rear's all yours. The stars have twinkled above Terra since ancient times. Just how many romantic myths and searching gazes do they hold? Astrologers spend their lives assigning symbols to constellations and celestial bodies to give them meaning, while shamans and druids try to interpret the trails left by every passing meteor. They are untouchable. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that the sky has become the true home of those who indulge in fantasy. And for this great land, looking up holds no meaning. Hello, Kristen. What are you doing here in the plains? 6152.31 meters, the height of Terra's sky. And also, the last record of the Right's final flight. No one has questioned this limit. Nobody is angry, confused, or curious about it. People live on this pea wrapped so softly in its pod and couldn't care any less. That's quite a lot of grammatical errors, man. Hello, Nasty. And thus came the shabby poem from an Ursine poet centuries ago. Starpod. A romantic name for the barrier. I've read through every paper related to the subject of barriers, those sloppy theories formulated by Victorian and Lithuanian scholars. Analysis on pressure in space, theory on density differentials between the barrier and the outside matter, old, outdated, and full of holes. Those Colombian academics announcing their pioneer spirit merely tinker with that garbage. Then you get the occasional novel theory put out by younger scholars in academic journals. But they spend way more energy getting tenure and research grants than looking at the sky. Oh, by the way, the test platform we launched the other day has already fallen back to the ground due to the same old problems with the barrier. Sudden change in basic aerodynamics, massive disruption to the origin zone, and the extremely rapid decay of any exogenous power. What about the results of the data analysis from the transmitter? The batch from the readjusted ones are solid. I've also already laid out all the energy cables and connected them to the port you mentioned previously. But, Kirsten, you're well aware of just how much energy you'll need for this. The theory is sound, however. That won't be a problem. Alright. The test platform's crash landing has cost us some trouble, and the military is burning with anxiety over your disappearance. Kirsten, whatever their next step may be, death might be the most merciful outcome. I wouldn't even consider that a price to pay at all. Nasty, do you like stargazing? No. Staring at something out of reach, I guess, just makes me feel empty. And yet sometimes the unreachable can become a signboard for you. You are indeed right on one thing. Death is only the most merciful outcome. And I hope you don't die before giving me what you promised, Control. You should be more careful. Thank you, I will. Colonel, how am I supposed to take this order? Let me guess, the agent you sent to watch Kristen has gone MIA, and you have suppressed the news. Your superiors aren't worried about your agents being silenced by Kristen. but rather they might have signed on with her and betrayed the country. And they're probably even wondering, have you betrayed the country too? It's no wonder you've been racing to find Kristen. My last tour was in Bolivar. In the late 40s, the coalition government... How old are you, my guy? Backed by the DoD was bumbling around like toddlers in its own jurisdiction. And our intervention policy for the Bolivarian Civil War was deemed a failure. Of course. They still fucking coup South America, bro. The DoD's rep had fallen so low in the eyes of our people, the general even handed over control of the armed forces. The DoD needs Arc-1 to restore its image and regain the trust of the people. And I also needed to prove myself worthy of plucking the general's medals out of the dust. So yeah, it's my last chance. But you can lay off the clownery for now, Ferdinand. Come on, Colonel, who are you even trying to fool with all that? This isn't enough of a reason for the DoD to go so far, and definitely not enough to stake your life on it. Hey, don't you always brag about being as smart as Kirsten? Why not use that clever scientist brain of yours and figure it out? It's not like you don't know a thing about Kristen. Surely you ran a thorough check on her before handing the project over. The situation is pretty bad, but there's definitely a contingency plan at work. Your reactions have been abnormal anyway. If your people haven't gone crazy, and it only comes down to this, Kristen isn't the actual reason. No, she's just a fuse. Ferdinand suddenly looks up at Blake, his eyes full of astonishment. He has come to a conclusion he can barely believe himself. You didn't meet the Vice President to talk about Kristen. What you wanted was a move. The Wrights were a pair of lunatics, squandering the nation's tax money on ridiculous notions like challenging the sky. And all they gave back to the country was a little lunatic by the name of Kristen Wright. Ferdinand, I respect men of your caliber. Usually, it's your type disrespecting the nation. Am I wrong? I can't imagine the meteor that fell from the sky having any motive beyond an attempt to provoke us. The most generous motive I can imagine is her selling the data to another country. She holds a weapon capable of seriously damaging a nomadic city, and the military handed it right to her. Or the worst, she actually wants to avenge her parents. She kinda does? But to the sky. She wants to point Arc-1 right at DC. It's still called DC, that's funny. She plans to destroy the Columbia that, in her eyes, treated her parents so unfairly. I don't think she doesn't care about any of that, for sure. We've already seen enough to make people wonder if they were born in the wrong era. Hell, the scarier thing is, doesn't Jackson know about all this? Don't those Melander agents know too? Guess how much he already knew about Kristen, me, and you before I even walked into his room. But he still chose to put it off. I won't sugarcoat it. From the moment we lost Bolivar, the coalition government has spared no effort in suppressing the military. Our current state of affairs is, to them, an excellent weapon. It doesn't matter if Kristen is exacting revenge or betrayal. What's important is that this is a scandal for the DoD. Classic frickin' political games, huh? And the losses brought on by it seems to be an acceptable cost to them. Do you want to be a part of that cost, Ferdinand? Do I even get to choose? If you didn't figure it out just now, you might have. So you can, 1. Use your connection with me and just wait till we've recovered Arc-1 when the military will coincidentally be hiring a new scientific advisor. Or 2. Die here with me and be swept into the trash can of history together. Ferdinand stares at the soldier before him, confirming he's seen something in the man's eyes. Whether pure banter or a real crisis, silence has connected the two. I get it, Colonel. Vice President has already broadcast live to every citizen that Colombia is about to enter a new era. But accidents are inevitable on the way to said era. I believe he'll dedicate everything he has to realize this for Colombia. So that's the situation over there, near the Triton factory. The parts regarding Kristen are just my own guesswork. Judging by the military's response, that seems to hold enough water. A superweapon that the government hopes to use to reassert power, or Kristen herself having other plans. Trimonts is indeed working on a secret mega project using energy as its core, with an unimaginable destructive power yet to be scientifically tested, and it's nearing completion. That's what I'm worried about as well. Saria, has there ever been a mass blackout in Trimonts? Never. Trimonts has separate power grids for residential and commercial use, and each of their power reserves alone is enough to allow all the facilities in the entire city to operate normally for several months. Moreover, Trimonts has a booming technology industry, with dozens of companies dedicated to developing new forms of energy, and nearby mobile industrial platforms regularly borrow energy from the city. Halsey looks out the window. The skyscraper in the distance with its gigantic glass facade frames a billow of clouds, its surface crystal clear like a leaf full of dewdrops. Indeed, it is just a leaf. Her gaze expands, and the building quickly disappears into a nest of countless skyscrapers, exhibitions on science and technology interspersed with expo halls, and the other specialized buildings scattered around at random like a bacterial colony in a forest. But as she raises her head, the vast sky dwarfs the city, and Trimonts is only a leaf. No matter if it's a super weapon ordered by the military or an unknown object that Kristen has other plans for, the amount of energy and precision required for the Horizon Art project is beyond the scope of our imaginations. Energy consumption and navigation accuracy are issues they must solve. So you're implying, I don't know how the Columbia military has assessed the situation or how Kristen has pulled the wool over their eyes. Even if she were able to solve the issue of precision, my judgment is that it cannot support energy concentration on such a scale, even if you use all of Trimonts' energy reserves. Once you start such a huge project, it should drain Trimonts' energy in an extremely short span of time, like stuffing a giant sponge into a glass of water. Even if Kristen's talent and vision are far beyond the present, the current state of science and technology should not be able to realize such a concept. Unless... wink wink? But she's by no means a simple mad scientist indulging her delusions. Yep, unless she had already solved this problem. Ooh, Halsey is curious about that. What the heck are they talking about? Stop eavesdropping, the door's soundproof. Stop eavesdropping, they're going to find out. Door's soundproof. Oh, it's left. It's gotta be about the factory that went kaboom, right? Saria looked kinda serious. Does this have something to do with Ryan? Doctor, is Silence in Trimonts too? Can we bring her here? Doctor, why are you frowning like that? Oh, I get it. You still blame Calcit for bringing Rosmontes and me here. We decided to come on our own. I've been here before. I can even be your tour guide. Hello. Rosmontes, you're looking at the letter again. Are you okay? He invited me to come back here. Feline girl is still holding that thin envelope in her hands. 5 minutes ago, she opened it and quietly read the letter again, before stuffing it back inside a minute ago. She lifts her head up to look at you. There doesn't seem to be any particular emotion in her eyes, but you notice something unmistakable nonetheless. She is trying to comfort herself, almost like she is trying to smooth out a small wrinkled piece of paper under the school desk without attracting anyone's attention. You can feel that she is confused, maybe even in pain. I forgot again, Doctor. Can coming back here help me remember what I forgot? What did I forget? Oh, I've never seen that face. I should have written it down. I'm sure I know. Response is, why don't we take a little nap? If it hurts, we can go back to Rose Island right now. Sometimes you can turn down invitations. I think I should stay. Control your power. Don't force yourself to think, okay? I'm here. Me too. Do you have the data I need? We have little time to spare, but these should help. The Energy Section's project and construction plans and reports from the past 10 years, Energy and Iridium Art Section's experiment records. Scientific investigation sections, expedition reports, and data archives. It's a lot thicker than I imagined. Your position within Rhinelab is rather unique. From the corporative's perspective of cost performance and efficiency, their contributions to the company are negligible. It shouldn't even be one of Ryan's 10 sections. And even though it doesn't rival what the core laboratories like energy and structural get, the budget that Rhinelab allocates to polar field research and surveying technologies every year is no small amount. Ooh. Okay, so there's that one missing Rhinelab dude portrait from that from the 4th anniversary ending. In fact, you could say they're throwing huge amounts of money at them. They collect and analyze seismic data from the Kashmir Highlands surrounded by mountains in regular intervals and have built close to 10 scientific research stations in the endless ice fields of Sami. 10? That's a lot of budget. They frequently travel to Colombia's Great Lakes, as well as the lowland deserts in the south for their investigations, and even seek to thoroughly explore the ruins of the abandoned cities in the bleached wasteland. I'm not sure which one that is. Only if you know that the dust kicked up by pioneering young Colombia is much older than the sands of Sargon. These scientists have not been measuring the boundaries of this world in the spirit of exploration. Rather, they are looking for something. These last few pages are all about tri-mounts. Tri-mounts? Why would scientific investigation need to factor in the location of headquarters? Every project I've checked so far has an immediate sign off from Rhine Control. Here's Kristen. And so, did this farce just happen to take place in Tri-mounts? Or maybe it could only happen here. I would prefer to see some evidence rather than hear more of your roundabout explanations. I have some rough conjectures, but the clues are all a mess, and our present information is inadequate to serve as actual evidence. Let's take a short break. We should go have another chat with Ifrit. Oh boy. Oh! Jesus! That escalated extremely quickly. Get down, Kelsit. What is going on there? How is it? Does it fit? It's a new suit. It's a new suit the Original Art section developed. I made a few adjustments and it should fit you okay now. And I'm sure you know how to test out the new drone equipment. Yes. Come here. Let me help you put the contacts in. Okay. Oh, she has contacts. That'll do. Stand up and take a look around. Paradigmatic time? Paradigmatic time. Great. You're like a completely different person. How are the contacts? I'm not quite used to them yet. But it's nice to go without weight on my nose. I have to say, you look sharper without your glasses. I'm sure your friends will be shocked as soon as they see you. I'd rather surprise them another way, such as, say, my personality. You seize the day and work toward that. Don't underestimate what a little makeover can accomplish. Try my best. Besides, the lockdown isn't going to end anytime soon. Soldiers stopped you once, and it won't be easy to get around now that they've seen you. Get a makeover and upgrade your equipment while you're at it. 2 files with 1 stone. Thank you. Doesn't look like anyone's been here the last couple days. Came to District 13 for a reason today. I actually bought this as a vacation home. With how busy my workers have been lately, I haven't had that much time to rest. HR director and all, that's so funny. I was suspecting her, but she just bought this as a vacation. I just located a transmitter from Site 359 near the scene. Are you here to recover it? What does transmitter have to do with the Triton factory explosion? No, Dorothy would need a low-level researcher like me if you were already on the case. Ferdinand is out of the picture, but maybe there are other sections who want transmitter for their experiments? I also saw Saria there. Just how many Rhinelab personnel are involved in this? We're asking too many questions in one go, Silence, true. And unfortunately, I can't answer them. You should be well aware of Rhinelab's organizational structure. The departments under General Affairs are only responsible for providing support to the scientific research sections. Origin of Art, Energy, or whatever, Human Resource Investigation has never interfered in any of their research projects. I've never been a researcher myself, after all. My mentor told me some stories about you and Control. Before joining Rhine Labs, you were the most eccentric and yet the most successful investor in Trimonts. You never attended a single meeting, read a proposal, or listened to a project briefing, but the projects you endorse always miraculously succeed. There's no need for you to be attached to a company. On the contrary, he said you might even become a tech pioneer to steer the course of the nation. But after Control had one meeting with you, you announced you were joining Rhine Lab the very next day. The business world is always brimming with delicately packaged myths and legends. The outside world is full of speculation, but at my age, I don't Kirsten to promise me anything. I only wanted to see and watch her patch up a few regrets. I don't want Kristen to promise me anything. I only wanted to stay and watch her patch up a few regrets. Some her own and some mine. And well, that girl. I'm not sure where exactly she is now. You performed very well at Site 359. You cleaned up after Dorothy and followed the trail all the way here to recover the transmitter. Honestly, that's remarkable. But the Site 359 incident ends here, and whatever follows is already beyond the scope of both your responsibilities and abilities. You're done here. What if I disagree, Director Jara? Oh, let's not be rash now. I have no intention of getting in your way. I don't understand. You won't tell me the truth, so why are you still helping? Do you remember your first day at work? You're so reserved, but you still managed to talk non-stop for half an hour. I was only responsible for checking your background and qualifications, you know? Well, while I handled that, Parvis had already scored your employment exam with high numbers. Then why didn't you interrupt me? Because you're such an earnest woman. Silence? I have a lot of respect for serious scientists, same as Rhine Lab. No matter how far Kirsten and the others go, no matter what Rhine Lab may become, we'll always need young people like you to take over the reins someday. You are Rhine's future. As HR Director, my job is to protect our employees as best I can, so I advise you to leave now. But if you have to see it all happen with your own eyes, to make your preparations and choices, then I won't hold you back either. That's all. Then I'll earnestly inform you that I'm going to continue my investigation. Alright. Hello, Mr. Armor Suit? Osmontis. The very moment the impact force reaches you, you instinctively take the feline girl's hand. Evidently, she mistakes it for you being agitated about something. She relaxes her tightly clenched fist, hears you in her arms, and starts running away. At the same time, the fiery Sabra girl dashes in the other direction, her flames howling. Up, down goes the power suit. Leave this to me. Osmontis, you protect the doctor. I'll met all these big metal things with my flames. Okay, so are there people in those or transmitters? Out of the way, Ifrit. Sariya! Calcification time, baby! Shadow steps in front of Ifrit. A thick wall of calcium crystals unfolds before her in an instant, blocking the power armor's onslaught. A burst of intense clashing fills the room, leaving a low, lingering hum in the air. Saria! You don't know what's going on. Let go. Doc, are you hurt? I'm fine. Hello, Cal. All the data are destroyed. A distraction and then immediate retreat. The enemy had a clear objective. There aren't many who know about this hideout, and there are even fewer who would stand against us. It was Rhine Lab's mass-produced remote armors that carried out this attack. Is it someone from Rhine Lab then? That's not for certain. The military have already infiltrated Rhine Lab, and decisively eliminating unknown factors in their plans is more their style. Anyway, you seem to be on the right track. There are people who wish for us to not go any deeper into this. Or perhaps we're going the wrong way and someone is trying to get us to continue our investigation. What is certain at the very least is that we have hit a critical point somewhere, and no matter who they are, the people behind this will pay the price. You're angry, Saria. Don't let anger cloud your judgment. If Krista has already solved her energy troubles and cut ties with the military, then we must hurry and find the energy core she's relying on. It shouldn't be too far from the shaft under military control. I already have a few conjectures based on my recent findings. I'll try to look for it, but I require more information. I need to head back to Rhine. I'll go with you, Saria. Don't be silly, I can't watch you right now. If you're here and you can't leave Trimount for the time being, you should spend this time with the doctor. Don't go anywhere. But the bad guys came to our doorstep looking for trouble. Besides, I helped the doctor. You should... No, you did great. Be extra careful when I'm not around. Take care of the dog and don't let yourself get hurt. Stage time! Without a trace. Well, they did burn all our freaking data.
Target confirmed. They won't know what hit them.
Alright, guys! Let's
Doggy?
make some noise!
Of course it's a dog. It's always damn dogs.
I'm listening. Don't keep me waiting.
Oh, sweet. We can just murder them. Perfect.
Create a
Nice,
diversion.
like penis.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before...
It's not my wish to take part.
That's a big boy. Oh, I don't have a caster. It is Arknights after all.
Arrived at designated position.
At your 1,000 moves in one breath. Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet. After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions. Strike! And sunder the tides cleft. Retract 1,000 moves in one breath.
Hit him, Pungye.
After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Come on, give him the buff. There you go. That debuff Pungye does is so good. It does so much more
Strike.
damage.
And sunder the tides cleft. Retract and leave
Boom.
no peace bereft.
Problem with Pungye, he's so fragile. Like, my god, do you have to babysit him?
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Pungye, a little quicker.
So that's our target? Finally. Am I up?
Okay, they are very tanky.
1,000 moves in one breath.
Mission accomplished.
Gotta check their stats. Nice, so you aren't talking. The room is quiet. I don't really want to talk. Are you bored? Not really. I'm just not used to it. Ifrit has been frowning from the moment they got back to their room. Or more accurately, from the moment they left Zarya. There are several intricate geometric shapes scattered on the table. Scale model cities. It's a scale model of cities like Trimount's, given to guests by the hotel for free. Smontes and Ifrit sit on opposite corners of the sofa, chatting on and off sporadically. You look at the children, but do not interrupt. You wanna try building Trimounts again? It's really tough. It took me so long last time. I've done it twice already. Oh, so fast? I remember. I wrote it down. There are a few really hard steps, and there are a few city blocks packed with buildings. They all look alike, so it's really easy to get them mixed up, but I have it written down. Do you always write things down? Yep, I I could forget them if I don't. What did you write down? Mind telling me? Dr. Amia, Dr. Calcit, Blaze, Weedy. And some people and things farther away. Wow, that freaking pained look, man. A long corridor, I got lost. My brothers aren't much older than me, but I can always count on them. They come to look for me in no time, and they pat my head and tell me I have nothing to be afraid of. They have scars that look alike on the back of their heads too, like the marks I made to group flowers together last night. Brothers? You don't look so good. Relax, don't think no more. I'm in a little better shape than you, but not by much. If only we could choose what we remember. I keep on remembering the noisy buzzing machines, the room all painted white, layer after layer. It's like they built them like that to mess with me. Just thinking about it pisses me off. But I want to remember what Silence and Saria told me, and what they did too. So you're all sulky because of what just happened. Because Saria... Maybe she's worried you'd get hurt? Dr. Calcit didn't let the doctor go with her to look for the Ark one either. Silence won't let me see Saria, and Saria won't let me follow her and help her out. Maybe they aren't worried I'd muck things up. Maybe they think they didn't protect me well enough before. Or maybe they think I'm still a kid who only knows how to throw a fit. They have a point. But I super hate this feeling. I think I get it. You do? Mega Sadras Montes, what am I looking at? Yep, when I left Rhodes Islands, Blaze and Willy kept trying to talk me out of it. Blaze almost burned the letter. Amia and Dr. Calcit let me go in the end, but I couldn't tell they didn't actually want me to come back to Columbia. They were really worried, maybe just like Saria? Adults are all like that. But I want to remember the things that I've forgotten, even if I'll lose even more. I'm right to come back. It's the one thing I'm sure of. You have a better memory than I do. That must mean you know what you have to do more than I do. That's exactly what I mean. You and I, the two of us came back to Columbia, to try mounts of our own choosing, and we both have things we have to do. Whew, now I feel much better. Montes, once this is all over, let's do some touring with the doctor. We'll go out and have a look around town. What do you think? The sky over Tri-Mounts is usually pretty gloomy. It's really special that it's so clear. I could be your tour guide. Oh wait, you already built Tri-Mounts twice. You know this place better than I do. Okay. Is Calcit back? I'll go get the door. Uh-oh. It's you. You're the Tin Man who ate 4 big-ass hot dogs in one go. What? Tin Man Battle Plan. Finally made it up District 13. I'll have to thank Director Jara for the new equipment. The drone's rotor is probably made of some kind of high-performance optical material. Its camouflage ability has increased greatly, and the surveillance range has doubled. Now what next? Hello, transmitter? This is my only clue. Doesn't matter where it leads me, as long as it brings me closer to the truth. Do be shaken. The transmitter's response has been growing stronger ever since I approached District 9. If I remember correctly, the park right here should be closed due to some government planning issues. Regular geometric shapes of silver float slowly in the air, accompanied by the buzz of a high-frequency hum. It is another transmitter, but it seems to be slightly different than the one in her hand, and Silence could not make out what the specific differences were. An aged Caprinet in the middle of the room nods silently, as if he had heard someone call him. The transmitter draws a huge arc in the air as it lands on his shoulder. Is it Logan Williams? Or Parvis, says Caprinet. Long time no see, Silence. You look well. Silence pulls the excited transmitter back into her arms and slowly walks towards the other party. Professor. Made it all the way here from Site 359? You're so much braver than you were before. But I never thought the man I found would be you. I heard you helped Dorothy. Very good. Ferdinand is too hungry for success, and Dorothy is an extremely obstinate woman. Things might not have ended as they did without you. I know you have many questions you want to ask, but first, pass me that crystalline unit over there. Silence picks up the experimental instrument next to her, walks over to Parvis and puts it down where his finger is pointing. She connects the unit to the operating terminal's port, and Parvis is already seated in front of the monitor without even glancing at her, as a slew of complex equations frantically calculate themselves on the display. Only when Silence stands up does she realize that he had given the order as naturally as she had executed it. I'm a busy man, but you have done very well to find me here, so I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Are you all using transmitter? Indeed. What exactly is it being used for? The transmitter is extremely sensitive to micro vibrations. It can receive and encode nerve signals, and Dorothy hoped it would replace traditional arts units, becoming a brand new medium that would allow everyone connected to it to be completely equal individuals. And Ferdinand intends to use its superorganism characteristics to manufacture super equipment that can accurately deliver weapons across vast distances, so basically an ICBM. So you know everything that happened at Site 359? Jarvis doesn't answer. Silence carefully observes her professor's expression. It's not as if he is not trying to avoid or is bored by the question, but rather, it's not even worth answering at all. So if you knew about the research all along then, on whose side are you on? Dorothy's? Ferdinand's? Or Control's? Or is it as my colleagues in the break room once said, the director of structure is an old goat with a permanent smile on his face who always chooses whatever is most convenient for him. An opportunist. I'm not on any particular side, Silence. I help them because both Ferdinand and Dorothy are hard workers, youths full of ideals and enthusiasm. The same goes for you. Whoever I don't support is due to their mediocre capacity as scientists, me included. We are unable to transcend this mediocre and feeble era. What about you? What do you intend to do with the transmitter? That's enough, Silence. It's not that I'm unwilling to answer you. But this question exceeds your level of understanding. I have much to do and lack the luxury of time to tell you everything from the beginning. Freaking smartass. Though you may stay, you're one of my best students after all. Soon we shall have the most ideal environment for our experiment. One that meets all our material requirements and catalytic conditions. So now we must prepare ourselves for it. It will be the most disruptive experiment in history, and you will bear witness to the birth of true greatness. It is neither short-sighted nor feeble. It will transcend every limit there is, and save us all from mediocre progress. This is the real and rightful promise of science itself. The pioneers at Site 359, the workers of the Triton factory. Professor, your research has hurt many innocent people. Will it harm even more? This is science, Silence. As scientists, we need only consider one thing and one thing alone. And that is how to accomplish it. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. Jarvis is speaking very calmly. More precisely, he even sounds a little distracted. The equation on the screen seems to have to do with the transmitter. Jarvis never turns to look at Silence. His eyes are fixated only on the equation. Silence can tell very clearly what it is that she is feeling right at this moment. Anger. She clenches her fist. Punch the shit out of him! I see. No wonder I couldn't get in touch with Sarya or Calcit. Doctor, I can task you with this matter all the same. Hello, Mr. Tin Man, sir. I heard about what happened from Calcit. It's been a long time. When last we met. Speaking of, are you afraid of me because of the way I look? You've been staring for a bit. Are your organs made of tin too? Or is there nothing in your belly? What happens if your skin rusts? Does that count as skin disease? Do you get arthritis? Do you put WD-40 on your joints? Good lord, man. Oh, what's the funniest one? You've changed, Doctor. Back on topic, we don't have much time, and given your condition, there is not much catching up to do. The Maylander Foundation wishes for Rhodes Island to help us stop the military, from assassinating the Vice President. Doctor, you don't seem surprised. We just got this piece of intel ourselves. Tomorrow, Jackson will visit Rhine Lab, and that's when Blake will make his move. No doubt Calcit has already gone over the Horizon Art project with you, so I won't touch on that. Rhodes Island should be on the same side as the Maylander Foundation in this. It's a promise that Calcit made to me, and it is also the prerequisite for your entry into Trimounts. Assist the Maylander Foundation in stopping the military's absurd act of treason. You can see this as an order, Doctor. Maylander should have enough agents to spare, no? You aren't here to find the Vice President and some bodyguards, are you? You're still as calm and sharp as ever. That matches the impression I had of you. Right, the Maylander Foundation is already allocating our resources to ensure Vice President Jackson's safety. But that alone will not stop the military's plan. That's right, Jack. One of the events after the press conference includes a visit to Rhine Lab. His entire trip that day will be broadcast live. If his assassins and our agents comes to blows before the public, it doesn't matter if the assassination itself is successful or not. Blake will still have a reason to declare martial law and take over Trimounts. Just like District 13 right now. Neither I nor Maylander likes it when the enemy has all their eggs in one basket. Because that's always an omen of the collapse to come. If you don't want Calcit's opinion first, you're gonna leave this to me just like that? This is an official request that Maylander is making to Rhodes Island. You're the doctor of Rhodes Island. Calcit continues to have her faith in you. I have no reason to doubt your abilities. Time's a-wasting, Doctor. I hope you will cooperate with us well. Maybe I should try to get in touch with Calcit. Maybe I should try and get in touch with Saria. Too bad Mechanist just left Trimounts. I do love me my Mechanist. Doctor, let me and Rasmontis catch the hitman who's after the Vice President. Don't know about that one. Calcit's still looking for the entrance to that Arc 1 thing. Saria's gone back to Rhine Lab to look for data. Doctor, we have to get on this right now. Or are you still treating me like a kid, just like Saria and Silence? Doctor, you brought me on so many successful missions now. In 2 or more years, I'll get to apply to become an elite operator. Wink wink? Oh, Rasmonti's already elite. Anyway, if you're gonna lock me in the hotel room, I'm just wondering what kind of mission I should assign you, Operator Ifrit. Oh boy. Yay! Kid soldiers! Hey, watch where you're going. You're gonna get hit by a car spacing out like that. It's gonna be so funny if it ended there. Let me leave you with a little advice. Research your silence. This is Mansfield, yep, saying Anthony. That's Mountain. You may think helping Anthony is the right thing to do, but that could be further from the truth. It's silly to think that Simon Coe was just a victim in their fight with the Hydro. They were fighting because they were hell-bent on bringing down the other side. Just that old Smith didn't play the game as well as his opponent. In other words, if Smith managed to make his move before Hydro, it would have been the Hydes hunkering down in Bunker Hill right now instead of his family. From that point of view, is Anthony really just the victim? But what do you think, Anthony? I can't deny it. But there are no ifs in this world, I know that. I'm telling you all this because I want you to understand something. If you want to do the right thing, you need to first be able to tell what's actually right. You also need to understand that doing the right thing doesn't necessarily mean you don't have a price to pay. Not just energy and original art. I can't tell you where this trail will lead and how many people it will end up dragging into the mess. But you will no doubt come to see a side of Rhine Lab that you have never known. Be it the Diabolic Crisis or Site 359, you know that Rhine Lab is nowhere near as wonderful as the recruitment videos make it seem. Even then, it may still disgust. If it comes down to it, you may use my permissions as the director of Originum Art Section. If you use my permissions to do anything else, I will turn a blind eye to that too. Director Franks, I won't. But Silence, remember this. Your mission is to recover the batch of transmitters lost at Site 359 and nothing else. If you run into any obstacles too difficult to overcome, you're free to give up anytime you want. There are some things that, until you find your own answer, you have no power to fight. A lot. This is Science Silence. A silence. Why can't I say that? This is Science Silence. As scientists, we need only consider one thing and one thing alone. And that is how to accomplish it. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. It is the most recent one. You're a lot more composed now, but your eyes are the same as back during Haydn 1. Angry over that sick child, criticizing me for those minor issues during the procedures, and even blaming science itself. But as I have so often told you many times in the past, only science can change what needs to be changed. It can advance an entire age, but its progress lies in the hands of a limited few. This is a natural paradox, Silence, and a paradox simply implies a cost. I've already given you the clues you have been wanting. But Silence, what can you do? You don't even know where to start your inquiries. After leaving Parvis' lab, Silence spends the next half hour walking aimlessly along the streets of District 9. She had followed the transmitter all the way here, but what should she be doing now? What could she even do? Stop her own mentor? Find Controller and beg for the truth from her? He was right. How could she stop anyone if she doesn't even know where to begin? She is angry, but anger itself holds no meaning whatsoever. Still going, huh? Let's go. Holy shit! Hey you, Liberty chick, out of the way! Silence! At a perfectly regular intersection in Trimount's District 9, a driver anxiously confirms the current time. It's either Silence or Hall. He needs to get to his destination within the next 10 minutes to block off a difficult client in time and allow the other party to sign the contract. Oh, arts were used. But in the next second, he feels as if he's suddenly on a roller coaster ride, as if invisible slopes have formed with the air. His car climbs, turns, accelerates, and turns into a cannonball. So it's all. Or maybe not. I lied. Water. Drops of water suddenly appear and chain the car's wheels to a halt, and the out-of-control vehicle seems to almost graze Silence as it slides past her, scorching the tarmac with a shrill sound. Half the road is completely drenched, as if it had only just rained. Okay. Are you okay? Sorry, I have no idea what just happened. This Mumu. Hello. Are you a clone? Silence. Trimount has a ton of cars on the road. You could get run over if you keep spacing out like that. Director Mulesses. Just now. I'm just passing by, no need to thank me. By the way, when did you piss off that psycho? Knowing what she's capable of, she might have been more direct and messed with the air. Looks like it was just a prank she pulled while she was at it. What are you talking about? So it is Hall. Never mind. Nothing that crazy woman does surprise me anymore. Huh? Silence. When did you change into this new uniform? The material looks great, and it fits you perfectly. You look like a completely different person. I almost couldn't tell it was you. Speaking of which, I didn't recognize Iffy either. She got new threads, and she's so much taller now. Oh, Ifrit. Ifrit? What is Ifrit doing in Trimount? She's with Rhode Island's doctor. The doctor is here too? Huh? I thought you two were here together. Nils's surprised expression is very vivid, to the point that Silence immediately realizes what she is here for. There is no doubt that Miosis is doing this out of kindness. The games that the higher-ups are playing are too dangerous. She's trying to get this lowly researcher to stay away from Rhine Lab while this is going on. Haydn 1 Laboratory, Site 359, Triton Factory. Harvest, Dorothy, Jara, Miosis. She has stumbled her way to this point. How many obstacles will she still have to face? All of a sudden, Silence is struck with a sense of helplessness that she has never felt before. Where are Ifrit and the doctor? Hello, there you are. I was only going to have you make some trouble for Blake. Never did I expect you to follow the trail to the old goat. The elf saved you, but where will she take you now? Oh well, just a little birdie. No need to worry about her.
Monster. Collect tissue samples.
Okay. I'm gonna eat for— oh, let's go. Tutorial time. I'm gonna eat for now, so BRB. Yo, tutorial time. Cutting edge architecture. Nasty head of engineering always has novel ideas for buildings. What does the Banshee have for us?
All right.
Here comes the up and down.
Freeze!
We're in the lab, monitoring enemy communications. Hey, what happened to the ground? It was level just a moment ago, but now there's an unnatural slope. Whatever, the enemy's right in front of us. Advance!
Not one step backward.
Gonna step on this? The enemies are having a hard time moving? The lab's defense systems can tilt the entire floor. It's like standing on a giant seesaw. The floor is tilted right now, causing us to be pulled down by gravity. To move up, the enemy must fight against gravity, slowing their movement speed. Heavier enemies are affected more.
Freeze!
Meanwhile, our operator is deployed in the direction of gravity. Okay, I see. So it's like Arknights Memoir, the wind. Make use of the high ground to stop our foes. That's why I'm here. Hit him, click.
Not one step backward.
The floor is spinning. Now the enemies are speeding up. What's going on? Analysis complete. An enemy with weight 3 or higher has stepped on an up altitude. Okay, weight 3. So if there's 3 dogs, I'm assuming that's weight 3. Oh, thanks for following, Jason, while I was AFK. Up altitude switch, tilting up. Enemies move slower upslope. Okay, here, up. Okay. But move slower upslope, but faster downslope. The effect on our side has also been reversed. On the other hand, operators with block 1 or higher can also step on the switch. I see. It's like a seesaw falling toward the side that's stepped on. Exactly. Step up on the switch and delay the attack before more enemies arrive. Leave it to me.
Got it.
Freeze!
The enemy's going to step on the switch again. Don't worry, when the switch is currently being stood on, the opposite switch is disabled. Okay, good to know. As long as we can keep the switch on the bottom pressed, we can prevent the enemy from triggering the other. We just need to ensure Operator Yato's safety. Perfect, bring it on. In case you're ever unsure which way it is tilting, this rock will slide along the inclination, or say the letter, showing the current direction of gravity. It's a rock?
Freeze!
Yes, so.
Stay calm.
Freeze!
Doctor,
Wait, what?
let me do it.
This skill? Why not the drone silence? What is this? Find their ass, Ethan. Ethan, first skill as well? Cringe.
I worked pretty hard. You saw me, right? Right?
Right? Nope. Area shaft unlocked. Wait, what? Hello. Oh. Oh god. Okay, I should do this last, I think. Okay, I'm not sure anymore. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna do one, I guess. Shaft. Shaft is part of the Arc 1 project. It focuses energy and projects it to hammer, manipulating enough energy to operate multiple nomadic cities at the same time. Interesting. Sure, let's click it. I sure want to investigate Shaft. You can spend? Sure, let's try one. Investigate? Oh! They're just dailies, okay. Get the crap out of me, man. They should always do that then. There are always front stage, backstage. There are always sacrifices to be made behind the scenes. To increase the direction of gravity, reduce when opposite it. Okay. So it's literally like the wind things. Oops. So if you go neutral, it should be neutral. Hurry, all the headlines will be the Vice President's visit to Rhine tomorrow. The editor-in-chief will have our heads if we don't get a good photo. Wait, I can't find my press pass. What? You can't go in without it. Go find a good spot, I'll look for it. Hello. So many people. I can't even get to the cafe downstairs for breakfast. A public visit by the Vice President, broadcasted live. Every newspaper is here. It's a wonder they didn't completely block the roads. Ordinary citizen question mark. Aren't the, I forgot what those guys were. They were in Site 359. You see Rasmontis? What? First the factory, then Rhine Lab. Prime Mounts likes to block off a place when something happens. Rhine Lab is different from the factory, isn't it? They blocked off some of the key roads leading in. Probably out of security concerns for the Vice President's convoy. Which causes other streets to fill up. Did they think people wouldn't see it if they blocked it off? That's dumb. Doctor, what are you looking at? Will it rain today? Sunny all day long. The hotel TV had the weather report on when we were leaving. Guess you didn't see it. Anyway, it's not the rainy season yet. Another sunny day. The urban planning of Tri-Mounts is intricate. The gaps between the staggered skyscrapers allowing sunlight to pass through for the sun to paint each street with warm light eventually in these early days of winter. Hold up. Ta-da! Look up to see a dark cloud in the distance, floating nonchalantly in the sky. The wind is blowing toward the cloud, and it looks to be moving away from the city. But never disappears. You also see the busy streets, the parked cars, a flash of light up high in the distance, and well-disguised passers-by. Keep a poker face while urging the two girls on. You find something, Doctor? Huh. Could be Maylander Foundation spies, could be army. Probably army operatives. Don't worry, Doctor, we'll protect you. Don't forget today's mission. I know. You said it yourselves a dozen times before you left. I promised to listen to you and I keep my promises. I think we're there. Doctor, we meet again. As usual, I'm the one waiting. Hey, I'm a minute early. Ah well, I got here before you. Got myself ready as soon as your message came in. This is your company after all. Well, this is what you asked for. Plans for the Rhine Lab building, and visitors passes for you and your young assistants. I called in a few favors to get your clearance to most of the building and data. Today only. There are lots of hidden spaces in the building, both above and below ground. My tip is to have someone focus on the underground. What about you? I have to accompany Mr. Vice President on his Rhine tour, of course. I mean, he can just clone it. Kristen's not here and we're missing a few section heads. Can't have anyone else calling out. I'll give you a big personal thank you when we're all done. Yep. Always clones. Jara? I read your resignation letter, Biber. Why so sudden? I'm sorry, Director Jara. I discovered something yesterday. Go on. Energy Swing has 38 seating lamps and 21 vents. The carpet beneath our feet looks the same at first glance, but a closer look reveals that there are actually 3 versions, subtly different in pattern and fringes. I didn't know you were planning to go into interior design, Biber. Or Bieber. You would have done the same if all the projects you're involved in are up in the air, and the only work you have to do each day is to reread the report that you wrote the day before. I understand, it's hard work, keeping you or your guys calm while pretending that everything is business as usual. I could live with hard work, Director. The labs have always been relatively independent of one another, and research is modular. Everybody goes about their own business, even if something happens to Site 359. Even if Ferdinand quits unexpectedly. At the lower levels, people don't know much and believe this is no different from any number of research accidents that have happened before, the kind that every tech company deals with every now and then. But I know this one is different. Control has virtually vanished without a trace, and Ferdinand suddenly resigned. Every day is like sitting on a fire. There's been no formal change of leadership and energy, no one to tell me what happened or what I should do. Now the Vice President is touring Rhine. Makes my stomach seize up when I walk into the lab and see the excitement in everybody's eyes. So you talked to Volbert Kaczynski's headhunters, Sonia, right? Yes. I'm not reprimanding you, Biber. Your position at Rhine Lab allows you to see more than the average employee, but not the full picture. It's normal to feel anxious. Responsibility falls on me. I asked you to keep things calm in the energy section, but neglected your own emotional needs. It's not your fault, just weakness on my part. Why do you think the Vice President is making this sudden visit? I don't know. But he'll find out that the press conference that he held a few days ago has to do with us. Really? That's all I can tell you for now. How about this? Take 1 month off, paid leave. Maybe it'll be enough for you to clear your head and return to your post. If you still insist on resigning after that, I won't stop you. Rhine Lab grew from a single lab to 10 sections, running more than 100 larger scale projects simultaneously. It has seen bigger storms. It has survived them all. Just give it a little thought. Sweet, I'll take that. I heckin' love paid leave. Sorry for the trouble, Sonia. The staff need a way to vent in times like these. Biber should be the last one. He's okay. The energy section is okay for now. Yeah, catch you for lunch or dinner one of these days. Give Tin Man my thanks. Come in. Hello. Justin? How many does that make this week? Not your problem. Just don't send them to business if you're reassigning them. I don't need flighty idiots like that. You're cornerstones of this company, Justin. Just as you are. And I may be old, but I'm not senile enough to assign a PhD in energy mechanics to be one of your salesmen. The Vice President is almost here. I doubt you have the time to fool around in my office. Just giving you a heads up, I'm seeing a few new investors today, and I have a number of important remote meetings to attend. Since the Vice President is here to inspect research, I'll excuse myself. None of the phones in business stopped ringing the day the Vice President announced his visit to Rhine. I had to get someone to add 2 dedicated hotlines. It's a clear signal. The world of Tri-Mountain finance. No, not just Tri-Mounts, not just finance. Every Colombian who even has a passing interest in investing has their eyes on us. That Biber has a lot of stock options, doesn't he? I say you just accept his resignation, then hire him back at a lower salary when the company's stock soars and he begs for it. Rhine Lab is not a stock market toy, Justin. Well, Now that is hurtful. Mayor Benjamin, Councilman Chris, Deputy Phil, Commander Colette, even the Chief Justice. That's just a few people I'm talking to today. Could Kristen have kept playing her hide-and-seek game with Blake if I hadn't continued to sweet-talk all these friends? You utilize a lot of resources. Just doing my job. And one correction, I'm not a cornerstone of Rhine Lab. A cornerstone exists for other people to build upon. I don't have the same loyalty to Kristen as you do. I chose her and Ryan. I helped her because I wanted to take control of my own fate. Of everyone's fates. This isn't a game. He says, as he fracking Brigitte's connections. News from Maylander. Yes sir, they have personnel deployed around the area to ensure your safety. Good, how much further? That pigeon do be dripped out. 2 more blocks until Rhine Lab headquarters. Canceling today's tour is always an option, sir, if you're concerned. The Maylander Foundation can't be trusted, then canceling the tour won't be enough to protect me. I can't very well skip class to see the mining platforms chase the sun because I'm scared of exams, like I did when I was young. Not when I'm the vice president of the Columbia Union. You should get some rest while you can, sir. I doubt there will be many more chances today. Do you remember how I described Trimounts at yesterday's banquet? The future of Columbia. You said you love this youthful city, just as you love this youthful nation. As a matter of fact, I don't like this place at all. There are no burden beasts, no clouds of dust kicked out by their hooves, no duels for some dumb reason, no pioneering spirit. Only white-collar workers in their coffee high-rise buildings that split the sky and air so clean it makes your stomach squirm. Classic American. I believe the Tri-Mountain circulation system employs... Don't, Barbard. I'll be hearing far too many explanations like that over the next few hours. You don't like dealing with scientists. I won't go that far. They're simple. They can go on and on about their products, blueprints or ideas, sometimes outlandish, sometimes crazy, mostly incomprehensible. All I need to do is smile, nod, and shake their hands when they're done, giving them a few words of encouragement. Much simpler than dealing with the old folks of the special district. You represent the state. The people like to see Columbia support science. It's good for your image and your odds in the next election, of course. The vice presidential election, Columbia's biggest political event, but I'm thinking that perhaps I shouldn't spend too much time and effort on it. You achieved a lot in the past several years. Polls indicate you enjoy a high level of support. The representatives who support you have also been in contact with that influential Volpo director of Rhine Lab. Oh, Jara, it's not easy to gain the support of big tech. You have a head start. No, I meant in comparison with Mark Max, the president ever guiding Columbia to her promised future. Isn't he literally on your shoulder though? All that national attention surrounding the vice presidential elections just adds to the embarrassment. Freaking Mark Max. Hey, isn't this Clooney's office? Yeah. What is this screen showing? Cargo passageway behind Rhine Lab. Little to the left. Zoom in. Good. Now, there shouldn't be any dead zones. Soldier is nervous as he operates the equipment. The colonel has been standing behind him for some time now, his brow furrowed. The 5 blocks around Rhine Lab headquarters have all been placed under surveillance. Many figures are moving on the screens. Key areas have been blocked off, but there continues to be a considerable crowd nearby. Of course, the crowd also provides good cover for their operations. Soldier scans each monitor, not daring to even blink. What's the situation on the ground? All undercover and support units are in position. Good. Where is Ferdinand? He's on the phone. The phone? Yes, should I summon him? Never mind, no need to tell him. What about the colleagues in the defense section that he talked about? We've taken over. Good. A shadow flashes across the display on the bottom left before appearing on the other screens. It is the Columbia displayed on top of a car. Several black vehicles maintain equal separation with it, both in front and behind, with machine-like discipline. Begin. The Vice President's convoy is in sight. Begin. Have a nice tour, Jackson. Wink wink. Mr. Vice President, there have been reports that Triton Factory explosion in District 13 was linked to Rhinelab. Is your visit to Rhinelab at this time intended to dispel such speculation? Excuse me? District 13 is still under lockdown. Did you authorize the Army's actions? How long will the lockdown remain in effect? Will you be meeting with Control Right? Excuse me, Mr. Vice President, about your schedule in Trimax. Patience, please. There will be a press conference after the Vice President has concluded his tour. We have set aside a space to accommodate members of the press. Please follow me and refrain from disturbing other staff members in their work. There's no one else. Report your question mark. It's either from the Army or Maylander. Damn. Oh! You got him good. Shut him up. Look at that. Hiding weapons and recording equipment. Search him and make sure he doesn't have anything else on him. There's a discrepancy in the documents. Find a way to check the credentials of all the reporters in the press area. Be discreet. I got this one. No commotion. Rhine staff question mark as well. Lost contact with A1, A2, A3. Have all our locations been compromised? HQ, need immediate instruction on whether to continue operation. It's the Pioneers! Got their names, that's a 9th one. If you're used to dealing with terrorists, you know a thing or two about planning a terror attack. Maylander, report. All potential vantage points within sniping range of Rhinelab have been secured. You have neutralized 9 snipers and 11 disguised assassins. Good lord, that's a lot. Continue to monitor the area around Rhinelab. Roads, vehicles, pedestrians, leave no stone unturned. So it was Maylander in the end. Roger. The Vice President has entered the Rhine building. It will be difficult for us to deploy directly inside the building. Do you intend to be on the scene personally? No. I got a message from a colleague. There's somewhere else that I need to be. Share intel with Doctor of Rose Island. Follow any orders issued by the Doctor. Acknowledge. Damn, bro. Tin Man got hands. Ooh. We got the swords. This one makes 7. Are you okay, Rasmontis? Just mass-produced power armor, Doctor. Don't worry, it won't take too much effort. This is probably the most expressive that Rasmontis sprite has ever been, huh? The serial numbers match the ones that the defense section lost, but 5 are still unaccounted. Should we keep looking? We need to eliminate them before they leave the secret passage, right? They'll cause chaos if they get out, even if they can't get to the Vice President. Good work, Rasmontis! How do you think of using the access permissions granted by Mulesius to check the defense section's equipment log? Oh my god, they did not need it to make it that small. Just going down the list of possible options, I didn't expect to strike gold on the first try. I didn't think the assassins would throw acid at the Vice President disguised as researchers. Let's go with the first one. I see. Something feels off. These mechs seem cautious in their movements, okay? Just expand it, guys. No need to make it so small. This one's bigger. Okay, whatever. It doesn't seem so much an assassination attempt as movement, Doctor. Ooh, those are huge eyes, man. Power armor? No. Who could be in a secret passage at this hour? Hold it, Rasmontis. Saria. Doctor, Operator Rasmontis, what are you doing here? I see. Sorry, Doctor. I've been maintaining radio silence because I had infiltrated Rhine to retrieve data for Calcit. As for Calcit's whereabouts, I have no idea either. Remaining power armor. I destroyed 5 before running into you and the doctor. That makes a total of 12, which matches the number that the defense section lost. And so I went to find someone. Hello. I'm guessing the feeling of being dragged out of a suit of power armor is not something you want to experience again, Reggie. What orders did Ferdinand give you? He only wanted to borrow a few suits of power armor. Ferdinand can't be trusted. What about you? How do I trust someone who repeatedly ignores the rules that she sets, showing up at Rhine whenever she wants, who abandoned all her responsibilities? Well, touché. He took over defense when you left. He paid our wages for the past few years. He remembers our names, our hobbies, even gives us gifts every once in a while. Ferdinand may have been an asshole. But I have to say, Director Saria, that asshole paid our bills. Pretty much freaking capitalism in a nutshell, huh? The asshole paid our bills. The Vice President is still inside Rhine. You know the consequences if something happens. You must check everything that Ferdinand may have touched. Just the 10 suits of power armor, you have my word. 10? I destroyed 7, Saria destroyed 5. That's impossible. Ferdinand only borrowed 10. I watched him enter the commands myself. What kind of man is Ferdinand, Saria? Proud, arrogant, thinks himself better than everyone else. But if there's one thing that sets him above other people, it's that he actually puts his boasts into action. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't think those 10 mechs are for assassinating the Vice President. What? As for the 2 extra ones, looks like he and the army are on guard against each other. Ferdinand didn't want the Vice President assassinated at Rhine Lab, but he still wants it. Okay. Looks like he and the army are on guard. Let's go. Different sections that throw with each other. We got Mainlander, we got the army, we got each section of Rhine Lab. Okay, right now we're up. What does that mean? That means going up is good. So we need it to go down. Allegedly. Yep, he moves so much faster when he goes up. Gotcha. Who can I put there that can like sustain itself? The heck with it.
Picked out your bait yet?
Alright. I should count this.
We can't hide your fear.
He moves so slow. Put it to 총이야.
We create a diversion.
Really lucky. Let's go.
Arrived at designated position.
Face down. Wow, they really step on that. Okay, I'm assuming the next tutorial is gonna show me that this is a roadblock.
Take
We don't need
the lead.
anyone else
The rest
anyway.
is up to you guys.
Oh my god, even the big guys move so fast. Destroy him, monster. Oh right, you're facing down, I'm dumb.
It's not my wish to take lives.
What's the monster?
Okay, this guy's the one that has a jetpack.
At your command.
Oh, what are you guys doing there? Illegal.
Mission accomplished.
Ujara and Mark Max? I feel like I'm a kid in classroom, having a science lesson for the first time. It's no hyperbole at all to say that science is the future of Columbia. I regret not being able to stay longer and hear about your other projects. You're always welcome at Ryan Labs, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Director Jara. I hope my visit doesn't cause too much inconvenience. Kind of you to say so. It was a pleasure to be your tour guide today. Having the famous Marianne Blake as our tour guide alone makes this trip to Trimonts worthwhile. Blake. Are you anyway connected to Colonel Blake? Between the two of us, I'm a pretty big fan of yours. I have an autographed poster of your debut film on the office wall. Really? A present from my wife when I was elected. Kindly make a note to follow up with the special district government about Ryan Lab's application for a new research facility. Will do, sir. Guess that will be it for today, Miss Jara. I wish you a pleasant stay at Trimonts. Thank you. May the sun shine on the next day as it has today. Come on, match that photo, bot. Mr. Vice President, what do you think about your trip to Rhine today? Ask your questions in order, please. We have 10 minutes. There's no rush. That's probably a rush. 10 minutes is not that much. You heard me right. I'm clapping. Vice President's visit bolsters Ryan Lab's claim as industry leader. The headlines write themselves. The tour concluded without incident. The Vice President will leave Ryan Lab in 10 minutes. Doctor? Fucking golf clap over here. Hey, it's the underground. Got the map you sent, Doctor? So there's a secret passage that leads right to the underground structure, but it's not in the plans that Meosis gave you? Leave it to me. I've been sitting here twiddling my thumbs while you and Rasmontes have fun with the power armor up there. You didn't even see a shadow. Zarya is coming for me? Then I have to go to the underground structure too. The Vice President is leaving in a few minutes, right? Can't take any risks. Ifrit, moving out, Doctor. When you whisper. I'm back. How are things up there? Not sure, I didn't quite make it up to the surface, but there was no commotion. I'm guessing the attack failed. What about us? We activated the jammers and aren't supporting any other units. I don't think anyone is coming here. Ferdinand's route was very well concealed. Let's carry out the plan. It's almost time. Explosives. Set up while you were scouting. 2 tubes of advanced plastic explosives, enough to breach the containment structure. You know, I thought Ferdinand wanted to come back to Rhine Lab, but this is the liquefied Originum pipeline used by his energy section. Colonel says he's stuck in the same boat as us. He has no choice. Don't really see the point of blowing this up now, though. The Vice President should have left Rhine Lab by now. What good will blowing up the Originum pipes in the underground structure do? Colonel has his plans. All we need to do is follow orders. Who goes there? A kid. Oh, I just realized she has like a bonsai plant here that says do not fire. That's funny. Looks like the doctor's intel was good. Hey you, I don't know why you're hiding here, but I think you ought to surrender now. You lost contact with all units? Yes sir, sudden comms failure. Vice President and his retinue. The press, no sign that anything is amiss. Looks like our guys were neutralized before they could move. Reports indicate that our operations within Rhine are also being disrupted by the sudden appearance of some power arm. We're also losing signal from the cameras on the streets. We're losing control of the scene, sir. Yes, I think he knows that. So our best laid plans are like a sieve to the intelligence network of the Maylander Foundation. It's basically the army versus the CIA, huh? It's not surprising that they're able to respond, given how hastily this assassination plan was hatched. Should we pull out, sir? They're bound to trace the trail back here, sooner or later. No hurry. Mr. Vice President said he would like to have a nice chat with top researchers. I intend to oblige him. Situation at C1 and C2? Still in position, signal stable. Activate the remote control on the top right of the panel, Riker. Yes, sir. Remote control Blake referred to is a mundane mechanical button, fitted with an old-fashioned safety lock. The soldier enters the password and the cover pops open, revealing the red button. What is this, sir? Remote control for the explosives that will blow up the containment around the liquefied originum pipes. Look at the screen. According to the routes that Ferdinand provided, the energy section has several liquefied originum pipelines running through the west wing of Rhinelab. Rhinelab Engineering does a thorough job. In addition to standard safety measures, there are also underground containment structures that prevent chain reactions in the event of a leak. The original plan was to cause a leak with an explosion, creating a chance for operatives on the ground to approach Jackson. By chance, however, Jackson's convoy will cross over one of these pipelines on the way back. Bit too shoddy for me. Your Rhinelab staff? I heard the defense section has a lot of bad-tempered people, but I'm surprised they would hire a kid so young. I told you to surrender. I didn't say you could talk. I'll try to short-stop of turning you to ashes. The doctor and Saria may want to question you after all. Wait, is that a flamethrower? Stop, there are liquefied originum pipes all around us. So that's what's going on. Whoop. Zoom in the Ifrit. The flaming red Sabragal makes her decision in a split second. She re-engages the flamethrower's safety locks and swings it hard at the one on the left. Then she charges towards the one on the right, catches the side of his face with her fist. In the time it takes for a flame to flicker, Ifrit is back on her 2 feet again, dusting off her palms. She beat the shit out of it. I think my nose is broken. Run, kid. What? What's that sound? Damn, he started the countdown. Less than 1 minute left. Ah, boom. P1 and C2 make it back? Their contributions will be remembered, as well as all others who give their lives for this day. But Colonel, it's an entire convoy. 5 cars, a dozen people in the retinue, possibly even Rhine staff members and reporters, and other passers-by. You have your orders, Riker. Classic, co-intel pro over here, but I'll hit the switch myself. That's my job. Your job is to report as soon as you can get a signal from C1 and C2. I won't defend myself if I stand trial for this someday. So I'm not going to waste my time explaining myself to my soldiers now. Yes, sir. You have the signal. The Vice President's convoy is reaching the target area on the west side of Rhinelab. Colonel? He places his hand on the cold mechanical button. A chill runs up his finger, and he pauses for a couple of seconds. The soldier glances at his superior officer, whose brow is furrowed behind his sunglasses. The soldier realizes that his commander is even more anxious than he is. Damn it, Altel. Well, he presses the button. There is no sound, only an explosion on some of the screens. On the tiny screen, the collapsing streets were like foam boards underneath bubbling flame. Then the screen goes black, camera destroyed by flying debris. There is no sound, but Blake and the soldier could hear the deafening boom in their heads. Well, the surface should be close, but I can't see the path with all these stone slabs in the way. Hey, are you two okay? Oh no, a chain explosion. Ifrit? Ifrit hears a familiar voice through the echoes of the explosion and the falling rubble. Saria, I'm here. I hear you, hang in there. I have a lock. Ifrit can hear Saria's voice shaking. Something touches her fingertips in the darkness. Calcium crystals, Saria's original marks. Like a stream of water, the crystals fills the gap in the rubble, then expand, releasing a sickening crack. Saria has forced an opening in the collapsed structure. Ooh, that was a really good way to describe that. A hand reaches down from above. Ifrit grabs it and feels it pull her up, while the calcium tunnel shatters behind her. Don't move. I'm fine, just a little dusty. Your face, were you crying? I wasn't crying, just a little anxious, that's all. Alright. Your hands are dusty too, Saria. You're making my face even dirtier. Oh, sorry. And these two? They were the ones who planted the bomb that blew up the liquefied originum pipeline, so I brought them out. But I couldn't stop the explosion. You did well. You really did. What is it, Ifrit? Hello, Silence? Oh boy. Reunion time. Silence? What are you doing here? Silence. Why are you here? Mr. Vice President, Mr. Pavard, it's safe to go now. The convoy? Just a couple of mechs blown up, no need to worry. This car has been modified by the engineering section. May not look much, but you can trust it. I'll have you brought your driver's license, Mr. Pavard. We'll take a special passage on the east side. We'll plan a new route for you. The rest of your retinue will... Okay, I keep saying retinue. Is it retinue? Yeah, retinue. The rest of your retinue will return in small groups once the dust has settled. Was the explosion expected? No, we wouldn't have allowed an explosion of this size to occur if we knew about it in advance. Ryan Lab and the Maylander Foundation's work isn't done until you're back safely after your residence. The enemy has more than one plan, and we have more than one contingency. Very good. I just don't want to see another Triton in the headlines tomorrow. There's no need to worry, we already have a plan in place for the press. Once again, I wish you a pleasant stay in Trimax. Thank you. Zoop, see ya.
当たり前だ。
Naturally. So the English voice went? Second one, huh? Oh wait. Oh, I can't click from here? No, really? Come on, game. Oops, wrong one, so. Investigation complete. 10%. Greeting gift. I have no idea what these mean. I can't read that. This one's report. This one is beige. It's a moon and its faces. Okay. Here. Here's another one. Investigate. Oh. CW5. Gotcha. Restless waves. Danger rushes in like a tidal. Sure. Okay, hold up actually. Okay. Silence. Final. Ever since I entered the city, I've been wondering where I would get to see you. Silence? Ifrit, come over here. Don't worry, Silence. I'm all good here. Good enough to knock out a row of bad guys while carrying you in one arm and running laps around them. If you don't believe me, I'll even carry Saria with my other arm just to prove it. Ha! Ha! Stop speaking for a bit. You'll affect the drone readings. Oh, okay. Silence lowers her head to examine Ifrit, just like she used to, with the same meticulous and gentle manner as ever. But Ifrit still feels very nervous. She has never been scared of Silence getting angry at her. One of the first things she learned growing up was that Silence's anger stemmed from a concern for her. She knows that after Silence is angry, she helps her take care of the things that were doing her harm, and helps her chase off the things that were scaring her. It was not real anger. But Ifrit is scared of this silent silence. When Silence does not show an ounce of anger, and rather is quieter than usual, she realizes something must have hit Silence's limit. The skies in Triamont are always gloomy and grey, and the storm clouds are as big as monsters. No wonder you used to always walk into my room with your hair all drenched. Oh, and hot dogs. Do you like them? The doctor bought some for me and Rosmontes, and I want to try one with strawberry flavored syrup. Silence. I decided to come here myself. I bothered Dr. Calcid about it for a long time. I also wrote the doctor a super long letter. I completed all my courses and trainings in the last few years. I can do a whole lot of missions, just like you and Saria. Blood Iridium crystal density has slightly increased. What are the estimated rates of increase for that and for cell fusion assimilation? For now, they're within controllable ranges. We won't know the rest of the results until Ifrit returns to the landship for a comprehensive examination. You want me to return to the landship. You guys still don't trust me. No, Ifrit, I trust you. But there shouldn't be a need for any buts here with Saria around. 4 years ago, I was in this very city and under the very same signboard. I almost lost you forever. Back then, she was at your side too, no different than right now. But I lived, and I've been living good. Saria protected me, so this time I can protect you and everyone with her. Ifrit, listen to Silence. She's your doctor and you should trust her the most. But I trust you too. I trust the doctor and Rosmontes too. There's no difference in the amount of trust I have in you guys. Saria, I saw you the other day. You were with that mysterious man in a trench coat at Triton Factory in District 13. And on the very same day, something fell from the sky. So you were there too. Just another Rhine-related secret experiment, right? Of course you won't answer. Because this is you trying to protect me and Ifrit. Just 10 minutes ago, Ifrit stopped an assassination attempt on the Vice President. What? I'm not trying to conceal information from you, Silence, but what I have on hand is also very limited. There are simply too many different factions involved in this, and all I can do is try my best to prevent the situation from deteriorating even further. You must put this back on the right track. I've heard that line from Director Saria too many times. You were always in control of the situation back at Rhine Lab, but those horrifying experiments kept popping up one after another. There will always be someone hurt by the ambitions of another, and these wounds won't simply be healed by criminals' charges and trials, not to mention a trial that should never have happened in the first place. I can't help but wonder, when you people finally extinguish this fire, just how many will be left lying in the ruins, breathing their last breaths, just like Ifrit was? You perceive the situation more thoroughly and clearly than I can, but you still choose out of habit to help them control. You hope to minimize any damage and preferably shrink it until it becomes unnoticeable, rather than put a stop to the immorality at its source. I can't deny that. Saria, I've been waiting years to ask you a question. Your inability to make a genuine stand against Rhine. Is it because deep in your bones, you've always been the same as them? The same as Control? Oh, Sniper. Silence, get down. Ifrit. What? Saria? White calcium crystals float before her eyes. They had briefly protected her and Ifrit just moments ago, but now they disintegrate silently as the caster falls. Sniper? Who this? Just a random sniper? Confirmed hit on the target. Great. This high-powered energy weapon is capable of blasting a hole open through an armored vehicle, and yet it wasn't able to penetrate her arts. This damned Voivre and her arts are tough as shit, harder than power armor. You mean to say there's a possibility she might survive? Heh. Possibility. I'm so fed up with that word. All those researchers tossing it around. What I want is results. Definite results. Then what happened with the Vice President? Maylander won't give us a second chance. The op team is still on standby. Should we order them to withdraw? No need. Give them something else to do. Just like how we dealt with that eyesore for Voivre. Don't let anyone causing chaos in Rhine get off scot-free. It's time for these idiots who think they can do whatever they want with us, who think they can do whatever they want with just a few companies under the belts to wake up. No one can challenge the Colombian army's authority on Colombian soil and get away with it. Move. Oh, he's here now. Blake, I didn't give you Ryan's contracts for you to drag it to the gutter. Which is why you've used your channels within Rhine. The guilty are often the first to complain, Ferdinand. Are you aware of our current situation? Someone disrupted the intel and the detonator went off too early. And now reporters have already spun the story that this has nothing to do with Jackson at all. What did you say? I said the assassination failed. Are you satisfied? Come on, Ferdinand. Put away whatever weapon you're hiding. Do you really think you can even leave a scratch on me? Relax, I don't blame you. Blake passed Ferdinand's cheek twice. Oh my god. Ferdinand expected Blake's eyes to be filled with a murderous intent, but to his surprise, all he sees is a smile. Carrying out an assassination within Rhine, given our current intel, would have been extremely difficult, even without your meddling. And even now, that company is all that's on your mind. Loyalty to your own desires isn't necessarily a bad thing, though. I'm serious, Ferdinand. It's an admirable trait. You're fit to be a soldier. But now that we've failed, all of it, this is just the beginning. It's a good thing that Melander has us pinned down. Do you know just how many of my superiors have been waiting ages to strike out against them? Before the situation spirals out of control, our losses will only win me more support. And if things really spiral, trust me, you don't want to know how things will end for me. Of course, I can't guarantee how they'll end for you either. I'll stick to our agreement to help you find Kristen. We can still turn the tables once we have her in our grasp. That goes for the both of us, and Ryan too. I'll go meet with Jara. Sure, by all means. Let's see if it's luck or fate that will catch up to us first. Squad A, search that side. Squad B, conduct a search over here. Our targets are a hooded figure with no weapon and a feline girl able to use highly lethal arts. They doing in Rhine. Doctor, my terminal lit up. That means it's time for me and Ifrit to meet up, but I can't sense her presence. She probably found Saria. Rhine should be safe for now. This place isn't safe at all. Wow, she has a lot of worried faces in this one. There are too many laboratories here. They all have the same white walls, just like a maid's. Ifrit hates this kind of place the most. Whenever she talks about those memories, her breaths become shorter and her hands get cooler than usual. I want to go find her. I don't want to see my friend get hurt. These walls aren't so tough. Just give me the order and I can get you out of here easily. Let's not be too hasty. Hello, Justin? Hold up. Thank you very much for choosing not to smash up our walls. We imported the material from Kazimierz. They're very expensive. There's no need to be so nervous, little girl. As you can clearly see, I'm only a businessman. Nothing but a fountain pen and a wallet in my pocket. Hello there. I didn't expect to see you here, Director Fitzroy. Sure enough, my next meeting just happens to be around the corner, so I figured I would greet our guests on my way over. Areas C and D have been searched. There's a ton of conference rooms in front. Prepare to check them one by one. Oh wow, her ears perked up. Enemies in the corridors, and a lot of them too. Give me the order, Doctor. Wait, we have company. A hero working behind the scenes to prevent a terrible conspiracy, but soon to become the target of a clandestine arrest. Columbia, these sorts of stories are common enough, and such a script wouldn't fetch a good price in rank would. At the end of the day, is it a party being obstructed by the establishment and wanting to punish them for it? Or the other party dispatching a commission to let this yet-to-be-exposed deal sink into the abyss? What do you think? Seems like there's no need for guesses here. They all have reasons to investigate us. You included. Surely you show up here at this moment for more than a greeting. Oops, would you just look at the time? They're waiting for me to start our meeting. I hope I haven't disrupted your plans too much just by stalling you a bit. Bruh. Doctor, please stand back. I'm going to begin attacking. Director Fitzroy. My friends call me Justin Jr. Justin Jr. The military seeing us together won't be good for you. What if I told them that the young and beautiful feline lady by your side has something to do with a top-secret military experiment that should rightfully be covered in dust and long unused? Is that a reminder from a friend? The choice lies with you. Do remind me, just how many of our excellent employees have you already poached from Rhinelab? Was it 8 or 10? Jara has been thinking about getting acquainted with whoever runs your HR. Since Rose Islands and Rhinelab have been cooperating so closely, the next time we meet, I might even have a contract for you with an offer you can't refuse. Rhode Island thanks you for your interest. Alright, I won't bother you, Miss Feline here any longer. By the way, Doctor, after you get back, please do ask Mulesis a question for me. When she goes out to eat, what's her preferred cuisine? Only one conference room left. Target is most likely inside. Prepare to breach. Sam? Did you hear a sound just now? What sound? Sound of water. Ah, how wonderful it is. It's a lively energy, strong enough to fight even fate itself. Okay, she's like the Damasty cluster, man. Saria, she's not responding. No way. Her head suffered a serious impact, and though her vital signs are there, she's still in critical condition. She needs emergency treatment. Ifrit, help me lift her arms. Ugh, so heavy. Another one. Don't even think about hurting Saria again. Thanks, I can burn a way out for us, and we can go try and meet up with the doctor. No, the people watching us are definitely also after Rosal. What are you doing here? Knew it. Yes, military is already inside Rhine, and your friends might not be able to protect you. I don't know about that one. Jara. Come with me, kids. I can't just sit by and watch the other founder of Rhine Lab fall here. Mr. Vice President, Congress called back. It's regarding the bill to dismantle those military bases. They're ready to move the hearing up. In addition, the justice who reached out to us earlier has hinted that she's willing to cooperate with us to overturn the previous ruling. The military is going to pay for their recklessness. We have an optimistic estimate that Colonel Blake will be out of Tri-Mounts within the next 12 hours. Everything is waiting for a decision, sir. Call should be coming in, Pavard. Hello? Yes, this is the Vice President's temporary office. Yes, he's right next to me. Yes? Mr. Vice President, it's... Hand it over. I know who's looking for me. Alright. I understand. I feel the same. I'm not about to let everyone down at this critical juncture. Mr. Vice President, about the bill. Shelve it. There's no need to put this matter on the agenda for the next 6 months. Is that an order from the Maylander Foundation? Havard, how many casualties were there in that mess from your report? We eliminated 30 military operatives. Jesus, that's a lot. How much money do we spend on training these soldiers every year? 3 million to train a combat-ready man to DoD standards, sir. So we basically just lost 90 million in cash and 30 outstanding talents. That's right. There's no need to ask whose orders it is. It's a decision that's in their best interest in Columbia. Go get me a meeting with Blake. It's time for us and the DoD to work together. Understood. Together, huh? I'll always remember the day the election results came in, when I thought smugly to myself that I could finally sit behind the desk of my dreams. And I received the biggest shock of my life. Back then, I almost thought my country was caught up in a huge conspiracy. But I come to realize that that's not what's happened. Columbia isn't wrapped up in any conspiracy, and Maylander isn't the shadow government I thought it was. It's just silly things happening in an orderly way. That's what makes it seem like we've been making real progress. But I'm still just a regular guy. Every now and then, something crazy pops up into my head. If I really was caught in that explosion then, would I be remembered as a martyr for Columbia? Or just tossed into the dustbin of history as some incompetent politician? What do you think? The Vice President looks around the empty office, as if waiting for the omnipresent heir to answer his question. Then the man standing so close to the apex of Colombian power sighs. The military won't be bothering you any longer, so why the long face? Oh, Heya, you're a difficult woman to reach. Sorry about that. My boss, who I've not seen in a long time, has popped over on to Tri-Mounts. I needed some time to compile my reports. I'm afraid the Tin Man has forgot to send me any copies. That's why I've come to answer your question personally. As long as it's something I know, I'm happy to tell all. Alright, you're the primary representative for the Milan Foundation's Rhine Lab desk. So tell me, where exactly is the main instigator of all this malarkey? Where is Kristen Wright right now? Malarkey. She's in a place that not even the finest of Columbia's commandos are able to reach. A place never documented by the Maylander Foundation. There's nowhere in Colombia like that. It's not on any map of the country, at least for now. Even though the location might overlap with our territory, it is truly out of our line of sight. So you mean, Mr. Vice President, you are no doubt familiar with Project Exploration, an archaeological undertaking spanning multiple years led by the Maylander Historical Association, or rather, our Tin Man. Those ancient ruins buried under the vast wasteland. Exactly. Coincidentally, we also came across this information during a recent raid operation on Rhine-related personnel. Exploration records. These records are currently in the hands of a former executive of Rhine Lab, a close friend of Kristen Wright's, as well as an offshore company with an existing criminal record in Colombia. That's us. And it is the most coincidental thing that this company called Rhodes Island has a working relationship with my dear leader, the Tin Man. Damn, this Tin Man guy is some top-notch stuff, huh? A water purification and circulation system. You could also call it a sewage drain. It used to have another name, Locus of Sorcin, once the most primitive weapons of witchcraft from the TCAS. So that's its actual full name. To think that it was installed on the Pioneer team's nomadic temporary housing. Though it's certain that the device's core components have already long been lost. All that is left are the outermost pipes, and you people had a reasonable idea of how to recycle it. I'll take that as a compliment on behalf of the Colombians, madame. This country has gone through hard times. During their great expansion when supplies were scarce, every object was classified into only one of two qualities, useful or useless. This may be a medium of some magnificent memory in your eyes, but to the ordinary people living in Colombia, they are useful pipes that will not be rusting anytime soon. After all, no matter how old an object is or how great an era it has seen, those unable to be comprehended by people of the current era will be no different from scrap. Our own levels of understanding are but restricted by our own time and space. You and I are not exempt either, and the same goes for Kristen Wright. She couldn't have drawn her power from a TCAS-like legacy, and whatever outside force she has borrowed power from is much more powerful than that. There are still 32 technologies waiting to be ruled out. Most of these are not on the Maylander Historical Association's exploration records. I presume you won't be needing my company for whatever is coming next? Sure enough, but this will not affect our partnership with Maylander. Yes indeed, this has always been your way of going about things. You're hoping that Kristen will not get hold of that technology, but you also hope that Colombia won't be able to prematurely pocket that fortune for ourselves. Still the same as always, selfless and neutral. I have one more thing to ask of you. We can discuss that first, madame. Doctor and those two girls. As you've said, there are some roles that only I can take. I'd like to trouble you to take care of them when it's inconvenient for me to do so. Oh, I've misjudged you. You have changed after all, madame. You're more humane than you once were. No one or thing is forever unchangeable, Revenant. Mr. Tin Man. All we can do is to accept these changes. Revenant? Why is he called Revenant? Very curious. I should really read the manga then. Hey doctor, you good? I should rein in the water and not let it enter the respiratory tract. Or could it be that my skills have gotten rusty after not using them for so long? The doctor probably bumped that hood on something and passed out. Ah, so sorry. It's all because of that Justin Jr. He suddenly dumped a stack of papers on me. Said all the directors have to fill them out or we won't get our funding for next year. I was close. I almost didn't make it. Didn't make it to what? Oh, you're awake, Doctor. Good morning. No, good evening. I remember being in the ventilation duct. Yep, I was manipulating my water around when I knew you were in trouble. Until you were about to be discovered when I found you, so I wrapped you up in water and brought you here. I was in such a hurry, so excuse the bumpy ride, okay? I owe you one. You saved me once, and now I've got your back. Oh, who knows whose turn it'll be next? That's right, now you just woke up, but I gotta tell you some bad news. It seems like Saria got attacked at the same time you were. What about Ifrit? Ifrit should be fine and dandy, but Saria... I'm not sure about the specifics, but that's Saria, you know? Harder than diamonds. She wouldn't be in any serious danger, right? The big question is what you do next. You must have got the feeling that once the military gives you a warning, they don't give up so easily. So your situation here is... Actually, Rhodes Island's situation is far from hunky-dory. Smontis. Smontis? Outside. The corridor. Someone is walking towards us. Huh? But I was so cautious on the way here. The army couldn't possibly have tailed us that easily. Or could it be the mainlander guys, like Sir Tin Can and his pets? Secret agents like to pop up like this, don't they? Smontis, is it the Tin Man? I don't know. I don't feel anything special. The feeling I'm getting is, very normal. Miosis, can you take a good look around the area? Want me to send a few eyes out there? You got it. Logan frickin' Williams. Finally. Sorry, am I late? I wanted to see you as soon as you got the tri-mounts. Unfortunately, my work took much longer than I expected. You're... Wait, I remember that mug from the docks. You're Logan Williams? Uh-oh. Logan? Yes, it is I. You must have received my letter, Narcissa? Who is Narcissa? My name is Rosmontis. It's my only name. You, no matter what. What's important is that you've come. To tell the truth, I've been a bit nervous ever since I sent the letter. To see that you're willing to meet me makes me a very happy man. Oh boy. Areas, hold on. Just a bit. Whatever that is. Come on. The hammer is part of the Arc 1 project. It receives energy from the ground and fires it at the target, able to reach a range beyond most Terrans' reckoning. Huh? Oh. I need to save it. Dang it. E4. Rising waves. Go with the flow or against it. Oh wow. It's like a thorn stage to me. Tony? You wrote the letter. You wanted me to come here? Yes, my child. I even wanted to go looking for you myself. But time is short, so I had no choice but to have a friend deliver that letter to Rhodes Island. Yes, Rhodes Island. That's what it was. And after the disaster, I heard that organization took you in. Have they been treating you well? They are my family. Dr. Calcit, Amiya, the Doctor, Blaze, Radian, and everyone in the squad are all my family. So you mean you found a new family? Real man cuffs violent. His naturally crooked body seems to droop even lower. He stares at Rosmontis as if wanting to go move to her, but a thin wall of water stops him in his tracks. Neosis knows who she is, and so do you. This is the very same name that cropped up many times in Rosmontis' files. A criminal that should have been well behind bars has suddenly appeared before you, acting as a grandparent, rushing to visit his grandchild after work. Came here alone to find Rosmontis. This is what I wanted. Nothing to do with anyone else. Let me get a good look at you. You've grown up, girl. Over the past 4 years. No, it should be 5 soon enough. I've thought of you so many times while we've been apart. Whenever I think about the time we were separated from each other, I just feel so sorry. A lot of coughing, sir. I'm sorry that I can't protect you from them. Those mediocre hacks with their superficial goals, they destroyed the future we could have had together. A future? Were we supposed to live together? But I don't remember it. Did I remember this? I record everything I don't want to forget in my terminal. You've forgotten who I am. Have you lost all your memories and forgotten the wrongs I've done? Are you a bad man? Did you do something bad to me? That's not for me to answer, my child. Yes, you did. It will make this meeting meaningless. Your memory loss, it should not have been an effect of the experiments. Could there have been another party? Maylander? Or perhaps Ryan? Aim those eyes my way, Mr. Williams. I'm just a teensy-weensy director of ecology. Besides, even if the old gold was here, his precarious code of ethics wouldn't be any worse than yours, right? This has nothing to do with ethics. What do you mean? Oh, Xylan, did you wipe the girl's memories and manipulate her emotions? I won't dignify that with a response. Yes, you couldn't have done that. It was my work after all. I was so meticulous that no one could have possibly stripped away such an important part of her when her vitals were functioning normally. Oh, I see now. It was me after all? Perhaps I didn't make enough observations. Yes, we didn't have the luxury of time. The pressure of consciousness is honestly beyond anything a layman could comprehend. Or could it be that you passed your memories onto your sibling? I don't know how to answer you. There must be a way. Let me think. Any fragment of that incident is beyond meaningless, same as the records and data. They all belong in the garbage dump. But emotions, shapes, scents. Oh yes, smells. That's it. A floral scent? It smells like crushed juice smeared on the walls and on my hands. No. Stop thinking about it. I don't want this. Yes, I knew it. I'm still somewhere in your memories. Please, child, bring out those memories. Remember your hatred for me. Let your anger fill your body, your mind, your omnipresent spirit. Stop. You're hurting Rosmontis. Hurting her. No, her pain comes from the past, not the present. I only want to give her the gift she's been longing for. This is not a gift. Do you actually understand her pain? Everything you know about her and her experiences is second-hand information from Mayland. Don't you think she has the right to be angry, to hold resentment? Oh, I know. Both you and Maylander are walking the same path. You want her easy to control because you're afraid of her. Afraid of... a weapon of reignited anger. Weapon. Everything you experienced with Rosmontis and Chernobyl comes flooding back before your eyes. The fight's desperate with determination to live alongside the pain of farewells. Yes, you've heard the term used many a time in the past to describe the feline girl by your side. She felt it was harsh before, but this time it's unbearable. Because it came out of Loken Williams' mouth, the root cause that led Rosmontis here in the first place. You have many ideas on how to refute his claims. It also occurs to you that if Halsett were here, she would be capable of coming up with an even more extensive response. But another thought comes to mind before your words. Okay, beat the shit out of him, punch him. Huh. I see you're outraged by my words. That's fine. You're not willing to think of her as a weapon. But just look at her. She's standing in front of you, even wielding a sword for you. You got mad. Doctor, please get behind me. My sword might be able to pierce through the building's outer wall. Spawn tissue. Enemies. There are enemies closing in quickly. I'll protect you, Doctor. My mind still feels like it's a mess. Up. But Dr. Calcit and Amiya told me my mental state is a lot more stable now. They allowed me to protect. And this is one thing I can definitely do. Thank you. Doctor of Rhodes Island. If you truly care for her, then you should know what she really needs. Just ask yourself this. What are you trying to protect? A soldier that would die for you, or a child with a traumatic past? The question is not difficult to answer, but it is obvious that Loken is not interested in your reply. From the moment he stepped into the room, he has been staring directly at the white feline girl next to you. His turbid gaze full of enthusiasm, sorrow, and a certain kind of anticipation. Here come the power suits. They're here. Such a pity that this is the end of our meet. You're not ready yet, my child, but I know you will be. I'll be waiting for you at home. Hold it. You actually caught up. No, you were waiting for me. Which one of you is your true self? The silent one in the room earlier, or the one right here? That's not important. The original marks are quite interesting. Perhaps... No, forget it. I don't have time for this curiosity. Do you have business with me, director of Rhine Lab? Where's Kristen? Ah, but you're the Rhine one here. Are you sure you should be asking me that? The only way you could have gotten out of prison is with her help. Your being here means the work she entrusted to you is already complete. She's done preparing, right? She's really planning to... Pitiful girl. Hey, I'm not about to let a rotten geezer who looks like he hasn't showered in 3 days call me pitiful. Astonished, unwilling, and anxious, you're afraid, little girl. You're afraid of being betrayed by those you trust and of being abandoned by others. Well, the worst is your confusion. You're such a complete loss that you have no choice but to ask an outsider like me. Such a familiar feeling it is. My teacher handed all my research to Maylander when he expelled me from the academy. My students submitted all my data to the military before I did, and I had to speed up my experiments, leading to that ultimate failure. When my family sold everything we had in DC and disappeared, I saw that very same look in the mirror. My eye bags can't be that bad. I just don't get it. Why would she trust that wretched woman from Maylander and you over Saria or... Ugh. Are you stalling for time here? If you're waiting for all Hayak to pick you up, I won't necessarily lose, you know? Don't want me for an enemy, girl. Huh? You really think you could stop Kristen and I just by catching up to me? Or maybe you want to catch me to catch Kristen. Yosis falls into a daze. Loken turns his back and yet she still doesn't act. Only when the familiar wind caresses her face so mockingly does she realize that Loken is no longer anywhere to be seen on the streets. I let him go. What am I doing? Ooh, too indecisive. Nope. Water. Yosi? Oh, doctor? I'm right here. Heard everything you said crystal clear. Yes, sirree. Your clone managed to stop Loken. Is your clone in danger? Clone? Yes, my clone outside. Doctor, you guessed right. They couldn't have let such a terminally ill old man come here by himself. Before his assistants got him away, I only managed to get one thing. Loken Williams is definitely involved in Kristen's plans. A home that Loken spoke of, a secret that Maylander and the army are scrambling. Home that Loken spoke of? The puzzle pieces are overlapping, and they're pointing right at Kristen Wright's hideout. Doctor, your terminal. There's a new message. Nylander has some new information to share with us. What a coinkydink. I like the way she talked. I was just wondering where we were gonna see the Tin Man again. You got roughed up by the army because of him, so it's only right that he should make it up to you, isn't it? Osmontes, are you ready to proceed with the mission? Yeah, I'm fine. Ulysses? Huh? Thank you for helping Rosmontes. Haha. Our cooperation is far from over, so you're going to wear out those words. You keep standing on ceremony, you know? Doctor, do you really trust me so much? What did you say? Nothing. Alright, let's get moving. Silence. Is the temperature okay? Not too hot? You're controlling it very well. Saya's body temperature has stabilized, and she should be out of danger. Ifrit, you should rest for a bit. Using original arts for a long time will wear you out. No, I'm staying with Zarya. I still remember back in the White Room. She kept me company when I was stuck in that bed. I was always in pain. My mind was totally messed up, and I couldn't stop myself from burning everything I saw. I don't even have a clear picture of every visit. I just know that every time I opened my eyes, she would be there at my bedside, and I felt so relieved. So now I want to stay here and keep her company. Even though she won't open her eyes, I'm sure she can feel that I'm here. I'm sure she can. She just needs a bit more sleep. Something still feels off. What's wrong? I just realized Zarya isn't that much taller than I am, and also her palms are soft, with such pretty nails too, just like your hands, Silence. Yes? Zarya is of course an ordinary human. I'm afraid she's quite far from ordinary. Director Jara. She prefers to solve problems by herself, without a word. She always keeps a straight face that deters people from voicing their opinions. Would you like to make a guess just how many employees from Defense I had to offer psychological counseling year after year? Are you unhappy with Zarya? Unhappy? One year I asked Kristen if she was set on transferring a researcher to make the head of the defense section. Guess what the woman there did when she found out? He threw 3 dozen listening devices onto my desk and right in my face, shattered them to pieces with her newly developed arts. An unfortunate thing, as a couple of them were operating on behalf of some of our dear government departments. They were just a little wary of such a rapidly progressing tech company. I was happy to share some controllable information with them to get them to ease up a little. Spent some time dealing with the trouble that came with the incident, but who could deny the determination and skill of that young Voivod? I guess Zarya's always been like that. Sure enough, many years have come and gone, and if you compare her then and now, it doesn't seem like there's been much development. She's the most resolute and determined woman I know. Ever since she wasn't, I've watched her and Kristen walk their paths, and I'm well aware just how decisive and strong she is. But even such an outstanding individual can't stand against the whole damned country. If you let her take on these obstacles she hasn't overcome in all this time, she'll only be smashed to bits. Here. Arknights. Take Zarya and Ifrit and leave before it's too late. Zarya wouldn't want that. No, she wouldn't. But I'm not talking to Zarya right now. Aren't you the type to go innocent lives shouldn't be put at risk? This girl should be involved, and neither should you. No one needs to die here. I need a bit more time. Let's call it. Director Jara? I'm afraid we're all out of time. Take the secret passageway out, now. What's wrong? An old friend has come knocking. Mr. Clooney said, this conference room. Whenever we had meetings, Harvest would sit by the window. You just like to sit in the middle, and you, Director Jara, you sit here, furthest from Kristen. And you're the same as before, always standing behind somebody else's seat. How nostalgic. Would you like something to drink? Red wine, or should we pop open the champagne? You're on occasion. Of course, Mr. Ferdinand Clooney is enjoying a career upgrade. Also returned to Rhinelab. Sounds like a cause for celebration? You think I'm here as the army's guide? No, they have their own plans for Rhine, and I don't approve of it all. Because I know that if something happens to the vice president while he's here, that's the end of the company. Kristen can ignore the existence of Rhinelab, but not me. The event today went off without a hitch. Don't play dumb with me, Jara. You may not know just what kind of people run the army. They could repeat today's adventure anytime they want. So before those savages rip a dozen years worth of time and effort to shreds, can you just tell me the truth? What exactly is Kristen doing? Did Colonel Blake not tell you? First day Dr. Wright disappeared, I handed every document about Control and her projects right over to them. And for the record, it happened more than once. I worked days of overtime just for this. Dr. Wright, as if you two have the most ordinary collaborative relationship. Did I show Blake the picture hidden in the darkest corner of your office drawer? Or has our dear HR director already come up with an explanation for why she's hidden the New Year's card little Kristen wrote her 2 decades ago? That's just an old photo. Kids aren't as cute and well-behaved after they grow up. Ferdinand, you know that better than me. That sock in the jaw at Site 359 still smarting? She's gone into hiding, like a child clinging to her favorite toy. Except it's not a toy. It's a goddamn super weapon with some real forbidden secrets behind it. So you should find and drag her out if you still care about her. Or would you rather watch her die from the vaguest of ideals? Even if I couldn't bear to watch her go that far ahead, how do you suppose that stopping her is within my power? This is Kristen we're talking about, Ferdinand. She'll take everything you have. Do you think she would ever leave such a major weakness if you really want to treat the relationship between me and her as a vulnerability so easily within your grasp? Good. Great. You refuse to cooperate. What about the others? For example, Daria. You rescued her and you've hidden her somewhere around. You're so willing to talk to me just to buy her more time to escape. Let's say she manages to escape. Who could she even go to? Rose Island, caught up in the same mess, or that group of Mainlander agents who love spinning webs just as much as you. I have no idea what you're talking about. The military just picked up a new piece of intelligence. Saria, as well as the company behind her, Rose Island, are suspected of helping Kristen steal classified information pertaining to national security. Maybe working with Rhinelab for more than a decade has made you naive enough to assume your old boss was some hero of justice? In a stage.
即戦即決しよ
Oh, it's facing down.
う。俺の貴重な時間を無駄にしないためにもな。
Sure, why not?
一歩も引かない。
They're gonna move real fast up.
Picked out your bait yet? I know how to sink your corpse into shadow.
石が崩れていくのを
Come on.
感じる。
Thank
時
you.
間をかけるつもりはない。
Oh, I don't have scalp.
Follow me.
Into Eunice.
Monster.
Oh, they fly when they go down. I see. Press the up button. Oh, it's up there. Oh, see ya. Oh, he didn't fall. What?
Assumo le posizioni designate.
Am I wrong on this?
So that's our target? Standing by.
Don't think you can't hide your fear. Up there.
Ready.
目を凝らせ。これこそ。
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。 This is...
So that's how it works. When they go that certain direction, then they fly. Wait, does it say attitude switch? Okay, technically it shouldn't be alt. Chip, chip, chip. Wait, he got shredded there. What happened? But they fly. What if you stun them while flying?
Ultime parole?
They fall. Okay.
Non mi interessano comunque.
Yep, they don't fly when going up. Interesting.
So that's our target?
Mission accomplished.
West. Tin Man, sir? The usual stench of the sewers and spots where the light doesn't reach. These alleys are all the same. Urban planners probably can't afford to invent new ways to do their jobs at the speed these cities pop up out of the barren lands. Just too bad that you miss out on the local scenery if you use these nooks and crannies too much. Am I right, my good subordinate? Isn't it better to get a view of the city from above? A gust of wind blows through the empty alley. All the unexhaled smoke rings swirl back into the cracks in his metal. Tin Man wonders if this is an opportune time to pack a few cups as a choke. Lighter floats right in front of him as soon as the embers of his cigarette die out. Banal is such a lamentable assessment for a city like this with no history. Paul Hayak? You were supposed to make contact 3 days ago. Oh, I had the impression that you're not particularly punctual yourself. If you could just tone down your volume, why did you pick this place for our meeting? Did you forget? The factory in District 13 is close by. Did you find the item from the other day? Yes, but unfortunately, there are only fragments left. Fragments of stars. With no way to guide the lost. And Kristen? Where is she? Well, are you watching the sky? You get a clear view of the sky without the skyscrapers around? Do you think Kristen might be hiding in a star up there? If so, then how are we supposed to find her? Paul Hayak, you went into the library 2 months ago. I'm a historian. Isn't it basically my job to visit libraries? We're talking about Maylander's library here. I don't recall authorizing that. You know, I can't contain my curiosity. Just like right now. If I could trouble my employer with a question that I've been awfully curious about. What is it? Your smoke. Other than the clouds you puff out, the few wisps that slip into your body, where exactly do they go? Is this why you have the tip of your tail on my chest? Smell my favorite scent on you. History. So if it's at all possible, I'd love to get a good look at every little piece of your body for my research. Where should I start? Your head, chest, extremities? Paul Haya. Do you really think betraying the Maylander Foundation is the right choice here? Of course not. Maylander holds most of this country's secrets, and in Colombia, secrets can be traded for wealth, or used as murder weapons. I spent 3 whole years before I finally managed to get into the Historical Society. Spent another 3 to gain your trust. Do you know what 6 years means to me? Being a Maylander agent has already taken 1/7 of my life. Then you shouldn't be wasting the rest of it behind bars or on the run. Yes, I know. And yet, if my time here isn't enough to embrace what I've been yearning for my whole life, then what difference does it make if I live another 10 years or 1 more minute? Oh. Maylander won't allow anyone, least of all a defected agent, access information they shouldn't be accessing. Shame you only have me to see in your last moments. Then I can only pray to the stars that the dead won't speak so easily. Fine, let me switch up the question. Do you really think you can kill me? I'll never know until I try. Huh? Your air manipulation shouldn't be affecting you. No, this isn't a cuckold kind of ability at all. You know me just so well, don't you? But fortunately, I'm not exactly completely clueless as to what you are. Ordinary arms have no effect on you, but a curse. The power of the oldest Sarkaz witchcraft, a soul-imprisoning curse. It's been an awfully long time since you've had a taste of something like this, That one year, when a mainlander agent went deep into the bleached wasteland to investigate the ruins of the Sarkaz royal court, it suffered an unprecedented life-threatening injury. I didn't expect Mainlander to leave those files intact. You can't have thought that I ventured into Mainlander's top-secret database just for Chris. I did remind him that documenting everything isn't necessarily a good habit to have all the time. According to you, only the long-lived would have such an extensive memory, while the rest of us just want to grab as much knowledge as we can, so naturally, come up with different methods. Otherwise, how could we short-lived beings hope to resist the control of people like you? Damn, they have hands! Oof. You really want to destroy this body? Probably need a little more time. I have 2 minutes to spare. So you're not even going to come out of hiding to breathe. Banshee? Yep. Nasty. Weren't you talking about how unwilling you are to show yourself? Like I said, I have no interest in watching you murder your own boss. But he's more than just that. Oh, old acquaintances are you? Personally, not at all. But my blood knows him. Fascinating. I've been over it many times, and this guy here doesn't smell Sarkaz. Be careful of any tricks he might play. I don't want him to resurrect right after all the trouble I've gone through to kill him. I won't let him interfere with the next step of the plan. I can't do it. A delicate trap you laid. I had guessed that the whole Hayak might have planted something in the sky, but I didn't expect the Banshee's curse to be hidden in the noise of the construction site. My blood has taught me the power of words, and the sound of machinery clashing and colliding is the language I hear most. An amazing talent to have fooled even me. There are only a few Banshees, including those in the royal court, who could make me suffer like this. Were you born in Kazdel or the Valley of the Banshees? It doesn't matter, my blood is not pure enough, and I haven't experienced any grand events either. Right now, I'm just an engineer living in Colombia doing whatever I want. Have you found a home in Colombia? What about you? So many years have passed by in a flash. I've heard that over the past 2 centuries, those two youths, Theresis and Theresa, have finally built Kazdel as a nomadic city. I don't even know myself what Kazdel looks like today. Wait, whoa. They're still alive. And Kastel's a nomadic city now. Don't even know myself what Kastel looks like today. Are the streets still as crowded, the flags hanging on the city walls unchanged for a millennium, the undying furnace in the core still as hot as ever? Can you relight my cigarette, child? This little spark can't hold the remaining warmth of your soul. I know. I only want to stay a little longer to ask you a few more questions. What did you see in Kristen's dreams? The future. Has she actually promised you a change to the Sarkaz's fate? Do you believe she can do what no one has been able to accomplish over the past millennium? No, she only showed me a possibility. A possibility that came from within myself. Alright, engineer girl. If I could just trouble you to ask my darling employer if he has any last words. The fire is almost out. Time moves too fast for an old man like me. The last question is mine. An ancient one like you must have seen the fall of many castles, and surely you must have thought of and searched for a place. Where is the Sarkaz Promised Land? Promised Land? Time's up. A silvery green tail shatters the Tin Man's side with a strong burst of wind. The last spark fizzles out at the same time the cigarette hits the ground. What was that sound? Bone whistle sounds. Tramons has never heard such a sound. Neither the residents in their deep sleep or the office workers working overtime will be aware of what had just happened, other than those who made an appointment. Swantis, did you hear that? Huh? Logos was too busy to come to Trimount, right? Terminal says Logos is a lot. He hasn't trained with me for a long time, so I haven't been using my full strength in my sessions. Don't make things hard for Arknights. It's been hard for Blaze and Sharp. Blaze and Sharp always complain that training with me is more tiring than going out on missions. Before we left the landship, Radiant told me that Logos would come back with Amia. I miss Amia too. I miss her so much. Doctor, will we be able to see them after we finish this and return to Rhodes Island? I hope we can see them soon too. Doctor, did you make it there? Yes, the message we're meeting in this alley. I think the Tin Man should be already waiting for me. We'll go home soon, I promise. The alley is dark and silent, like an abyss. Something rolls out from the murky shadows. Perhaps it's due to its material hardness, but as it rubs against the ground, it eerily resembles a cog out of its wheel. A frightful rattle echoing through the darkness in the night. It rolls straight to the alley entrance, where light and darkness meet. Turns out to be a metalhead. The upper half is usually obscured by a hat's brim. The mouth on its lower half often has a cigarette, exhaling rings of smoke, while spouting words that are at times perceptive and other times incongruous. But now there is no cigarette, no hat, no trench coat, or even the part that should be present past the neck. There is only a head. The Tin Man is dead? I would take it easy if I were you. After all, if you do make any moves, I can't guarantee that your head won't end up rolling along with my old employers there. You didn't come here just to banter with me. Sure. Two things. It's time for Rhodes Island to end your excursion in Trimounts, and the other, as you've just seen, the leader of the Mainlander agents, the Tin Man, has been murdered. We need a culprit. And should I feel honored? Your frailty certainly affects the credibility of the idea, but the mundanity and perfectly enigmatic vibes of Rhodes Island makes you an excellent target for Mainlander investigations, even if just for a bit. I'm going to buy Kristen sometime. Won't do you any good to look for other secrets, okay? Never hurts to get a better understanding of each other. Or do you want to employ your expert negotiation techniques? List the number of reasons why I can't do anything to you. But a pity that Primos isn't like the Toronto, and your opponent is not some black-hearted farmer. I've had my eyes on you ever since you stepped into Trimax. At first, none of this had anything to do with you, or Rhodes Island at all. Even if you and Saya are moving in the same direction, role-playing as heroic firefighters, why haven't you dispatched a few more men like that good old mechanic to mop things up quick? If you're not going to talk, then why don't I tear your chest open and take a look at the secrets hiding inside? The silvery green Liberia approaches. Her plumage scrapes the fabric of your hood, emanating a soft but piercing sound. At first, I thought you were the same as those other eccentric scientists, trying to find some sort of revelation about the future in Kristen's research. After all, we're such a silly species, aren't we? Limited lifespan and unlimited ambition. The moment we realize the limits of what we can accomplish in our short lives, we become willing to surrender our arrogance for just a moment, beg for a shortcut. But on you, I smell no trace of that desire. What do you dream of, and what of your past? I'm becoming very interested in you now, Doctor. But unfortunately, my colleagues are about to show. Hold your friend's head in your hands and enjoy a captivating session with Columbia's top agents. You might find yourself astonished. Think through some answers to my questions during your interrogation. I hope I don't give you the chance to run. Wait. Why are you here? Hee. Did this suit ever come with a guarantee of who would be under it? A water clone. Any more tricks up your sleeve, pathetic elf? Doesn't matter. Doctor of Rose Islands. We will see each other very soon. She really is like a Damasti. Doctor, there are a lot of people rushing towards that alley. Rose Islands has been set up. It's a good thing you used your brains and borrowed my clone for that meeting. Otherwise, you'd have fallen into that horrible woman's trap for real. She definitely left evidence implicating Rose Island. You heard everything she said over the comms, right? Did we make enemies of both Mainlander and the military? I'm afraid so. You're not joking, are you? Doctor, if you and the Tin Man had any plans, now would be a good time to share them, you know? Your silence implies... Wait, Doctor, you can't mean that he... Something really happened to that mega mysterious super agent in the trench coat with a tin can for a head? I heard a Banshee's whistle. That was a bone whistle? Wait, Banshee's the sarcasm variety? Was it for Kristen? Did she... Mulesy suddenly falls silent. She looks up at the sky above Trimax. There's nothing up there besides thousands of stars. I cannot help but recall Hall Hayek's question from earlier. Why did you come to Trimax? What exactly is the dream that she's chasing? Quick, silence, over here. Really? This alarm, did something happen to Director Jaro? Silence, are you okay? I'm fine, Saria. I'll help you carry her. Your face is all sweaty. Saria doesn't wake up now, they're gonna catch us. Don't push the blame onto Saria. At your face, you look like you're about to... I'm fine, Ifrit. I just happen to remember what happened earlier. I watched her fall in front of me, and my very first reaction was not worry or surprise, but regret. Because you were mad at her? Yes, if that really was the last conversation we ever had, I didn't want to think that I was blaming her. Actually, I don't know who else can hear me out. Then just patch things up. Huh? And then when Sarah wakes up, we can go back together. How about it? She'll return here the moment she wakes up. That's the sort of woman she is. Fine, I think I get it. Neither of you is gonna go home, are you? That's right. Then why not work together? Work together? Yeah, Silence. Even though you got some new gear on, you're still a doctor. Keep on running like this, you're gonna get hurt or even die. I know Saria is a great fighter. Even I've started to know that teamwork's important, yet she still likes to work alone. If it weren't for us, Saria would be in an even worse situation right now. Neither of you wanted me to tag along, but at the very least, you gotta promise me that you'll work with Saria. Otherwise, the two of you will worry about me, and I'll worry about you guys too. Ifrit. Just say yes or no, I'll even behave and go back to the doctor. Just promise me. Aye. Some words are easier to say when you're a team, right? Where did you learn all this? The doctor past taught me all these people skills. I'll think about it. Great. Silence, what's that over there? Ooh, transmitters. Just appeared? It's all silvery and flowy. Real pretty. Don't touch it. Ifrit, that's very dangerous. Dangerous? No way, more than my flames? It's another product of Ryan's experiments. For real? Then I'll burn it up. No, just wait and see. Don't be too quick to destroy it. Small lump of silvery substance gushes inside the test tube. Ever since it left Parvis's home, it has lingered without target direction, as if it has lost its hub directive. As if its only mission is to lead her to Parvis. Professor Parvis never does anything without purpose. His appearance earlier couldn't have just been him wanting to chat with me. He deliberately led me to think he was the goal in this race for the transmitter. Could it be the truth was never? Silence, the door's over here. Ah! How could... Did someone spot us? Stand back, Ifrit. Calcification. Saria, you're awake. Hoorah! But I'm fine. You're not blocking a doctor that easily. I'm just holding this door until it's safe enough for you to leave. QED, I'm perfectly fine. The military mechs are closing in on our position. This path is no longer safe. Director Jara. She wouldn't hand over the information that easily, and so there is only one possibility remaining. Birdie, my boy. And minutes. They should have run into Blake's people by now. The old Saria would have probably stood a chance to escape unscathed. However, she's injured and carrying 2 extra burdens. Want to guess how long she can last in front of a fully armed Special Forces unit? Your phone is ringing, ma'am. It's me. Of course, I'm always willing to serve Columbia. Thank you for the advice. By now, you should be willing to believe me that I did try my best. I tried my hardest just to secure this opportunity to talk. If you agreed with me earlier, then our defense director's life would at the very least not be in danger. But you still sent them on that path, to that secret passage known only to Maylander agents. Saria might die because of you, and the next one to go may well be the one you're most concerned about. I'm hoping from the bottom of my heart that you think the question of where the hell is Kristen right? I said so hard. Director Jara works for Maylander? I investigated her 10 years ago and found nothing. It was only when the Tin Man showed up and I left Rhine Lab that I got more clues to confirm it. She's been at Rhine for a long time. She knew Kristen even before I did. Ifrit, attack the window on your left. Gotcha. Okay, so she still holds her flamethrower. It's so sturdy. The glass in the experimental labs is all reinforced, so ordinary impacts aren't going to be able to smash them. And if we break them now, we'll attract the attention of the soldiers downstairs. We can use my fire to cut through the glass. I can control my flames already, so I'll be able to do it. Teacher mentioned this in my Originum Arts class. Fire can be tempered, be silent, and become a quiet anger. Make my flames into a sword. Make my flames into a single thread. Arts Guard? Yeah! Crack. A little bit. You've split the enamel. Saria, just hold on a little longer. I'm halfway through. I can do it. Focus, Ifrit. Don't get distracted. When you were unconscious, Director Jara told me that there's no way you can fight against the entire country. So if it is as you say that Maylander and the military have come to some kind of agreement, then we truly are facing off the entire country right now. Yes. Your heart rate and body temperature are spiking near their limits, and you've only just woken up. Your body is taking a serious toll. Perhaps. Saria, you're at your limit. Silence. Jara modified your drone. I've seen the prototype blueprints. When did you? Its current load-bearing capacity is at least 2 adults for a short-distance glide. Get out through the hole Ifrit opened, and the drone will be able to take you to the roof of the opposite building. We'll have to act fast. I'll wait for you to go over, and then I'll exit through this door and divert the pursuers. Their numbers are many, and I won't be able to fend them off for long. Saria. You still haven't given me an answer. Your inability to make a genuine stand against Rhine, is it because deep in your bones you've always been the same as them? The same as Control? Sorry, Silence. I thought it through, and I'm unable to give you a definite answer. If Kristen's experiments violates any laws that shouldn't have been broken, I will stop. Just like all the wrongs Rhine has committed over the years, the wrong should be made right. For I've always believed that the stronger one is, the less rash they should be acting. But if I were to return to the past, back to when Kristen and I first met, when everything had yet to happen, I would not have stopped the Kristen then. I would not have stopped the birth of Rhine Lab. Yes, even if I knew that Rhine would create so much suffering in the future, even if I could foresee the ambitions of Kristen, Parvis, and Ferdinand growing out of control, I would still stand with them. Saria, Your answer might be even more definitive than you think. Silence, Saria, do you guys see that? I opened it. Go, Silence. If there's anything you would like to know, we can wait until this is all over, and I'll tell you. Alright. Silence? Silence. Why are you spacing out? We gotta get moving. Poor librarian, none of this has anything to do with you. What exactly is it that you want? Truth, justice, or peace? I will tell you what you want to know. And yet, even if you know it all, what can you do? It's not the answer I want. No. A drone's bell. Silence, what are you doing? The whirring of a drone starting up comes from behind. What's up, Sarian? The unreinforced door at the end of the corridor is about to melt under the impact of the energy weapon. Saria is suspended in midair, holding Ifrit in one arm, stretching the other out towards Silence, trying to grab her. But Silence doesn't return her grip, and retraces the path she's taken in reverse. I should have talked with you sooner, Saria. I only just came to understand why I can't help but get mad at you. I thought it was from the falling out we had during the diabolic crisis. Or that I'm dissatisfied with the way you insist on shouldering everything yourself. But actually, the one I'm most annoyed with is myself. The blame I push onto you for not doing enough, it's only because I built a habit of defending on you. I'd hoped you could change control, just like I once hoped the professor could save Ifrit, and that control could change Rhinelab. I'd hoped every deadlock would be solved by someone stronger. I'm so weak, aren't I? On the other hand, I loathe the powerful figures that manipulate everything and treat innocent lives like expendable resources and numbers. On the other hand, I still pin my hopes for the future on people stronger in not just power, but also morality and empathy. Only now do I understand that no one truly can carry everything on their own, that is beyond the capacity of a single individual. Everyone who has been willing to help me on the way here, Rose Island, Director Musis, Director Jara, and you. All of you wanted me to stay out of it. If you hadn't collapsed in front of me, if Ifrit hadn't been in danger, I might have just obediently thrown in the towel. But now I won't back down. I refuse to allow myself to stay under your wings. Oh, she said the thing. I refuse to accept that I can only stand in vain as the gunfire rings right above us and open my arms to the injured. This time, I will step into the flames before any of them. Alright, let's go. Drone sent the two to a lower floor of the neighboring building. Sari smashes a window and they land smoothly. There must be more of Ferdinand's people on the lookout downstairs. As long as there's room for action, she believes she can find a way to break through the encirclement. However, Silence, what are you doing? Silence, hurry up and fly over here with your drone. Ifrit anxiously yells at the room across, but Silence takes a long look at them before turning her back. Just as Silence begins to turn, Saria gets a look at her eyes. They are brimming with regret. But more than that is determination. Ferdinand, you got someone in the corridor. She says she has business with you. Silence. Why are you... I'm sorry, Director Jara. I've already made up my mind. I have unfinished business, so I can't leave just yet. I remember you, Parvis Stellar student. You and Elena gave me such a headache back at Site 359. Yes, my name is Silence. I would like to make a deal with you. A deal? Do you really think I would let Saria? This isn't up to you. No, this is the only thing that's up to me. That's transmitter from Site 359. What are you doing? Even if you put the transmitter into your body, it's not going to work. Dorothy's hub was destroyed. The new hub is in Kristen's hands. That's impossible. That was my experiment, mine and Dorothy's. A short while ago, I met Dr. Parvis. His laboratory was storing a large amount of transmitter. Director Clooney, you must have realized it long ago. You just don't want to admit it. You would rather believe your failure was owed to a bad move than to believe that Control was playing you the whole time. Did you really never consider the possibility? She's the one that's working more closely with the military. She had countless ways to kill your experiment with Dorothy in its infancy. But then, why did she only show up after your experiment succeeded? We still have a chance. Whatever Kristen is trying to do with the transmitter, she hasn't succeeded yet. Director Clooney, bring me to her. The transmitter is inside me. I'll become your beacon to locate Kristen. Yikes. That's a spicy thing she did, huh? It seems like way too important a figure to die just like that. Beyond the veil. The curtain closes on this farce. Is this the end, or a new beginning? Oh wow. Put it down here. Not getting through. Who are you calling, Saria? Hinman. The metal guy? Did something happen? I'm afraid so. Maylander would not have joined our pursuers otherwise. The army has an agreement with Maylander. Why are they targeting us? What happened to the Tin Man? I had to look around the way you taught me, Saria. All the soldiers are gone, and so are the agents who were on us. Pursuers would not have disappeared if she was staying as the rear guard. Unless she offered something that satisfied them. A silver liquid. I saw it around her. Transmitter? He was in contact with Dorothy at Site 359 and undoubtedly got the transmitter from her. Does Dorothy expect her to do something? Dorothy is still in military custody. She couldn't possibly be trying to reach out to the military and Ferdinand through her. Could it be Parvis or Saria? Don't worry, Ifrit. She'll be fine. I'm trying to tell you not to squeeze your communicator so hard, you're crushing. Thanks. I'm not worried, Silence isn't so reckless. She stayed after she talked to you. Sure, she's thought it through. She doesn't know what she's up against. The machinations of the state are far crueler than she can imagine. You think she doesn't know that? I'm sure she's thought about it. Silence works hard. She's always working when I see her. The others say it's like she's being chased by something you can't see or touch. Maybe this will all be cleared up by the time we see her again. Then I'll tell her, yeah, I'm sad you left me behind, but I knew you could do it. Saria notices that Ifrit's hands are trembling. He wants to say something to comfort her, but the words fail her. She realizes that even though Ifrit's words were in part intended to comfort, she does not know the silence that Ifrit speaks of. Silence is ready. Silence knows what she is about to face. She has never thought about it that way. Over there, Saria. Army is pulling out, but not in the direction of the military garrison. Is the transmitter really the clue to Kristen's whereabouts? Let's follow them. Silence wouldn't want you to put yourself in danger again. She promised we would go together. She said, Saria will return here the moment she wakes up. That's the sort of woman she is. It's not the rational way. That's what you're going to say, isn't it? We're not here to take risks, nor to waste Silence's courage. We're just waiting for her at the end. Ifrit. She realizes that Ifrit is much taller than she was a few years ago, when she was rescued from the laboratory. In the face of impending danger, there is no impatience or recklessness in her eyes, only courage and wisdom. Let's go. Alright. By the way, Saria, I saw a falling star when I got to Trimount. A star? You mean the object that fell on the Triton factory in District 13? It was a star. And Silence told me a story where all our differences disappear when the stars fall. You and Silence are gonna make up, right? Yes, we will. Great. Will they? Arya turns back to look at the familiar streets of Trimount. As she is about to tread, suddenly feels unfamiliar. She has overcome many challenges. What lies before her is far from a crisis. But for the first time, she feels out of control. Holy hell, I'm free. Look out, there's a car. That was a close shave. Can't even think clearly in this cold. I tell you, sir, this weather, it's all that tech company's doing. These drones spray chemicals that make our lungs freeze with every breath. They want to kidnap us, put our brains in jars, and turn us into nutrients for their artificial sun. Look up there in the sky. What? Those stars ain't stars. They're cameras that the monsters sent up there to watch our every move. They even kidnapped our president, put his skin on, and locked all of Colombia under their control. Here's a few bills. Find a warm place to spend the night. I don't need money, sir. I'm just waiting for dawn to break. Between the two of us, I'm organizing a protest against the vice president and these tech companies. The people must wake up. Take this too. All my money. You can have it. What the hell is happening? Wait, sir. With farms. I knew I would find you here. Good morning, Ferdinand. One more cup of tea and the sun should be up. Time for me to go to work on the other side. Enough with the Parvis. When did you start working with Chris? You, Jara, Justin, and Nast. You fooled me to thinking that I had Chris isolated. That I was just one step from success. I became a laughingstock. My gamble, all my efforts, just on the rung on the ladder for her to climb. He, Ferdinand? Oh my god, this guy. Underhanded old goat? Let me make one thing clear. I don't know where Kristen is. She doesn't trust me so much, and I'm not so interested in her secret. But you didn't come to ask questions. Otherwise, you would have brought the muscle you borrowed from that colonel, as you did with Jara. Not like you to swallow insults from pioneers and come back to grovel at the feet of the colonel after he abandoned you once. You set your mind to it. Why did you give up so close to the truth? No wild guesses. Perhaps you should look at yourself in the mirror, Ferdinand. You're jealous of her. You're jealous that she gets men to fight for her, even when she's not around. You're jealous that it only took her a few words to earn the loyalty that took you so much time and money to buy. You're jealous of her charisma. There's a part of you somewhere deep down that's enthralled by her. The more you deny it, the more you hate her. Why are you telling me this? Because it's how I feel. Look outside, Ferdinand. When I was little, I never saw stars in the night sky. All I saw was the silhouette of the Great Spire, the light of witchcraft lighting up the skies. Adults told me it was the eye of the Witch King, watching over every inch of lifetime. And I thought, what was the meaning of life? The Witch King was the sole miracle chosen by fate. Did you despise the efforts of those stupid casters who wanted to summon the Witch King's souls? Yes, I opposed it. My kin and former colleagues spent their entire lives trying to recreate a fleeting miracle in this time and age. But in my long years of research, I realized that a miracle is so because it is a coincidence that cannot be controlled or recreated. Only such a coincidence can break the cage of fate that traps us all. You see Kristen as that coincidence? She has the potential to create miracles. You have your dream and I have mine. If she is the fated miracle, then what are we? Waste coming off the production line? Meaningless noise? Why despair, Ferdinand? Perhaps the fate of mankind does hinge upon one singularity, who will break all shackles and become the eyes of all, to see sights that we could not have imagined. But that does not mean our lives are destined to fall by the wayside. Miracles are born in the journey of evolution. A journey made up of all our dreams. Yours, mine, even that foolish tramp outside. Why are you telling me this? Feeling better? Have some tea. It'll put some color in your face so you won't be so embarrassed when the kids see you on their way to work. I've lost everything. There isn't much for you to remember. I'm in no hurry. You can talk about work once you're done with your tea. It's always good to chat with an old friend. We took our first steps together after all. This guy at this tea. He's always so nonchalant too. Is this guy back? Megaphone and signboards. This is what you spent the money on? Not food and blankets? There are things more important than creature comforts. Give me that board. Ryan Lab. Please spell the company's name right if you're going to test it. That's much better. Thank you, sir. Tell me, what do you dream of? What is the future you're fighting for? My man has fallen so low. How do you like my vivarium, Doc? Nobody can just barge in, and Rosmontes seems to like it. Rosmontes stands quietly in the verdant lab. She carefully observes each plant, then meticulously records their form in her notebook. Her gaze stops on the last page of the notebook. You know it is where that letter is kept. Are you still reading the letter, Rosmontes? Yes, Doctor? I want to remember what happened today and record it in my terminal before I forget. Loken Williams. What is the home that he talked about like? Is it like Rose Island? No way. Then he's not my family. I don't like him, Doctor. I came into contact with many feelings that I didn't like through him. I want to pick them out and put them somewhere that won't bother me. Amiya helped me clean them up before she left, but they keep growing. What kind of feelings? Loss. And destruction. I want to destroy them. It's not right. Pith would be angry. I shouldn't see Loken again, should I, Doctor? Do you want to learn about your past, Rosmontes? Memory is precious. I don't want to use it on bad things, but I want to see with my own eyes again. I want to know what I would do. It may not be to learn, it may be to throw it away again. But I'll say goodbye properly this time. We'll find Loken. Get some rest before that, though. Put your jacket on Rosmontes' shoulder. Go to sleep. Doctor. Young feeling lies down at your side, clutching the jacket you gave her tight. Her breathing is fragile yet resilient, as it is when she is awake. She's tired. Montessors are heavily dependent on intention. The day took a toll on her. What about you, Doc? Let's go somewhere else. Let Rosmontes sleep. Your brows furrowed. You cooperated with the army, should return to Melander. Rhodes Island has been dragged into the maelstrom of Rhine. Whoops. Old Hayek just loves to drag people into these messes. Cookie Bint. Is Bint a thing? Okay, hold up. Bint. Offensive. Derogatory slang. A girl or a woman. Are you serious? There's no real witness to the crime scene, though. Hard to say if the Maylander Foundation would really believe that some completely unrelated person lopped off the head of one of their top agents, or if they suspect that it's all just an act. Still, I'm responsible for your situation here. Our partnership's still good. You help me, and I'll do my best to help you. If it comes to it, I can arrange to get you Rosmontes and Ify out of Tri-Mounts right now. Sincerity is the foundation of cooperation, you'll say? You'll sis? You prefer sorry, Krista, you're trying to stop or put something. Your position has been vague from the beginning. We're partners, but I don't know what you really think. Kinda wants everyone to be fine. Yep, look at that fucking misdirection. No fun being interrogated like this. Behind her back, turns around, takes a couple of steps. Looks back at you with a rare serious expression on her face. Music fills the air. Okay, so this is the one in the trailer. It is a relaxed, soothing tune. You see moisture seep from the leaf veins, converging into a drop of dew. More drops appear, leaving the leaves and catching up to you and Muse moving with the flow of the melody. You see the rhythm of each droplet, light as breath. They are the melody itself. Feel it, Doctor? It will guide our steps. Droplets seems free in this vivarium. The air in this vivarium seem clean. That's an interesting. The air in this vivarium seem clean. What is that? Very astute. From lighting to irrigation to atmosphere control, none of the systems in this vivarium employ original technology. It is the cleanest place in Tri-Mounts. This is the one place in Trimonts where I feel at ease. Oftentimes, I choose to operate through a clone, not because I want to, but because I have to. Plop! And it was a clone. Drop this form a ribbon of water, gently putting it towards the corner of the vivarium. Fir. Is that a word? F-I-R. It is! It's a coniferous tree, okay. The pale fir is extremely sensitive to its environment. Pollution from originum industries have reduced its habitat to a small number of hilly areas in Colombia. Okay, it has to be these tall ones. The droplets scatter and shatter, creating a mist between you and the firs. You see the faint silhouette of a tombstone. You'll see it sits quietly by it, picking away at the weeds that surround it. You have never seen her so sad. Is it a shadow of the past? I grew up in an orphanage in Trenton near Trimonts. The headmaster said I was found on the doorsteps of the orphanage. No one knows who my parents are. I realized at an early age that I was different. My powers are unique, but they are not originum arts. I'm much more sensitive to originum than most people. Even a slight increase in originum concentration is enough to affect my health. What am I? No one knows. That's why I've searched for the answer since I was little. Ironically, it's also the reason why my grades have always been good. Finally, I found that word hidden away in some ancient books. Elves. Word is not unknown to you. You do have many secrets, don't you, Doctor? Well, it's not important. Anyways, I tracked down my biological parents' old Trimount home, but the house had long since changed hands. I followed the trail they left behind, eventually found where they went. It's this village right here, so remote, I thought I made a mistake. Most of the buildings have fallen to ruin. They look to be centuries old. I didn't see anyone. I had a feeling as I went into the hills behind the village. I saw a simple cemetery surrounded by pale firs, where dozens of tombstones lay. This village was not an elven settlement, it was their graveyard. Yosi stands up, looks at you, and fades away into the mist before the firs. Your partner returns to your side. Elven nature forced you to distance yourself from modern civilization. Why did your parents abandon you? Those are vastly different. The more personal or the more... I guess I'll go with the more personal one. Fuck it. They contracted oripathy. Oh, well, that's a pretty good reason. Maybe not the best reason. Elves are highly sensitive to originum and lack resistance to oripathy symptoms. Few live more than a month after contracting oripathy. Yikes. Like most elves, they could not access spending the rest of their days in remote mountains, and sought a more convenient, more advanced, more interesting life despite the dangers. They knew originum would kill them someday, they accepted it. Knowing their days were numbered, they left me behind in the village, far away from the cities, and returned to the place where they came from, to await the coming of death. Are you looking for a way to change the fate of your people? Next dance, Doctor. Whoop, another misdirection. More droplets rise in the vivarium as the music enters a new passage. A smile returns to Mills' face. Though these sings on, you do not know if the topic will continue. Sometimes I envy Rose Island. There's so many people there. He came to Rose Island. Oh, you knew? I sneaked in once or twice to see if he was doing well and see what Saria was doing. And I saw someone standing on the deck, gazing at the sunset, lost in thought. I didn't notice it. Don't tell anyone, just one of my tiny clones, no danger to anybody. I thought, why would you be up on the deck with only your thoughts for company, when there's so much joy waiting down below? Let's see if I can remember any. I feel like there used to be someone I would watch the sunset with. Ring, 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 ring. Did you find any memories of that person? After all these years, all I know is the name. So there are answers beyond even your reach. That makes things seem a little bit fairer. She leads you on, doing a half pirouette. You're a good dancer. Of course I am. I was the ace of my university dance team. After I left the village, I spent all my time studying. Every Colombian child knows that science and tech are the best ways to change your life. I studied to become the top of my class, then went to school in Trimonts where I stayed on top. Spent a lot of effort to blend into modern life. Fashion, gaming, literature, music, dance. I studied etiquette. Met a lot of people. For others, these are hobbies, but for me, it's a mission. An exploration. A test. I know it sounds weird, but I tasked myself to live life as hard as I could. It's been a long time since I danced, though. With Sarya and Kristen? Droplets go around you. The lights of the vivarium cannot penetrate them. They hold fragments of the past, gentle, clear, yet untouchable. The newly renovated lab, mostly empty bottles. Sarya and Kristen? And Muses, with a disappointed look on her face. Three stare at each other in the middle of the room, like three wooden mannequins. New Year's Eve. Not long after Rand Lab was founded, everyone was happy. I was the happiest. I met Kristen and Sarya shortly before I graduated. Kristen is not your average investor's preferred partner. You know you're in for surprises the moment you see her, and not all of them are going to be pleasant. As for Sarya, she just felt steady as a rock. My advisor happened to be involved with a project of theirs, but she wasn't very interested, so she sent me in her stead instead. I had nothing back then other than my obsession with living hard. Tried everything and went nowhere. They helped me get over a period when I was lost between my identities as a graduating student and as an elf. It was just me, Kristen, Sarya, Parvis, and Ferdinand at the time. Parvis hid himself upstairs, saying he couldn't stay up all night. Ferdinand left early for other business. Can you believe it? At the end of the day, I couldn't find anyone to dance with. I ended up grabbing Sarya and Kristen. None of us knew how to dance in threes. I can still remember the looks on their faces. Why are you so obsessed with Kristen? Ryan Lab is important. To be more precise, Sarya and Kristen are important. I've always believed that we'll only get where we really want to be if the two of them work together. The music ends. The vivarium is empty, except for Muses standing opposite you, calm as a pale fir. You hear the sound of the air circulation system running. The wind on your face feels unusually moist, the scent of plants, the soft earth. You realize that the droplets of water, the music, and the dance really existed. You found my wobbliness, Doctor? Yes, I'm trying to manipulate everyone, including you. But everything I do for myself. The few kin that I have left, so we can breathe, feel the wind, run, travel freely. To make our journey a little less hard. All I've done, I did to keep the few friends I have, so that in this city, I won't be so... This is all I can tell you. All I can. Promise you. That's the things you haven't made clear. There are a lot of gaps in your story. Should I trust you? And so, help me one more time, Yosis. I must find Loken Williams. Even if I could help you, why do you not ask me to help you and Rosmontes get out of Trimonts safely? You've come too far to turn back now. Rose Island only goes forward. Sai and Dr. Halsit have reasons to get involved, but what about you? Will you get to the bottom of all this, even if the price is a two-front war with the military Mainlander? It's not the most logical choice. I want to help Rosmontes. I want the truth. I want to find myself. I want the truth. Are you so interested in Kristen's dream? Alright, we have a deal. Our partnership will go on. Yay. Who was that on the phone? A lonely soul searching for companions. Since when have you two become such close friends? We just happen to be going the same way for a while. Same for you. When are you going to leave my lab? The smell of alcohol affects the equipment. That's so cold. Thanks to you and that agent's improvisation, I have a dozen calls to make tonight just to keep you out of jail. Like hell am I doing this sober. You got what you wanted. Is Kristen's price not enough for a businessman like you? Price, are you reminding me how much I lost to this crazy plan? Then you should have gone to Kazimierz. Join the chamber and play with the knights and speculators? Yes, the plan has been lying in my terminal for years. I could make more money and do so in a safer way. But all those great projects, they're about a nation, an era. I want to seize the opportunity before me, to see a future far beyond anyone's wildest dreams rise from my palms. Is that a dream? From a practical person like you? Anyone can dream, especially facing the fickle tides of fate. You put it astutely, going the same way. They really like using the word astutely. Look at those scientists. For all the conflicts they went through, from friend to foe and from foe to friend, they all end up on the same path. They all saw part of themselves in the least likely of all futures. What about you? A meaningless question. Why do you think I've tolerated your presence for so long? That's why I like the going the same way part, even if it's only temporary. Why did I have to hide them? Miss Nasty Lunore. We still have our life and liberty after tomorrow? Will you come with me to the highest point in Tri-Mounts and take a good look at the sky that hasn't changed for thousands of years? He is so in on that plan. Ah, dang it. Alright.
Let's go. Take them all by storm.
We have here folks.
一歩も引かない。
Dogs. It's always
I'm
dogs.
listening.
足が崩れていくのを感じる。
Better watch your step.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
Oh, it is down right. What the hell is that? Deals physical damage to them based on move speed. Oh god. Offender production model. Hmm.
分かった。目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
This is the battlefield.
Okay, so it is slow right now.
Arrived at designated position.
想像したことある。友も故郷も
I need
二度
somebody
と戻ら
here.
なくなることを。
Yeah.
Look at this spectacular sight. Alas, it is now a battlefield.
Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Who will not come to harm?
Fear not! Here I come!
信号を実現させた者が北総 M なのに君は気づいていない。
目動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が
He
省
should
け
be
る。
fine.
Up to perform the task.
Hatch 1,000 moves in one breath.
Don't think you can hide your fear. What's the performing task?
One should spar. from
They're
time
going down
to
by
time.
default. Oh my god.
Ultra, who's next?
They move so fast. Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, it must have leaped on the Spectre one.
Secure evac route. Prepare to operate.
Okay, so I'll just put my 3 blocks on the left side then. Okay, okay.
出発だ。ここに立つのは私の使命。
I should just put Psylocke there.
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
I'm listening. I know we can't hide your fear.
So good. She's so good.
Arrived Arrived at designated position.
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Fear not! Here I come!
Here I come. They shouldn't die, right? I'd rather the
Many
enemy move
intellectuals
fast,
must
honestly.
join a battle before penning a decent.
足が崩れていく。
We can't hide your fear.
どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。
At your unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Optimize zone.
Face me!
Oh, we do be dying. Okay, maybe not. God damn, God, do
Le
that.
tue ultime parole?
Okay, they're not the tankiest.
Nothing can last.
Unsteady posture, wavering intent,
Oh!
much to learn yet.
Okay, nope. I guess we're going with the down route.
あなたに信頼を置い
The
た
Vial couldn't
私は
tank
悪いわ
it.
心配しなくて
Damn.
も一緒に責任を取ってあげるから。
You got crushed. Okay. Which means I have to put you here.
俺の貴重な時間を
Imagine failing a
無駄
normal
にしないため
stage
に
twice. Yikes.
命令足が崩れていくのを感じる。
Picked out your bait yet? Don't throw a sacred corpse into shadow. No one will find it. Arrived at designated position.
命令を
Ooh, so much. Yeah,
目
that's so
目を
much.
凝らせこれこそが
Gotta
イベ
keep
リア
that
の
in
デ
mind.
ストレッツァ
今すぐ希望を実現させた者が北総 M のに君は気づいていない。
Fear not! Here I come!
You just remove her later.
子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
命令無駄だ
What's going?
At you, strike! And sunder the tides.
Should have made him face down. I'm so bad at this.
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Doctor, ah! Kick ass!
Oh, so I should just press on this and then put an operator here. Okay, I'm starting to understand this a lot
You
better.
can't hide your fear.
I see.
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora ti la
Hey, what?
vedrai comune.
One strike! And sunder the tides yet.
Excuse me, but
Retract
why?
And leave no peace bereft.
おはよう。悪くない場所だ。私にそれ構わない。
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand this a lot.
Assumo le posizioni designate.
He's gonna step on that.
It's not my wish to take lives. おはよ
That tankier. God dang.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a decent verse. 1,000 moves in one breath.
A lot of noise. Another delivery from your engineering director? Ooh, there's there's so many gizmos. Look at that thing in her left hand. What the heck? Final test will take about 45 minutes. Plenty. The greatest achievement will be complete once this data is transferred. I will retain your research records. I know, give it to that girl, Holy Hayak, or someone else. I don't care. Being able to finish this research here in my final days almost lets me forget all the regrets in my life. Ah. So remember how hard it was to accept that when you showed this to me for the first time. The irony, how it scorns every conceited researcher who walks the halls of science for the past few centuries. It laughs in the face of our research, made it all worthless. Okay, that was definitely wrong. Yep, made it all worthless. Come on, game, you gotta get better localization team. What is this, Kristen? How are you able to speak of its theories and emerge with such confidence when you've never performed a single experiment? This thing is beyond my understanding. Even more frightening is that all those tales you tell of these black cubes are true. Tell me, Kristen. Tell me. What is this that I am about to study? That's your job. Where did you find it? How did you gain this knowledge? From Mr. Friston. Friston. Don't be so hard on a dying man, Kristen. Who gave you this? God. Have I overestimated you, young genius? Do you believe in ghosts and spirits? Look up to the unknown in awe. No, you're not the kind of woman who would joke about this. You're not foolish or shameless enough for that, or to place your hopes in empty faith. I'll take your word for it. The irony. God. Another month has passed since God bestowed on me his mercy. In this short period of time, I completed more work than I could have imagined for decades. Even I can't help but wonder. What miracle do you plan to bring to the people on his land? Kristen does not answer. She gazes at the stars outside the window silently, lost in thought. Under half an hour. Bah. I should start thinking about supper. Donut? Fried fowl beast? Hot dog? That's your dinner, bro? All of Trimonts is up in arms over this place, but look how carefree the Heart of the Storm is. Who are you? I want the blueprints and efficiency data for the shaft and the associated facilities now. Sir, that's highly classified. You see my clothes, my security pass right here, or do you need me to pull Blake on the line for you? No, sir, I'll put it together. No need, this terminal right here. Turn it on. But sir, this is raw data without visualization. I'm Ferdinand Clooney, Ryan Labs Director of Energy. I designed the Trimontian Energy Circulation System. The processor of the terminal in front of you is based on an original energy conversion formula named after me. The Clooney formula? You wasted 2 minutes. Data now. Yes, sir. Second passed, 10 minutes. Ferdinand could almost hear the sounds of military convoys moving through the streets. Blake could find Kristen at any moment. He must hurry. For what? Here and here. Have these data been manipulated? No, of course not. All the data are transmitted in real time to the Army's labs. It's more than my life's worth to upload false data. No one wants to get on the wrong side of the Army. It doesn't match. I beg your pardon? The structure of the shaft, the distribution of the pipelines, and the performance of the existing propulsion system, none of them is right. Just discreet enough to avoid notice. Damn. That can't be. You must be mistaken. No, I suppose not. You of all people. Perhaps this is a temporary plan for experimentation and development, and adjustment will be made before the official launch. What's the plan for the official launch? Hammer should be on a mobile plate near the shaft. That's so funny, these freaking acronyms. Tristan stole the entire plate. But the propulsion device is still here. The Army has impounded all the launches that were under construction. Even if she manipulated the data, she couldn't. Not with this propulsion performance. Unless... Get Blake on the line, huh? Now. This had better be important, Ferdinand, for you to bother me at a time like this. Listen, Nasty Lunare is one of Kristen's. The propulsion device that she designed does not have the performance to lift Hammer off the ground. Justin Jr. must have brought out your scientists to cover up Kristen's real goal. They're working together. So you're telling me everyone in Rhine Lab is complicit in Kristen's suspected treason? Yes. I'm not. You need to tell me something new. What? The researcher you sent me is actually useful. Then I'll drag that control of yours from the stolen hammers soon enough. Which is to say, I will soon know how many insurgents there are in Rhine. Then Rhine, is there anything more important that you want to report? No, sir. Congratulations in advance on your successful mission, Colonel. Close the file. Yes, sir. Is there anything else you need? Do you have a maintenance aircraft? Kind that can reach Hammer's theoretical ceiling? Yes, we do. I need to borrow it. But didn't you say Hammer wouldn't fly because of propulsion issues? Or can it? You're right. We took our first steps together. What? I mean, you're right. Maybe I was mistaken. Damn, a man is desperate. Strengthened transmission reaction. I can feel a lot of it lying ahead. Right in the middle of urban trimax. Yes, sir. The area ahead is sewage treatment and garbage disposal. Very few people live here. You mean Kristen Wright hid Hammer in some other building right under our nose? Target may have set up jammers in the area. Our guys didn't detect any signals when they passed through. Those egghead sons of bitches and their tricks. Should we turn the place upside down? No, that'll take too much time and draw the enemy's attention. Can you locate them? I need to borrow your neural electricity stimulator. Do you know how to use that? I believe Ryan developed it. There's no getting away from you people, is there? Give it to her. Yes, sir. Cranial electricity will trigger resonance in the transmitter inside. Resonance will also occur in any nearby transmitter, strong enough for your sensors to detect it. Jesus, why can't I read? Go on. Also, the fact that she injected the fucking transmitter in her, she's fucking insane. I got a reading. It's increasing in strength. Increase output by 10%. Oh. Ugh. Pre-epilepsy symptoms. Should I take over? I have mech operating experience and long-range arts unit implants. Your transmitter is from Site 359. It's the only one that will work. So proceed. I can take it, Jesus. We got a stable signal. Coordinates have been synchronized to officer terminals, sir. Good, we know where Hammer is now. Proceed to the target ASAP. Handkerchief. Doubt you can even see through all that sweat. Thank you. Director Jara, did the soldiers bother you? Oh, no, just usual chit-chat. Did you say anything? Nothing. The funny thing is, I don't even know anything. I know Kristen like Kristen knows me. I didn't sign on to her adventure, and she refused to let me risk my remaining life for her. Control is lucky to have you. Lucky? No, I don't think so, Silence. When I look at Kristen, I don't see the inscrutable dominating control of Rhine. I only see a girl too proud to bow her head. Maybe time stopped 20 years ago for both of us. You mean the day when Control's parents were killed in a flight test accident? It was supposed to be a sunny, cloudless day. Is it regret? Remorse? Is it because I watched them fly to their end because I didn't check their flight plan carefully? Or because I didn't expect the government and capitalists would allow that sensitive little girl to become the target of all the attacks on her parents in order to protect their name? No, it's neither. It was just one failure. Even if it was my only one, it should be nothing for an experienced agent. But I could never forget the look in her eyes. That ball of fire falling from the sky continues to burn in her eyes. It's appeared in my dreams on many a night. I don't want to see it extinguished again. You left the Maylander Foundation because of Control. A scientist stops being a scientist when she develops an emotional attachment to her test subject, huh? You of all people should understand. I was never a mother, but I have a child. Gamma and Delta squads in position, sir. Everything looks normal with the target building, scanning for potential hostiles. Wait, is that a mainlander drone? So that's why the goddamn agents didn't show up. They were tracking our aircraft. Why didn't they find out about the plate then? Were they waiting for us to do our job and pick up the scraps? Mainlander size are everywhere. Colombia has changed a lot in the past 20 years. I used to protect people like the Rice from conspiracy theorists and technophobes. I suppose even a great mainlander can be wrong at times. Look at the mad scientists out there. They're the greatest threat. Message from mainlander Colonel. They're syncing the drone's data with us. Less than 10 life forms within 10 clicks of the target. We had an elite squad keeping an eye on Kristen before she disappeared. Are you telling me that a bunch of scientists and a few assistants took out an entire squad of commandos? Maybe we went to the wrong place? No. That's not impossible for the control I know. Keep your eyes open. Don't let your guard down. What was that? I think we just hit something, sir. No, sensors aren't picking up anything. It's wind. It's a wall of wind. Freaking hole is everywhere. We can't maintain attitude. That has to be altitude, right? Can't maintain altitude. Losing altitude 50, 40, 350. Out of my way, give me the controls. That's the building's outer wall. We're gonna hit it. Well, first one. What happened? That's the Colonel's aircraft. It fell into the buildings at 10 o'clock. Gamma Squad to the crash site now. Did the enemy come from the air? Why didn't we get any warnings from the mainlander drones? No, we've lost all communications. Mainlander size all went out at the same time? Second one. Total loss of communications with mainlander. This is FUBAR. Isn't their shit supposed to be cutting edge? Large number of hostiles. 10, 11, no more. Ambush. Raise the Colonel. White power arm. There's too many of them. Hold. The mainlander douchebag said there were less than 10. Was the data wrong or did they screw us? Ah! Oh, hello. Not the data that's wrong. Colonel, you're safe. Form up. Gamma and Delta, pull back and find cover. Have the power armor assault team move up. Let everyone know. We're facing the latest prototype unmanned power armor. Third one. The walls of the room block all screens, but the explosions can be clearly seen on the monitors. Paul Hayak does not look at the screen. Her eyes have not left the book since the first prey stepped into the trap. She swings her tail back and forth in boredom, pressing one button after another, directing the show happening not far from here. Where are you going? Fulfill my final wish. Sneaking out to meet someone again, you'll die out there, and I won't be there to save you. You can't die anyway. Don't croak before the work is done. Otherwise, you can't take it from me. It's not ready for activation yet. Only an ugly death awaits if you rush it. I know, I've heard that enough times. Take it as words of wisdom from a dying man. You're too young to be showing the madness of the impending end. Time does not treat us all fairly. Go, old man, and dream your last dream before death carries you away. Good night. As for me, it's time for me to deal with my last problem. Paul Hayak puts down the book and hooks something from the pile of books with her tail. A metal. She blows slightly at the head and sees the white vapor pass through the metal shell, then dissipate into thin air without going anywhere. It's not every day that you get to see mainlander agents work with commandos. Are you really sure you don't want to come back from the dead, my dear old employer? You'll miss the best parts. Yep, Mr. Tin Man is still there somewhere. Somehow. Who's the enemy? Only someone with the internal access codes can disable all of Mainlander's eyes at the same time. Control has someone from Mainlander with her? an elite mainlander agent, codename Holheya. She took over the task of monitoring Kristen for me. I wasn't sure if she had turned traitor, until now. Holheya. Yesterday. Holheyak means yesterday. It's unknown whether it's her codename or the one she was born with. Kristen brought her to Ryan Lab 1 year ago, saying she was Ryan Lab's new bibliology consultant. I looked into her background but found nothing. Mainlander concealed most of her files, of course, but that wasn't much of a problem for me. Not even Mainlander knows about her past. It's like she popped into the world yesterday. Her knowledge, her powers, her arts, none of them have anything to do with modern technology. Have you ever heard the legend from the days when the world was just a barren land? She is Liberi, she is Phidia. She rides with the wind and dances with the stars. She is the last elder still blessed by the heavens. She is Kukul Khan. Forward, forward, stay in formation, cover the others. Wait, up in the sky, hostile approach. Take aim. Energy beam. Wait, how could this be? It won't fire. Are our weapons being attacked? No, the weapon's fine. It's the sky that's being affected. Unknown energy interference in the area. Ah! A great force takes hold of him. Even in his metal armor, the soldier feels frail and helpless like a naked infant. He waves his limbs futilely, but he could not control his body or the exoskeleton wrapped around him. He is flung like a plastic toy, smashing into another power arm. Bonk. Silver-green shadows leave the shattered armor. A silhouette approaches slowly in the smoke. G212 Alpha 13, abandoning exoskeleton. Hostile contacts. Support requested. How many hostiles? 1. I'm afraid I'm the only one you're facing. They need time to surrender. We're almost there. That's the hideout Tristan prepared for Loki. We walked a few hours underground. I thought the end of the passage would look more normal. Where do you get your info, Mulesius? I befriended a straightforward engineer. Phew, I've smelled better. Kristen hasn't changed. You could throw her into a garbage dump when she's in the middle of an experiment and she wouldn't care one bit. Did you know that Sari and I picked all her clothes? Even Sari is more concerned about fashion than she is, and... Did the army find a place? Oh, they're fighting. Drat, we don't have time. Time for what? Shouldn't we be more cautious? Doctor, Loken is a convict with a few hundred years on his sentence. You want to take Rosmontes to see him? Then you have to beat them to it. How do you plan to explain to the military if they find us together? Rosmontes. What's with the kitten? Is she thinking about something? I think she's sensitive to the battlefield environment. There's something interfering with her thoughts. Keep an eye on her, Doctor. I need to find a way in. Maybe I can use my water to get in through the vents, then hack the door circuits. No need to look, Mulesius. Doors open, Rosmontes. Sure. Doors open, Rosmontes. Oh, I don't think it mattered. This is... Kristen built a lab inside. Loken's lab. Loken. I remember this place. It's not in my memory. I've never been in this corridor, but my eyes, ears, mouth, emotions, they all tell me that I've walked a path like it. Welcome home, child. Welcome to the court that I prepared for you.
In questa lotta non ci sono esplosioni.
Okay, I will BRB for a
C'è
while.
qualcosa che non va.
A long while.
Torniamo indietro. Starò meglio dopo aver...
Okay. 6. Ooh, different now. In the hatch. Gathering of heroes. She stands tall at the edge of the passage as the land moves slowly away. Sure. flowers. They're so beautiful. Have you come to see me again? I don't know today's flowers. Can you teach me how to spell them? Oh boy. Just want this flashback, huh? Or should I say Narcissa? Of course, Narcissa. What do you want to do after you learn it? I want to put these petals in my picture book, just like I used to. Mom loved flowers. Dad knew a lot about plants, just like you. Botanist? They're not around anymore, but I want to record these new flowers and tell them about them when I visit their graves. Sag. You'll bring me there, right? It's almost April. Narcissa, my child. You're always the strong one. Leave the flowers on the table. I'll teach you writing once I'm done with my work. Smells good. What's for dinner? Why did you come over here? Oops. Oops. Sit down over there. We're having your favorite potatoes. I'm hungry. Can you cut quicker? You want to help out? No need to be scared. I'll hold your hand. Like this? Well done. You'll do even better in the future. The future? Will I grow up to be as tall and strong like you? Become a great scientist? No, you'll be greater than I am. Much greater. Does the wound on the back of your head still hurt? Not anymore. My brothers gave me lots of sweets. They say that one sweet before going to bed helps with the pain. It makes me dream of cotton candy. Good girl. You can have them once you've had dinner. Then there's a place I want to take you to. Oh boy. Over the corridor. The place my brothers went yesterday? Yep. They said there's a nice garden there, just like those in the storybooks, and that's the place you get your flowers. Yes. Those who pass through its doors are blessed by fate. The end of the corridor is... Rasmontes. I can't get the door open. Any ideas, Miosis? We need to go. Rasmontes. Don't go, not alone. She is spacing out. Rasmontes. Who is Rasmontes? Who is Narcissa? Welcome. You're waiting for me? Always have been. Where are the doctor? Where are the others? Where they were. This court does not need an audience. Court? Is this a court? Who's on trial? I, Logan Williams. I am both accused and accuser. These last moments before fate devours me, I implore you to witness my life. Here and now, I confess to all my crimes. Greed. Yes, my teacher reproached me, chided me for my recklessness, and admonished my extraction of infected organs from the dying as being both illegal and immoral. Jesus Christ, man. He said my actions did not help patients, only accelerated their deaths. They were already dying. Their consciousness had already passed over to the other side. I did not intend to cause any more pain, nor did I change their fate. But my teacher did not agree. He and his teacher pronounced my death sentence in academia in a private trial with no justice to speak of. He refused to admit that greed is a virtue for a scientist. Small-town boy's biology education is limited to delivering burden beast calves, unless he musters the courage to dissect a newborn calf in the middle of the night. The thirst for knowledge was enough to overcome his empathy. He needed to seize every opportunity to climb, to continue on the path of exploration. Cowardice. I have not often been found wanting of courage, but there was one thing that I yielded to. Melander banned me after my teacher reported me, a mark of shame that shut me out of all universities and government-sponsored research institutions. It was the cruelest punishment you can inflict on a scientist in his prime. They stripped me of my right to research. It was akin to murder of the soul. I began drowning myself in drink. For a year and 10 months, I forced myself to face my trembling hands, so that I could forget the pain of not being able to hold a scalpel. That was when they found me. They, the shameless rascals. The Department of Defense, they founded Loken Water Tank. In return, I was to develop the most powerful weapon for them in 5 years. Science is neutral, pure, and free. Practical value, especially in terms of weaponization, can only be a burden for science. I did not want to contribute my research for them, but they knew what my weakness was. Knowledge is expensive. Instruments, equipment, materials, down to the bricks, they make up the laboratory. It all takes money. Building the lab of my dreams cost more than building a skyscraper in the middle of Trimonts. I had to admit my weakness and prostrate myself before their power. How pathetic. Is this nation any less so? They have allowed barbaric power to control the lifeline of science. There is no one more short-sighted than the soldier. They are at the helm of science, yet they know not how to use such precious knowledge except to kill their own kind. Folly. Yes, folly. The most unforgivable crime that a scientist can commit. The foolish soldiers are easy to deceive. Getting subcutaneous arts units, the result of billions in investment, was enough to satisfy them. But I was too busy, too obsessed with my research, to realize the weaknesses and ambition of those around me. A foolish student of mine handed part of my experiment data to the Department of Defense. We learned what Loken Water Tank was really researching, and were eager to see results, even threatening to take direct control. How could I allow them to steal my dream when I was so close to finishing my masterpiece? You took a risk, you failed. You lost everything. Narcissa destroyed your lab. That wasn't so bad. But then Maylander came again. They took Narcissa, robbed you of your dream again. You were like a walking corpse. The Department of Defense confiscated the scraps. They wanted you to repay the billions of investment. You could not repay it, and you refused to work with them anymore. So you were thrown into prison like a piece of rotting meat that no one paid any further attention. That was my greatest crime, failure. Now, my final and greatest failure stands before me. Sheesh. Narcissa. The only flower in my garden that has not been trampled into the mud, broken but still beautiful. Look at me. Look at the Loken Williams who raised you, educated you, oppressed you, tormented you. You witnessed me inches away from the summit and witnessed my fall from grace into the abyss. Now I invite you, child, to be the stick that measures my pain, my regrets, my crimes. You are the only one fit to do so. This guy. Forward. Area suppressed. Gamma and Delta? No more reinforcing power armors. Excellent. Continue the attack and prepare to breach the building. Ah. Who the hell punched you? Not so fast. Colonel. Should I start with you? Will killing you buy more time? You, traitor. Traitor? You have always been enemies. Who have I betrayed? How fragile. Could I have done this a long time ago? You almost killed our beloved vice president. Maybe I can exchange your head for a pardon. All units, attack! You want to be a martyr? Perhaps I should oblige. Huh? Oh, there you are, hero. The military and Maylander have this building surrounded. You can't win. Win. It's not victory that I'm looking for. It's a chance. Same for Christy. No chance is worth so many lives, including your own. You think so? Compared to my knowledge, my own life has always been insignificant. I've seen so much history, but to time, I'm hardly even a passing breeze. That's my life, my poor, boring life. A tiny little bit of time. For the chance to touch eternal knowledge, even for an instant, how can it not be worth it? Even fascinated by death. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. I know thousands of ways to die, over hundreds, thousands of years of history, but I only get to die once. Period. Full stop. Standing between accumulated memories and the possibilities of the future. How does it feel? You'll find out. Oop, calcification time. Pure, unadorned power. There was no animal blade growth. Saria simply focused all her strength on her hand. There was no originum art involved. That is why the fist was able to penetrate the distorted air. Oh, chill. Oh dear, looks like I've lost. I guess that's it, Saria. Kill me here and make it quick. Or maybe not so quick. I should savor the moment. I only get one chance after all. You mad one. What about you? Did you think yourself a creature of reason in all that you do? You wanted to prevent disaster in the most efficient manner. You're standing at the door. Why don't you work with the military? You tend to make things worse. What about Mayland? They have been your firm allies for the past 5 years. They made the decision to work with the military. Oh, and the adorable little Liberty. The little brown bird, so full of morality and empathy. I saw her in one of the military aircraft. I didn't know you had that expression in you. Your hands are growing weaker. Everything is going out of control, even your own heart. Is that not a strange feeling to a woman like you? Your taunts are meaningless. Poor Saria. That's not what your eyes, your hands, every inch of your body is saying. Are you sure you don't want to run over to the lab there right this instant? It may already be too late. You. In an instant, Holheyak is standing on top of a half-collapsed wall. A few more leaps and she's gone from the battlefield. The door to the lab is broken. How could it be? Logan. Well, time is almost up anyway. Might as well call it a day. Actually retires. Look at this guy. Look at the hunch. Good lord. You're Logan. You came to the orphanage every Friday evening. You brought different flowers each time. Your clothes always had a strong smell to them. The smell of swimming pools and freshly painted fences. Chlorine? I didn't really mind that smell. I wanted to tell you that you didn't need to hide it with flowers. But I didn't say anything because I like your flowers. I like the stories of plants that you told. It reminded me of Dad. Oh, she kinda remembers something. Good, good. Your memories are coming back. Yes, I'm remembering. You used to be very nice to me. Then you became very mean. I'm sorry, child. I'm sorry. I promised you. I want to give you a happy future. You and your brothers should have been the perfect life forms. You would have redefined originum arts, freed yourselves from the shackles of talent, the plague of oripathy. Yes, you know. We should have conquered fate itself together. Why? Why couldn't I do it? I ruined us both. Why are you crying? Tears falling on the hand, salty, painful. I have seen you cry before. That day, no. I don't want to remember. I don't want you in my memories. It's painful to forget, but even more painful to remember you. Don't forget. Remember me. Please remember me. Remember the criminal. Filled with guilt. Filled with pain. No, no. My brothers. Why? 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 My memories are coming back. My head hurts. It's cold. Grab it. Grab my neck. Clutch it in your hands. Do you feel the pulsating veins? The blood is warm. You won't be cold anymore. Blood. How could it be warm? It's colder than ice. More suffocating than water. It's you. It's all you. You took my life and my brothers away. Brothers. You turned me into a monster. A weapon. A destroyer. Then kill me. Destroy my broken body. Crush my guilty soul for all that you've lost. Kill you. Will all the crimes disappear if I kill you? The lives that people should have lived won't be taken away again? They can be with the ones they love? I can't lie to you anymore, but at least I deserve it. Time is short. We'll have company soon. I'll go to them. I won't let anyone stand in the way of what's right. Damn, determined Rosmontes. Doctor, the army men are coming. We need to go deeper. Hurry. Rosmontes. Old Locans locked the door. This building is like a maze. It's got Nasty's handprints all over it. We've been at it for a while now, but we still have no clue where they are. I'm concerned about the kitten, but I doubt an old, sickly scientist like Locan could do anything to him. Once to incite Rosmontes' anger. Then have Rosmontes kill him. That's his gift. Huh? Did he finally go off the deep end? They say being in prison too long makes you go crazy. But, well, I'm not sure I should say it, but the kitten has a reason to be angry after Locan did all that to her, doesn't she? I was angry when I saw Iffy's experiment logs, angry enough that I wanted to flood those ruins 6 feet deep. Locan would be getting what he deserved, just assuming that Rosmontes really had vengeance on her mind. I'm not sure I'm really in a position to stop her. Someone looking to get what he wants, I just want Rosmontes to do what she wants. I want to find her. I want to be my family, I want to help. I want to be my family. Then we better hurry. That was close. We almost got roasted together. Army power armors, get inside. Doctor, we have to... Over here. Am I starting to hear things? Why do I feel like I just heard Iffy's voice? Come with me. What's wrong with you? Step on it. You FNG or something? You're the FNG. It's sounding more and more like... Target, 3 o'clock. Huh? So that's how it works. It's so complicated. I'd rather use my fire. Ifrit, it's really you. Fire armor convulses a few times before you. Then, a fiery red girl leaps out in a shower of sparks. Doctor? Moo. Call him Moo. You're both here. You can drive a mech? Isn't this thing supposed to be a nightmare to drive? It's a piece of cake for a genius like me. Okay, bro. Alright, well, Saria modified it, so she's the genius. Ask her the details. She's close. Saria's here too? If only she would let me do stuff myself. But why don't you look happy, Mumu? It's not that. Wait, that's the way Rosmontes went. The power armor went there? Go. Hostile contra... it's a young girl. Sensors indicate the presence of an elderly male further in. Should we wait. Giant floating weapons. High threat target identified. Attack. You're a soldier. Cold outer shell. No warmth. No emotion. Are you fighting bad people? Do you stand with the people who have been hurt? Possible unidentified high threat test subject. Requesting permission to engage. No, you don't have your own will. You don't think about right and wrong before you act, do you? Then you're just a puppet on strings. Go away or I'll destroy you too. Damn, she's thinking for herself. Gathering of heroes.
Let's go! Take them all by storm!
一歩も引かない。戦いを避けられないというのなら、私も自分の弱さから目をそ
Oh,
らさない。
no levitating stuff this time. Yeah,
Picked out your bait yet? 想像したことある。
enemy.
友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
時間をかけ
Better watch your step.
Yep.
Cercate di non lasciare macchie di sangue. Sono difficili da pulire.
Oh boy. That guy looks like he's gonna hurt. Is it the best?
Many
Yeah.
intellectuals must join a battle before
Probably should have
penning a
made it
decent
face
verse,
up, actually.
including that sister of mine.
This
都
is
市が崩れていくのを感じる。
Assuming that the guy deals arts.
I know better than your step.
ねえ無駄だ
Doctor, my power is all yours now.
I think it's
I'll take the lead. The rest is up, monster. With me.
Ow! Holy moly, that guy deals damage.
命令を
Questo ti farà tacere.
Cannot stun me. Oh, we learned something new today, boys.
Più fai veloce, meno sarà
What's happening here?
I know we can't hide your fear.
今すっごく行くよ言われなくてもそれかまな私に指図するな
At you after all this time. You still tend to war for solutions.
Horny.
わかる動き回るなそうすればお互い手間が省けるだろ
Ain't someone here. We got absolutely
You
destroyed.
create a diversion
It's high ground. Does it just go in? No, it goes around. They hurt a lot.
What's the situation?
All right
One unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Le tue ultime parole?
After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Why you hurt
I'll
a
take
lot?
the lead. The rest is up to you guys.
Punch does nothing to this guy.
I'll charge. Who's next?
Dang.
I know we can't hide your fear.
Mission accomplished
Still think lords need modules. They definitely got power crept. Cut the potato open. Put in the water piece by piece. Skulls are much more harder to cut. Hair. The softest tissues in the human body are like cotton candy, easily scattered by a gloved hand. Brush. Flowers are crushed in the trembling palm, the juices sticking to the skin, dripping onto a new leather sheath. Scream. The instruments sever the nerves so quickly that it can take life without its owner noticing, just like the use of anesthetics. Cry. My dead brothers cry on the operating table. Why they were the ones who had to be killed. Why was I the one who was made to live? No, no. They are not dead yet. They are behind me, hammering and crying. There was never a garden. There was only cruel imprisonment and cutting. The cage that treated our lives like toys. They want to destroy the cage. As do I. Yep. Lab walls are being torn apart. They're made of advanced reinforced materials. How could they be sliced apart like potatoes? She's lost control. The ground is being peeled like an apple. Will be crushed into pulp. Someone needs to stop her. Amir could calm Rosmontis down, but she's not here. I'll try. Don't mean you're going by yourself, do you? You see how she shredded that power armor like paper? You're just a regular human. You are human, right? Says human. True blue flesh and blood. Then I won't leave Rosmontis behind. I'll go. Ifrit? This is no time for jokes, Ify. The Diablo within you, well, your power is plenty dangerous too. Don't tell me you mean to, no. I won't use its power, I'll do it myself. That's a promise between me and Rosmontis. Okay, so that's also from the trailer. She was like consoling Rosmontis, requesting support. Communicator, it's crushed? What the heck are... Don't. What? I know what you want to say, don't say it. He's my friend, my good friend. We're more than friends. We work together and fight together. Rosmontis. I'll destroy everything that's not right. A lab like this. It should never have existed. I get it. Damn lab coats, damned labs. All those damn things that tormented us should have been burnt to ashes a long time ago. Of course, we have the right to be angry, to yell, to destroy it all. But we don't have to do it. Why? Are you going to stand in the way of what's right? Oh, she's actually going rampage. You're tough, but it'll take more than that to stop me. I won't let you become like Daria. Rasmontis, we promised to see the city together and go back to Rhodes Islands together. Okay, so that is why they want you to read the manga, because Daria's there. I don't want to admit it, but you've always been better than I am. You're an elite operator, and you've done so many amazing things. Think of Amiya. Think of Blaze, the big cat. Think of the doctor. They have soft palms, their clothes smell clean, and they hug like warm blankets. Blankets? There are people who love us. Life isn't fair, but after all the scum we have to put up with, we still ended up meeting some really good people. Silence's stories always have a happy ending. I know, she made up a bunch of them. Zarya is always strict about my homework, but she helps me when I fall down. Don't destroy those memories. You can stop now, Rasmontis. Stop. Ifrit. The vibrations weaken. Ifrit grabs Rasmontis' hand. Yes, Ifrit, you remember me. No, we could forget. You didn't find out I ate those cookies you hid yet. Yes, I think you're right. It wasn't the doctor who ate the cookies. I should correct the terminal entry. You look like you're hurting. Why are you laughing? I want to laugh. You didn't lose control, right? Even the doctor was worried about it. You just wanted to do what you wanted to do in your own way. Yeah. It's okay. Zarya's worried that I'll lose control too. It's not a lack of trust. They just worry too much. As for the bad guys, the power they planted in us, the scars they left behind, none of that can control us. We're the only ones who can. You can turn the tables and laugh in their faces. Like this? Yes, lift the corners of your mouth, find that Loken, and tell him he's nothing to you. Loken. Alright, I'll find him. I know what to say now. He's gonna laugh while she's dying. Things have calmed down. Ifrit did it. She calmed Rasmontis down. Talk about a close one. Rasmontis' arts left cracks in the walls around you. The walls of the maze have been destroyed, revealing a hallway deeper into the building. What is that room for, Mulesy? Huh? This is a vivarium. Your vivarium. Why is there a vivarium in Hammer? It's connected to Loken's lab. Kristen remembered. And in the deepest reaches, sarcophagus. Whoa. You are sure you saw the sarcophagus? It's time? It is time. It is unmistakable. It is the starting point of all memories you have. Even the dizziness is exactly the same. Loken is helping Kristen study the sarcophagus. What does Kristen need the sarcophagus for? Does she want to destroy herself? She'll turn into a strange white furred creature. Well, technically it's a bird, so it's feathered. Thank you. No, Mulesy? Mulesy does not answer. You reach out and touch nothing. There is only a small splash, the reflection of bubbles. The real Mulesy stands at the heart of the vivarium. You're leaving us? Doctor, I promise to take you and Rasmontis to see Loken. Our cooperation is over. Now that its goal is complete. Can't go any further. We say goodbye here. Really, you planned this from the beginning. That's how you got the address. No. I lied again. I really am evil, aren't I? That hardhead's nasty. I told her I made my choice when I really had it. I only just now made it, the moment I saw this vivarium. I'm sorry. I came only to confirm one thing. Yes, this is where my dreams are. The vivarium and the future it carries. This is my dream. The answer for me and my people. Kristen promised to take it with her. She didn't lie to me, she just didn't tell me. Maybe she got tired of my cloaks and daggers, how a part of me never seems to be there. Maybe she never stopped believing in the trust between us. She really did it. So I should keep my promise. Tell Saria I'm sorry. What pushes away? It is soft but irresistible. Oh boy. You return to the outer hallway, the lab doors closing before you. The water disappears, leaving no trace behind. Your hand is empty again, but this is no longer just an intermission in the middle of a dance. It's time. Can I go now? Deal is done. You can leave at any time. You promised me. You'll find it on your terminal. Is this the entirety of Loken's research? No, there's another address, a blurred one. Looks familiar. You've really done a lot right under Maylander's nose. I'm starting to actually respect you. What a shame. What's that? You won't see the sky that you should have gotten to see. The stars? My people have played with them long enough. I've given you all the information I should. Do you really think those twisted spots of light are worth looking at? No, not the sky we see today. Its true aspect, in the future. Enough. I know about your great plans, but that future doesn't belong to me. As long as your data is legit, I'll be able to fulfill my ancestors' dream and recover my true power. The power that you desire could not even overcome time. You understand that it could be machines that fly the skies of the future or other evolving life forms. But not a shadow from 10,000 years ago. Are you mocking me? Mocking my blood, my memory, my destiny? You. Sacrificing your entire race just to return to the past, is it really worth it? Whatever, I got what I wanted. Let's say goodbye in peace. Return to the past? Alhek jumps down the monitoring platform. She does not turn around to look at Kristen. She does not want Kristen to see the look on her face. You. We meet again. They are silent for a moment. Past and future pass by each other without making contact. 5 minutes. I can't get the door open. Here. Are they still stuck in the air crash? Huh? It's the weapon you lent me? Not lent, gave. It's yours. You just need practice. Practice. You're free once you go out from here. The agents and soldiers are too busy to bother. They found Hammer and achieved their goal. They won't bother you anymore. Run to Trimounts. There you'll still be researchers silenced. Want to go in the most dangerous direction, don't you? You could put your life in danger. You may never be able to escape Maylander's gaze ever again. It'll be a struggle of a lifetime. You may lose some things forever. Freedom, the life you know, the trust of your family and friends, the right to live under the sun, and yourself. Are you sure you want a life like that? I don't know. I haven't seen the problem resolved with my own eyes. I don't want to give up halfway. You're a talented scholar, a good doctor. Have you made up your mind to become a warrior? Maybe I'll never be a warrior, but I'll grasp the weapon you gave me tight if necessary. Very well, child. Go forth with my blessing. Thank you, Director Jara. By the way, Control. Kristen could be just ahead. Don't you want to see her? Do I? Of course I do. But I doubt I can catch her. Jara gazes at the laboratory. Then she turns her gaze towards the sky. You got it yet? Not yet. Keep going. Door of Hammer should be in here. And Kristen. She couldn't have escaped right under our noses. 3 minutes. Ifrit? Saria, did you find a way in? Not yet. This place is weird. Even after Rosmont has crushed most of the outer wall like a cookie, it's not revealing any of the stuff inside. It's not a complete building. What? You're right, Ifrit. It's not a lab. It's... Did she install her parents' propulsion device on? How could it be? No. How did I not think of it until now? Arya, where are you going? Why break the wall? She must have expected its points. Then what has a point? Can't change anything. Would we be too late? No. I have to. Have to what? Sarya. Silence? You need to get out of here. It could be... No. Sarya, I didn't come here to listen to you talk like that. I know how far a scientist would go for her dream. I know that feeling of rapture, which is why I know the strength it takes to fight it with morality. You've long been seeking a balance between science and order. You do well, perhaps too well. Your order is falling apart, but if you're willing to let balance go, perhaps you'll find your roots amidst the chaos. Find my roots? I believe you can. We have all things to do. Let's part here. I can tell you now, Sarya, how much I looked up to you. How much I wanted to walk by your side. 1 minute. Well, there goes a rare friend. How do you plan on making it up to me, Kristen? 30 seconds. That's easy. She doesn't. Narcissa, you've returned. Are you ready to pronounce judgment? Yes, I want to kill you. Not for revenge. I hate you, but Amiya and the doctor both say that revenge won't bring back the ones I love. Not for destruction. You want to use me to destroy you. I won't. I'm not your weapon. You're just a criminal. You're nothing to me. I'll do what the law and prison could not do. I hereby sentence you to death. Good, good. How does that song go again? Country road. I cannot take that seriously. Okay, I'm sorry. Soon. Very soon. Wow, let's go! Extrajudicial killings by a child. Severe tremors shake the earth. Like something very strong and resilient is about to break out. I mean, guy deserves it a lot. You gaze at the rising inner corridor and see a figures through the windows. Christ. A name that has been on many lips these days. Lunatic, genius, foe, and friend. Or perhaps a dreamer who does not belong to this time. You see her with your own eyes for the first time. She continues to look up at the sky, as though the blank emptiness is the only thing she should care about. What is going on? You cannot remain on your feet. A familiar silhouette appears. Monster. Hello, where were you all this time, madame? It unfolds in an instant, grabbing your shoulders lightly with sharp claws, the massive figure covering you fully. It's pretty amazing how dexterous this guy actually is. Then an even more massive shadow rises behind Monster. Hammer. Now you can see that the mysterious ring corridor and Mules's vivarium are both part of Hammer. Maylander and the military fought over it, then made peace over it, but no one could have predicted that it would reveal itself in this way. The bright flames of the thrusters feel blinding. The blast throws you off your feet. Not for Calcit and Monster, you would have been cast to the winds, like those around you, and the broken remains of the lab. Calcit. Hang on, Doc. I saw the sarcophagus. We were so close to the truth. I know. The figure in the air casts her gaze at me. No, not at you. The dark monster that is protecting you. Kristen moves her lips, seemingly inquiring. You hear Calcit repeat her answer to you. I know. I know. Huh. Curiouser
May
and
my hail
curiouser.
of bullets bring you eternal peace.
And... Ooh, another tutorial. Cutting edge. The masses believe that the mechanism inside such refined engineering must be beautiful too. Nasty declines to comment. Oh. LoneTrail, please. Don't feel so good. So good so far. So good. Okay, I remember that. Alright, I did this and then it went to data sync. Cutting edge. Okay, the first ones, right? What's this thing? Hey, hey! Stop fooling around. The enemy's near the objective. What do we do? Don't worry, I think I have a grasp of the structure here. Those rocks are called planetary debris, and we can take advantage of them. Planetary debris only moves along a set trajectory. Gravity causes it to remain at the bottom of that trajectory. When stationary, the massive planetary debris will block the enemy's paths. All we need to do is change the direction of gravity on it. It's super effective. Right, planetary debris deals heavy physical damage to enemies in its path, while also pushing them. Be careful, however, as planetary debris can also deal damage to our own operators in its path. Interesting. Whee! That was fun. Good work, Hyobe. Stand adjacent to planetary debris to attack it and charge it up. After a certain number of hits, planetary debris will be pushing the operator's deployed direction, or use pushers and pullers. This takes time, but if you have operators specialized in pushing, they've got backup. You're trying to change the direction of gravity. I'm here, Instructor Doberman. Good timing, Shaw. Push that planetary debris to the right. Yes, ma'am.
You have violated the fire regulation.
Good work. With sufficient force, you can move planetary debris directly. That path is now completely blocked, regardless of which way gravity is pulling. The gravity system here is interesting. We should investigate further and make better use of it. Huh. Freaking highlighted that. The battlefield is on our side now. Eliminate the remaining enemies.
Not one step backward.
What am I looking at here?
I won't sleep on the job. I'll show them what I can do.
Oh, I didn't even need to do anything. Wait, what? I can remove him. God damn it. I wanted the ball to whatever. Illegal.
Mission accomplished.
I need to see what that guy does.
Medical team, please take tissue.
Because he
samples
suddenly
from the
just
infected.
died.
We need to see the composition of the infection in this area.
Oh, okay. Very interesting. So multi-hit guys will absolutely destroy this man. Oh, that's why Exia shredded. Okay, that's why Exia shredded him. Well, I won't say shredded. It takes a while, huh? Castle in the sky. La puta. La puta. Even ethereal dreams can come true. It just looks so cool, that the art. Okay, who are we replacing? Priest Sila. Be more active vanguards. See Mumu. I'll take it. A lot of limited units I have on my roster. God damn. November 21st, 10:99. 1 PM. Hammer mission elapsed time 3 minutes. Kashmir? Brr. Ugh. Phooey, freezing around here. Asshats keep shutting off the heaters. How many complaints am I gonna have to file before they realize we're here at night on overtime? Hey honey, what are you calling for? Hold on, I'll speak to you outside. Is he like in the air now? Oh no. What day is it today? 9 days out from the project deadline. Progress is looking bad. I won't be home today either, no. Our anniversary? Oof. Sorry, it's been crazy the past couple days. I know, honey. You've been looking forward to that restaurant forever. I know, I'm sorry. The VP was touring Rhine Labs, so the egghead idiots on the board have been going insane. They're forcing every project to produce interim results immediately, or else we're SOL. I'm not coming up with excuses, honey. It's just... Listen, I can't do today. I'll make it up to you some other time, I swear. Hello? Honey, are you there? Nope. Shit. If only something would just happen. Why won't the offices blow up? Why won't goons rob a bank? Why don't Trimount's stupid city treads just snap in half? Anything. Well, he's about to get his wish very soon. Night gradually sinks in. The office lights are set for another all-nighter. The shadow caging in this one pitiable researcher. He gives a shiver. They say snow's coming in a few weeks. Someone bumps past him out of nowhere. Whomst? Okay, my fault for hoping. Eventually, he shuffles his feet, stepping back into the high-rise. Just as he stifled his urge to stay outside a little longer, an irritating droning noise emits from far off. Catastrophe alarms, sounding with no warning. A PA demanding evacuation echoes through the streets. The researcher subconsciously learns to hurry his gait. But suddenly, he notices everyone around him coming to a slow halt. All gazes drawn at once towards the sky. With great skepticism, he lifts his head again. What the hell is that? A massive toroid in sluggish revolution rises up from behind the building. In the dark, as mechanical devices unfold, the neon of the city that glares up the upper surface becomes one with the structure. Metal lustre shining too brightly for the naked eye. It is so imposingly majestic, so impossibly elegant, that it could only be the stuff of the most beautiful dreams ever dreamt. It pierces through the clouds, and inexplicably, it rises still. Some kind of ring? 7:13 p.m. Hammer mid-flight. I'm very interested, of course. Extremely interested. Really? Well, that's swell. If our project can get Ryan's sponsorship. Take a seat, ma'am. Anything to drink? Plain water would be fine, Justin, sir. Please, call me Justin Jr. even. How about some wine? War took the Gaulish Empire, but I think the troops were leaving us the best vineyards intact. Please. If you insist, thank you. Come in. Director, your office phone has been ringing non-stop. Tell them I'm busy. You have some friends of yours looking for you. Major Benjamin, Councilman Chris, Deputy Phil, Commander Colette, who else? You have a Mr. Lewis, the one in charge of Industrial Sec. They say, who might you be, ma'am? Sorry, I'll wait outside. Don't worry about it, no secrets here. Go ahead. Right. You appear to be extremely unhappy with the articles you deposited at Plate 7. You were under the impression the project was a more ordinary one. Commander Colette went to Mr. Lewis. I'm afraid all Plate 7 monitoring files will be lost by tomorrow. The mayor and councilman have returned every case we've sent them over the past few years and declared they'll no longer be seeking your aid for campaigns. Deputy made some very radical statements. I hear he's gotten an emergency arrest warrant for the state prosecutor. It seems to be on the way here now. I've notified the fence, but we can't keep them away for long. And here I swore we get along well enough. How fragile friendship is, wouldn't you say, ma'am? Justin, sir, I'm only here to ask you to invest. I don't think I should necessarily be in the loop on all this. Aren't you curious though? What could Ryan Lab have that scares these elites and bureaucrats and black suits and white gloves so badly that they'd crawl out of bed in the middle of the night to get to work? I don't know. A nanodroid that extends their lifespan forever or something? Nice idea. If someone came to me with a prospectus and technical prototype, you know I'd invest. I am wondering a little. Why you'd call me up, of all people? Have you ever heard of Stade syndrome, ma'am? Huh? I've seen it in the files. A rare hereditary condition, I think. Very rare, highly fatal, and extremely stubborn. Sufferers of it aren't usually expected to live beyond 45, and more than likely pass it on to their children. I assume it was Ryan Lab that developed. Look, no rush to win your potential sponsor over. But yes, fairy tale ending. There's a miracle cure out for Stade syndrome, and while Ryan Lab had no involvement in the research, it goes without saying that many have reaped the benefits. Pity it arrived a little late is all. Old Justin Sr. died of organ failure from Stade syndrome 3 days before they finalized the drug. Justin Sr., he must be, sure was, and his son, Justin Jr., was informed out of the big wide blue after struggling in fear for a decade and change that he could live like a normal human thanks to the med. Bam! The nightmare that plagued my family was gone, like it never existed. Only later did I learn that the key element in the drug popped up when an intern researcher happened to mess up some regions. That's fate. That's how it goes. Well, at least you're free of the disease now. Because of a random dumb mistake? The incapable might call it a twist of fate, and when the curtains are closed, pat themselves on the back for it even. They see it as a gift of chance. But I can't stand it. I won't stand for it. I'll have this phenomenon safe and secure in my own hands. I'll grip it. I'll control it. I'll dictate to it where it goes. Oh, a catastrophe alarm? Why does it have to be now? Justin, sir, we need to evacuate. Finally. Justin Fitzroy Jr. Well, if it isn't the Supreme Court, you finally got me. What is your pledge? I pledge it will lead Columbia forth. What guarantees that? Is my participation not enough? Your many friends are dissuading me at this very moment. They tell me Colombian law shouldn't allow your people continue in their unbridled ways. If a mere fondness for sending out cases of money does unbridled ways make, then what, pray tell, does Kristen's actions something? Justice, you told me that it's not for the protection of any sanctimonious ethics that Colombian law works. It must hew the brambles for those who make forth. I ask then, what is your verdict? Columbia's court pales timid and weak, and I should see no reason why it deserves my further tenure. Much obliged. God damn, the strings do be pulling. Was that just a Supreme Court justice calling? What research are Ryan Lab even handling? Easy. Ryan Lab's no danger to the law. You're with a trustworthy firm. But, well, back on topic. About what I've been stashing in the jurisdictional care of my friends. Go pull the curtains, ma'am. You won't want to miss the show tonight. What is that? I don't think I've ever heard this music they've used before. How is something that big fly? Is that another Ryan Lab project? I'll be honest, you're not really a qualified entrepreneur. You're a flip-flopper. Scare easy. Not confident enough. Always second-guessing. Got a habit of spending too much time on how you word things. To be frank, it's no wonder Trimalchian investor circles don't like you. Lucky for you, none of that matters to me. Ryan Lab will buy out your power laboratory in whole. I'll provide you ample funds, and it will be seen to that all is done to support your research endeavors to come. Lady Luck is on our side, and one day you rise to directorship at Ryan Lab, then it's not out of the question that you might get a little section carved out for you. Just as our young Dr. Franks got. That's... I don't understand, so much has happened. Just say yes. Because Luck doesn't claim the credit here, for it has been my decision. Where the hand of Justin Jr. reaches, there is random chance no longer, ma'am. I helped the lunatic succeed. I understand, Director Justin. Looking forward to working with you. And welcome to the Ryan Lab family. Cheers. Ugh. Corpo talk. 10:25 p.m. Hammer mid-flight. Seems we finally found it, Colonel. Bit of a process, eh? We weren't anticipating Kristen would have another propulsion unit ready to go for Hammer. She hid the whole contraption under a garbage heap, Now she sailed the damn thing through Trimount's airspace like she owns it. This is all my fault. No point in taking. I'm assuming the blame now, Colonel. Things are all headed for the worst case. Hammer is still flying for Shaft, bound for its upper surface with an estimated time of arrival of 20 minutes. Based on what the manuals say, it'll be hovering within about 5 clicks of the shaft, which gives it maximal odds of taking down any ground targets in its angle of drift. But of course, Arc 1 is in no suitable position to launch attacks or counter enemy positions right now. Our plans never extended beyond demonstrated feasibility within Trimount. 5 clicks of altitude, something the average airline unit just can't do. Your considerations were all comprehensive outside of that blindsiding. We're dispatching specialist drones from the district capable of higher altitudes, but we still need more time. Meanwhile, we have every regular drone allocated to Trimounts already on liftoff. They'll interfere with Hammer's continued ascent as best as they can. Effect was to be limited. Seems the military gave this ring thing some sturdy armor. I thought these Maylander drones were advanced for Columbia as is. Outstanding work. Medals for all generals, I say. The DoD has a hell of a lot resting on this. No point in taking the blame now, sir. What's important is we get the situation back into your hands. Into our hands, Colonel. Personally, I understand the pitch the army is making. Ever since the Bolivar debacle, you people have been mighty eager to get back on the stage. But we're all Colombians, aren't we? Fucking Americans, man. Goes without saying when I enlisted, I pledged my loyalty to Colombia. Kristen still won't contact us and won't respond to any hails from us either. These aren't the actions of an opportunist or kidnapper. But if this is a bluff by the military, we can't say anything for sure. All we can be thankful for is, no matter what she intends to do, the shaft is under our control and always has been. She has no way to... Sorry, Mr. Vice President, let me proceed. Colonel, it seems your people have some urgent news for you. It's me, I'm with the Vice President, right? Charging? Haven't we been in total control of the shaft this whole time? How could it? Shut the whole shaft down immediately. You can't. What do you mean you can't? How hard can it be to find the goddamn switch or breaker or whatever it is and flip it? Pull out the wires, kill the power source, do whatever it takes. I don't care what facilities we damage. What? You're telling me you've done everything you can and the shaft has not only failed to shut down, its goddamn energy readings are still climbing? Bring every ounce of explosive we have in Trimounts. Blow that thing to Kingdom Come. It's already charged, and if you blow it up, the energy dissipation will level the entire city, Colonel. That's what Maylander's agents are telling. You've got a crafty one on your hands. Ha! She's out of her goddamn mind. How much does she hate Columbia? What is she up to? Hold on. I can think of one possibility. The district. It's the district. If Hammer's angle deviates far enough, it's probably gonna threaten Max DC. Max DC. Our beloved president is still situated there. Tristan, she intends to destroy the heart and the brain of Columbia. We have to evacuate all personnel in the district immediately. Don't worry, Colonel. The president's just told me we're fine. Armed forces in the district are mobilized, and General Barry is taking charge of the defense there. General Barry? Are you serious? She's promised me she'll protect the president with her life. General Barry? Oh, I guess you didn't hear. She's just been promoted. Carry on with your mission, Colonel. Columbia still needs you in this dire hour. Anything else? No, nothing. I swear, I'm gonna put an end to this insanity, personally. Don't overwork yourself. If you'll excuse me? Will these orders do, Mr. President? I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure about this. Still, I won't question your judgment. I understand. I'll head out at once. You see that? What is it? Is that what the brass is after? Sure, it's a high-flying bastard. Where's it heading? Hello, Silence. Out of the city. By appearances, an energy accumulation device. Out of the city? The shaft? What did the Colonel call those things? Arc 1? Hammer? What the hell is that mad scientist thinking? What the hell is that mad scientist thinking? Idealism, obsession, curiosity, initiative. It's a trend that scientists are tied to these qualities. Silence will admit, as a scientist herself, as a former Rhine Lab employee, that when she first caught that tremendous megastructure rising to the sky, she felt a faint tug on her heartstrings, and a mortifying sense of pride. This company she once struggled for was had created a wonder of the land, of the sky. She should by all rights bask in it, shouldn't she? Deception, calculation, sacrifice, conspiracy. She quickly comes to realizing what this marvel was built upon. Control. Kristen Wright. As an ordinary researcher, she never had too much contact with Kristen. Perhaps at most, a glimpse or two of the Rhine Lab control during wrap-up conferences at the end of the year. She still remembers the look in Kristen's eyes. In her eyes, there was only one thing. Scientists must think about one thing, and one thing only, and that is how to accomplish it. A scientist's sole responsibility is to push science to progress. That alone is more than enough to exhaust us. And where is it that progress lies? Whenever Columbia's wastes see rain, the vegetation quickly turns to overgrowth. When people hand down decisions from high perches, dictating what plants are of use, and what should be disparaged as weeds, it never sits well with. We need to admit, no matter what, that should not be described as progress. Kristen and those like her, and those who wear the same guise as her, they all lay claim to their vision, their direction, as the way that science's progress should orient. She wouldn't dare say she understands the secretive, elusive control, but she understands the rest of them, and the respective costs of their journeys forward. Who will define progress? Who will watch over it? Hasn't it seen too many sacrifices beneath its heels? Science must progress, of course. I am a researcher myself. I sympathize as such. But we must be aware of the nature of the costs therein. We must be aware that science does not solely serve personal ideals nor obsessions. Hello? Is that a drone? Researcher, what are you doing? I don't want trouble with you, and the guys in charge don't need your help anymore, so you ought to... Hey, we're talking to you. The hell is she up? The key, your car key. Wait, what? She stole one of our cars? Is she insane? Shit, we need to... Hello, Ifrit. Silence, silence. Where'd the girl come from? It's a military exclusion zone. The hell are you doing? Move it. See ya, kids. Ugh. Give me a car key too. Do you know how to drive, young lady? Maybe you need me to... Well, just freaking kick them to the ground, huh? Shut up, I've got this under control. Wait, does she know? But just to confirm, left one is the brake, right? Yep. She does not. In fact, no. Castle in the sky.
Let's go. Take them all
Down.
by storm.
Ways I can spawn them. That's this.
Okay, serious space.
Serious. So good, man. Oh wait, I need to cover the up.
Wanna keep that animosity
where
be
is
gone with the flow.
Whipped out your bait yet?
Boom. Oh.
Don't nothing can mask the scent of despair.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
I need somebody here.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Arrived at designated position.
Yeah. Could be enough.
What's perform your task?
Destroy. That is a lot of lightsaber boys.
Follow me.
No.
Want a candy? It's like water. Rock and roll.
What's the situation?
わかった。
Oh. Men.
Whipped out your bait yet?
命令。お前の攻撃は想定の通り。
Okay, so summons can use the buttons.
Don't keep trying to save your corpse in the shadow. No.
Oh, he died. If I activate this while it's recovering. Oh, okay. That's such a good skill, man.
What's monster?
I'm better than
What the fuck? Oh wow, monster died. Impossibles.
悪くない場所だ。言われなくて一問に
Okay, these lightsaber guys are trouble, huh? Gotta check their stats too. I'm assuming their arts damage. Pretty much close to that reunion lightsaber guy. But Colombian. Doctor, we need to leave immediately. I found Tristan's energy source. Things aren't yet irredeemable. The worst case possibility I anticipated has not yet come to pass. Still have a chance to stop her. What's a sarcophagus doing here? Tristan's plan requires mass amounts of energy, the scale and purity of which are both beyond any modern Terran's grasp, or even their imagination. So she's exploiting the sarcophagus tech? Sheer vastness of this energy is more than a sarcophagus can provide too. So why is she... I said more than a sarcophagus. I hadn't anticipated their being in Colombia. Buried right beneath these wastes. Doctor, I need your help. And your help is all I have. But I'm worried about Rosmontes. Combat has concluded. She won't be in danger. I ask you have faith in her. She may still be a child, but she is nevertheless a Rhodes Island elite operator. And I ask you have faith in the time you spent with her. Whether the operation in Chernobog or her days aboard Rhodes Island, not one past moment has been for naught, and these experiences likewise mold her even now. She will make her own choice, and we can only respect that choice. But right now, as it falls to her, so it falls to us too. 7:45 PM, hammer now at upper shaft. Bada-boom. Hello, Saria. Incredible. I've always wondered how you learned to fight so well, busy with all those research projects. And I thought I made efficient use of my time. Do you never sleep? What are you doing here, Ferdinand? You took the words right out of my mouth, Saria. After forcibly entering a Trimountian military spec ops bureau, what could you possibly be doing? Let me guess, you want to find something to chase after that airborne gizmo. Maybe hijack a heavy-duty army drone and tie yourself onto it, for example? Or is that thinking a little too simple, Director Saria? I never took you for the impulsive type. Out of the way, Ferdinand. I have no time to argue with you right now. When you look at that, how sad. The only three, well, fine, scientific investigations doesn't count. The only two directors control left out of her incredible master plan just happen to have gathered here. What do you want to do? Stop the mad woman? Or save her? I have no need to tell you anything. I assure you, I don't mean to criticize your relationship with Kristen. I was just waiting for you. Listen, Zarya, I'm not here to get in your way. I said out of the way. And I said listen. That hill is huge. That's the sound of an aircraft. Ferdinand, where's that one from? The Horizon Arc project isn't just that super weapon Kristen's floating through the air. It's a complete strategic program. I tapped into some connections to borrow an aircraft they used to service Arc 1 and blew up the rest while I was at it. Let me be clear, look across all of Columbia and you'll find very few passenger aircraft safely able to fly near barrier altitude. They won't need much time to scramble high altitude craft from the district, but for you and for me, that time is more than enough. You're proposing a collaboration. You believe that you're seriously qualified for this? There's the same old Zarya I know. As though you'd have the ability to quell every single problem, even if I wasn't there to help. But I don't have a single shred of doubt about this. In your own words, there is no reason we should clash. Hammer has reached the shaft's aerial space, and the shaft has begun accumulating energy. If we let the situation unfold as is, then no matter what Kristen's up to, this will end with the Department of Defense exposed to the winds of scrutiny. I'm sure we all know how Rhine Lab as an accessory to it will end up. And whether it be as clandestine military proxy or a former director of Rhine Lab, you'll be finished, Ferdinand. Exactly. But I'm not about to give in. We can still make it in time. We can bring Hammer back down again in a safe descent before the energy excitation, and then there will be room to pull everything back. And is it your life you're looking to redeem or Rhine Lab? Does it matter? You'll have to be franker than that, Ferdinand. You've been ready with this aircraft. You've been anticipating that Kristen could get this far. Here I thought the busy work at Defense had ground all away your researcher's insight. Still, I've been ready for less time than you think. Do you honestly believe this adventure of yours will rescue anything? If you didn't think so, then why would you be here? You know what feeling has struck me deeper than anything else lately? I feel like nobody cares about Rhine Lab's reputation. Everyone else is either out to see what research funds Rhine can get them, or their only interest is in what Kristen's doing. You may have considered how Kristen leaves the picture, but have you considered what will become of the company afterwards? Yes, I know, you've all been captured by her charm and charisma. With a little soul searching, I have to wonder if I wasn't too. Of course I was. Rhine Lab is ours, the blood we shed. I can't accept her setting fire to everything that I gave the sweat of my brow for. No matter what reason drives it. If I can swallow being a tusk piece of the military because I want to pull Ryan back from the brink, is that so wrong? I never thought I'd see you telling me this sort of thing. They're very Director of Defense-like words, aren't they? Frankly, I should be getting a cut of your salary for it. I'm no longer the Director of Defense. Fine, once the dust settles on all this, I'll talk with Jara about getting a raise. You'll need to be re-employed first. That is true. Bill, you were right about one thing. Rescuing Ryan is far from my only aim. I need Ryan and Ryan needs me. That's my assessment, born of reason and emotion. However, to put it bluntly, I'm curious. This is Kristen we're talking about. We know Kristen. The army wants to think she's out to blow something up, which is stupid. After working with her for so long, we know what kind of woman she is. And of course, you would understand her better than I ever did. Zarya, tell me straight, what's going on in that brain of hers? How far is she going to take this? I can conjecture. Conjecture? Very cautious terminology. Go on then. Are you conjecturing or not? Those drones currently on the attack may be unable to pierce Hammer's armor for the time being, cannot reach its altitude of cover. But shooting down this maintenance aircraft of yours would be simple enough for them. My guess is the military and mainlander are deploying even greater firepower right now, specialist drones capable of even higher altitude. Even landing craft will convey troops. Their involvement in the front line is only a matter of time. We need to get your little craft, with near to no armor and not a single weapon installed, straight through a net of drone fire. This definitely carries a little risk. I'll pilot. Suit yourself. Are you actually able to run these things though? I learned once, in college. Yep, we're gonna die. 10:50 PM, hammer altitude, 3,000 meters. Seems like the transmitter response has started growing stronger. It should be right around here. Still no good. Energy readout's completely blank. Can't stop it? Not that. The thing's blown past max display capacity. There's nothing in the manuals for this. Then to hell with the manual. I want solutions, damn it. No. The entire facility's energy supply line should be cut by now. All of it. This energy, where the heck is it coming from? So you're telling me this energy is enough to turn us to ash with just one lick, but it's just coming out of thin air? The burden is on you to prove that hypothesis. Shut up and keep giving me solutions or I'll hurl you straight in there. Let me just give it another once-over. Pipelines, switches, energy nodes. Is this son of a bitch gonna explode on us? The manual says, I think in general terms, current accumulated energy is now beyond the structure's theoretical safe capacity. If it explodes, what happens? I don't know. Hey, okay, run me some analysis. If something does go wrong, will it hit Yorktown? That's not far from here. Yorktown? I'm not sure. Tell me how big it'll blow, for Pete's sake. I told my brother-in-law it was a bad idea to pioneer out near Trimount. It's a city of head cases. I'm calculating now. To hell with this, I'm surrounded by science nuts, crazy point Dexters. Don't any of you have even a single breaker in your brains? Every day with your million freaking amazing project, you just never wonder what happens if you screw up. The mind's behind Tri-Mountain science, and you build this giant bomb that activates itself and you literally can't even shut it down? I wasn't on this project. I got temp assigned to work on this by your colonel. I would have definitely tested this thing a few more times myself. Zip it. I know you people too well. One little teensy-weensy hint of success and it's like you all go goddamn blind. But wasn't this project led by the DoD? Okay, then they're all insane. I warned my Meemaw when she said her folks were coming to pioneer in Colombia, nation built of goddamn nutcases. Damn it, are you done calculating? Shit, this won't work, I need to make a call. Why can't I dial out? Energy concentrations are too high, probably, thus impacting signal transmission. Damn it. God damn it. Is there anywhere with better signal? Some other corridor? Hello there, silence. His zips passed through. We really had to hear that entire conversation, huh? This has all fallen to chaos. Energy transmission can't be halted. Just what is Kristen trying to do? Transmitter response is still growing stronger. It should be that the transmitter Professor Parvis tuned is all aboard Hammer. So why is there such a strong reaction here too? I have to... Oh? Is there a passage anywhere? I need to keep heading down. Hello, Jara? Silence. So you came. You chose this path to move forward. Whenever Parvis recruited for his places, he'd always tell me that the trait he most valued was a researcher's perseverance for progress. No wonder he graded you well. What could be on your mind right now, Kristen? Hello, Calcit. Where are we? So, this is our destination. Kristen, she's kept her secret so well. For the past while, I investigated several former Trimon's locations surveyed by Ryan Lab, until finally I found this place. And the reality was little removed from what I imagined. Calcit gives the rock face beside her a few knocks. We're separated from the Horizon Arc Project, shaft, by only a few hundred meters. I'm afraid Kristen has the way laid out there too, should you want to go sightseeing. Calcit? Doctor? I presume you've gathered that there is much more driving Rose Islands to intervene so actively in the Trimon's affair, beyond simply who and what you've seen. Who? What? Silence, Ifrit and Saria, Loken and Rosmontis, even the Revenant calling himself the Tin Man. All of them are simply ordinary people, far separated from the truth. With regards to the Rhine Lab commotion and Kristen going out of control, the military and the Maylander Foundation are like weights once again placed on the scales, trying to preserve the semblance of a civilized nation. But none of that is what matters most, what should concern most. From the very beginning, Kristen has been brushing against something far beyond anyone's imaginations, and with that as a focus, has launched a charge against the sky. I worry her actions will bring unexpected things to bear upon Terra. My intent was to stop her before then, but we were one step too slow. On Terra today, interfering in such things is no longer easy. Civilization is much more expansive than I thought. There will come a day when people step far enough again. Why not share what you know with everyone else? Isn't Kristen just trying to break to the sky? Why not share what you know with everyone else? It's not as if I haven't before, but the end result is never ideal. You may suggest those aboard Rose Islands today, Amiya, Closure, the hunters with ties to Aegir. They know a great deal already, which has helped resolve their own issues. But when you plow the fields, you never pay mind to why the horizons form as clouds, rain and lightning. Yet perhaps you may want to know when the next storm will come. The arrogant acts of noble politicians versus repeated catastrophe. The forecasted yield of crops versus new tax levies. These are things that ground life. The reality is, Countess have no regard for even that much. They simply do not care for the fates of others. From a Terran's point of view, even if they did choose to believe such far-flung knowledge and information, what could they do about it? What use would it be? The wise that take note of all around them, those bare few, are the only ones able to maintain their thought. And the rest, when faced with things that outstrip their comprehension, more than often opt to laugh it off or persecute it, so as to protect their comfortable bubbles of ignorance from any outside challenge. They are no more than lamentable, but the truth grows ever further because of them. I've been pushed to explain to me before. I'm starting to wonder just what's ahead of us. Just promise me one thing, Doctor. Go on. No matter what it is you find next, and think next, do not let it shake you. I am by your side. If you choose to... No, you won't. I trust the you that accompanied Amiya and Rose Islands to today, and I trust that you're prepared in your own way. Despite how inescapably scarce our remaining time is. Wait. Fall back, Doctor. What I just said will take some time explaining. There's a timer? According to Calcit, something's about to happen. You follow Calcit's gaze to where a dangerous silver glint perches atop the rock. A woman clings to the stalactite wall with nothing but her tail, almost like she's floating in the air. Taking in the two of you with great amusement. Is this Holeyak? You feel uneasy. It isn't Holeyak's sudden appearance before you, rather that you realize how Calcit, a prudence comparable to an automated machine, has made a mistake so rudimentary even to you. Holhayak gently lands beside the two of you. Her mirthful smile draws scratches across your beating heart. I thought you were more cautious than that, Rose Island physician. But to be fair, I'm surprised you two managed to find this place. Kristen never even told me its exact location. Cool Khan. Betraying the Maylander Foundation is tantamount to funeralizing your future in Colombia. What Kristen promised must be far more generous than what Maylander could give you. You and your clan chose a path of no return, and you're trying to find the source of your race's power from control and Loken's research. What is her race's power? Apparently, she can go back in time? I advise you to stop. This is not pursuit of the historical self, it is simply self-destruction. A vast time has elapsed in which the elders have lost their legendary powers, and now compared to the remaining ancient races have no... Halsid's speech is interrupted. Hayak's tail is quietly pressed against your throat. Yes, there's a sort of pressure your calm expression and tone of voice read. One that makes your database of a brain capable of turning words into weapons. But you know that sometimes speechcraft just doesn't work. The sarcophagus from Loken and the files Kristen got from who knows where are enough to round up this dream we've had for a long time. A dream filled to bursting with power and might. Look at this now. Look at me. My plumage, my flesh, my tail. Memory tells me how it's all begotten by my blood. A high blood by any other name. The Kukulkan blood. I'm very strong, aren't I, Doctor? Please listen when you speak. I don't mind your composure one bit, but you see, if I felt like snapping your neck, then it wouldn't take much effort to do it. I remember it happening just like this before, without all that fantastical equipment. Kristen's hardly stronger than the average person, and I could have just as easily throttled her. But she downplayed, minimized, rejected power. I don't really like the oddball scientist type, but she made me realize, aside from my lineage, what do I even have? It's a cruel irony. The words she says cling to you. She humiliated the calling and the memories I succeeded. I wanted so badly to return the favor. But she seemed so impossible to strike at. The placidity, like she'd gotten everything life had to offer. So placid, it made me envious. Made me want to claw myself apart. It shook me so badly. She won you over? What is it you want? I want to see how she ends, to guess her true intentions, to unearth her legacy, and then I'll snatch away every last thing that made up her mind when she ridiculed me. Maybe I'll find the answer just like that. Before I return to my longed-for age of the Kukulkan's unraveled dominance, I want to know, in our modern sense, what worth that has. What worth I have. That's what I, Hayak, want to do. I hope you won't get in the way, Doctor. Miss Yesterday over here.
Take a breather and tally up your losses. Nothing
Do we need to take a
celebrating
breather?
here.
Let me
You
drink
might be
first.
dead in a second or two.
Between past and present, the mask must slip. Someday. Alright. Case you've got. Here's really calling up. I think it's monster time, Calcit. Let the doctor go. You can go seek the thing you want that really will resolve your misgivings. What? Just like that? You pledge we will not respond in any way to your actions. To the way Sarya and Tin Man act around you, I thought you were going to be the dangerous. What's wrong? That real feebleness because you don't carry yourself like someone without the power to resist? I leave it to your imagination, but you can understand that I'm not going to sacrifice myself for the doctor's safety. So it seems. Well, I burned my bridges with the Maylander Foundation. So the less enemies the better, really. Kristen's plans are in motion already. I'd say we're short on free time too. We'll leave it there then, before the district starts responding adversely. Oh. What? Mr. Tin Man, sir? Quite right. It won't do for the district to be in true naked danger. We need to accelerate our gains of the situation. And given you betrayed the Maylander Foundation, we really shouldn't let an outsider settle this for us. That means you, Dame Calcit. You're not that stupid. You indulge Hayak intentionally, looking to seize your moment to act. Oh, so you guess I'd pursue our traitor. How nostalgic. To be exploited by the dame once again. Intentional indulgence is giving us too much credit. The agents we assigned to be by Kristen's side defected one after another. I couldn't help but start doubting myself, and introspection is a thing that takes good time. As for the lives of the two of you, madame, haven't you been too careless? If you unleash your jet-black vassal, surely restraining her wouldn't have been difficult. This is not a place in which I can use any weapon. This with quotation marks. We are already on top of it. Quotation marks as well. That statement of yours is enough to draw considerable attention from the Melander Foundation, Dame Calcit. Unless you're mystifying us on purpose. Paul. Honestly, what a surprise, Tin Man. How many bodies do you have? Didn't I toss your poor metal skull in the trash at Loken's? Are you letting me go this time? Or is this the deal? I kill you again, and then the Melander Foundation lets me walk free? Ancient sarcasm language. We'll talk again in a bit, traitor. Yeah. Has my vision gone dark? He did something to my eyes. No, it's something mental. I can't move my limbs. It seems arts still work here. Originum arts are not within the scope of the weaponry senses. Furthermore, even the full powers of a revenant would be unable to damage their critical components in the slightest. Then what about the Originum bomb and arts units in my pockets? Too primitive. But these are state-of-the-art Colombian technology. They could get us buried in the deep of this land with ease. So, anything else you haven't told the Melander Foundation? Well, are we not able to come together on this? Not even with my being a Colombian or a sarcasm. All throughout, I have only wanted the doctor alone to reach this place. The control of Rhinelab was a mishap in that respect. Me? Regretfully, you don't make the rules here. Beyond my duty to the Melander Foundation, I have a heavy interest in this ancient ancestral home of a land. There may be leads on Casdell in there. I'm afraid I won't so easily... Speaking, yes, Whole Hayak's been apprehended by ours. She's ready to... What? The President himself? Trying to break free? Looks like your arts aren't all that secure, my dear employer. Oh, it seems I've underestimated Whole Hayak. Roger's that. I will of course obey. See you later. Isn't it strange, How can you break free of such witchcraft by brute force? Your average campaign knight a century ago would have been frozen to the spot. That voice just now, it was a sarcasm. Witchcraft. You. What race even are you? Is he a banshee? Is that a curse? I ran my checks. Always race on the mind, Whole Hayak. You really are pitiful. What puzzles me more, honestly? I mean, look at me, at the way I am. How could you take me for some ordinary person, killed by tossing his head away? He's got a point. He's freaking Tin Man over here. Yes, you have a point, so could you put yourself back together if I crushed you? I'll deal with Whole Hayak, you two go on ahead. The President has given me personal orders to unconditionally assist this Rhodes Island party to these coordinates. How very strange. I wonder when he got such a clear grasp of things. So what if he is a sarcasm? The young sarcasms detest you, lovingly respect you too, for a great many reasons. But as I see it, the fight for the sarcasm will go on longer still. Okay, so there is still... I mean, you cannot quench it even after the Victoria arc. And of course, it will merely be so. Okay, now hurry up. When later comes, I hope you'll tell me everything you're willing. I promise that to you. Let's go, Doctor. I'm impressed how easily you give up on your greed. Doesn't the truth matter to you? Don't you want to follow them down there and take in that ancient ancestral home of yours? Growing attached to your mission target on a mission, and then betraying your country with intent to misappropriate vital technology without scruple. Not educating my subordinates properly is my disgrace. Your damages to my body cannot rouse anger in me, not in the midst of my excessively long time undisturbed. But as your boss and an authority of Midlander Foundation, I suggest you hand yourself in. Try to plead a lenient sentence. Grr, you old monster. How much have you lost over the course of your life? Does the idea of duty really still do something for you? I once used quite the amount of art as a means to avert the trauma too long a time would inflict on my soul, but it wasn't entirely effective. If you look purely at results, I'm a very conscientious one. Death will attest to that in my place. No, I'll defeat you. I'll get everything I want. I'll prove I'm my own self, and that means I have to kill you, kill everyone in the Midlander Foundation, and even be killed by you. Then I'll give each and every bit of it my shot. Heh, so this is how fighting for yourself makes your blood pound. Why did I ever put restoring my old blood first? How many generations worth of memories have you inherited, Holhea? 3 centuries? Or no, maybe 5. It's long enough. Long enough for a city to be rebuilt anew and destroyed again. Or for a dynasty to go from rise to decline. But to me, it is no more than the time needed to rouse myself from a nightmare. Big words from you. No, the reality is, your stretch of distress and your heart-rending family history wouldn't stand up to the tale of a single scratch on my alloy fingers, young beast cub. Oops. Blake feels her heart stall for an instant. Her sight blacks out again. With experience, she quickly abandons her vision and attempts to wrap her body in arts to extend her limbs' sense of touch. Even among Midlander's seasoned agents, she was eminently gifted. The Kukulkan's memories are not solely a burden. They make her a natural-born, highly veteran warrior. Every part of her body is a lethal weapon. Clarity of her mind is no equal, and her arts would redefine guile itself. But this time, Holheyak begins to feel a hint of fear creeping up. A prickling, sinking feeling that starts from her eardrums and bores into her brain. She covers her ears in pain despite the pure silence about her. Cavern scenery begins to change, a deeper darkness diffusing out from beneath the Tin Man's feet. Ancient sarcasm language. Given you want to delve into history, I'll have to share a little more of it with you. Monkaes. Holheyak can feel it, her cheeks abraded by coarse sandstorms. Her shoulders give a faint shudder, as if bearing some colossal mass. You made too much light of the weight of history, Kukulkan. You've yet to understand what it means for a memory to be graven. Alright. Note to self, guys. Do not mess with Mr. Tin Man. You said you knew how to pilot this thing. Hold on tight. Well, in college. Ugh. I'm trying the hardest I can, Ferdinand. If I wasn't, we would be dead. Tarja, check the window. The engine is on fire. Power loss, no huge concern. The thing looks ready to explode. What do you mean, no huge concern? I had no idea you could be so conversation. Oh my god, she's still nonchalant even in this. There's no end to these drones. Ferdinand, get over here. Grip onto this bar. No letting it go. Push it up. See these dials? Wait until they pass this line, then call for me. What are you? Strap in. Don't let your hands leave that thing. I'm opening the hatch and heading out one moment. Opening the hatch? What do you mean heading out? In midair? Sorry, this whole thing's shaking. Damn it, I knew I should have called my lawyer before I got on board. You think you can afford that lawyer without a job? Okay, I like this banter, man. Stay calm, watch the dials, period. What the hell are you doing? I think it's on the verge of haywire. There have been lights flashing. Sarya, are you done yet? Whew. I'll take the controls. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar, Ferdinand. Did the firefight die down? What did you do? I haven't seen you looking like that for years. The pulse device was reverse engineered from Raytheon Industries tech. I wasn't intending for it to hijack transport drones. I didn't expect its time would come now. Ah. Status check. Prepare to dock. Under Saria's control, the cabin doors opened fire. Open up. Fierce gales of wind and ice-cold air pouring straight into the aircraft. I should have worn a few more layers. Put on your mask. It'll make that a little bit easier for you. Damn, nice mask. If I'm honest, I thought you'd jump straight out like some down on her locker and leave a fresh hole in the lab ceiling. But like an academic, you pulsed the drone first to stop them nearing this craft and then completed a proficient mid-air docking. Nasty was meticulous in building this lab. I don't think she would have zero precautions against me. Besides which, I could guarantee you'd withstand atmospheric pressure at this altitude. It looks like you have been busy since you left defense. What have you been doing all these years? Work. Work. Don't undo your seatbelt for this. If you want to pull Ryan Lab back from the brink, then show me how you do it. I'm not your section underling, Saria, and you're not defense director anymore. Don't talk to me that way. Can you stand? Yes, I'm fine. But you'll have to keep me steady. This sensation is bizarre. Are we really in midair? The starpod is practically on top of our heads. We're still far further than that. The aircraft reads 5,037 meters on the dial just now. The barrier is still another kilometer from where we are. You don't seem moved at all. Huh. Suppose so. Learning to pilot in your college days. The army still thinks this is some kind of super weapon. This equipment, these monitor devices and readouts. Nasty built this to be the best lab in all of Primouts. Or perhaps this was just the first step of some grand experiment? That devil. Just how much did she hide from me? I never thought her participation went that deep. Hold on, Saria. I see a military transporter. They got here faster than we anticipated. They must be nearby. I assume they'll finish boarding before long. We need to hurry before they take over this place fully. Saria? The man twists his head around and finds the ex-director of defense section had already headed deep down the toroidal corridor. Okay, I'm assuming toroid is some sort of structure. Okay, it is the... how do you call this? Thingy. It's a donut. Yeah, there you go. Good lord. Once I get back, I'm having a nice long talk with Jara. Preferably to double my stock options. Yep. Do not mess with the Tin Man. He is ancient sarcasm. You follow in Calcit's steps. You've rarely seen her this solid. Also, Calcit called him a revenant. Very interesting. You begin secretly to take stock of her as you walk behind her. You realize you barely even have the chance to see Calcit in such quiet. Your perturbance begins to turn to tension. Your recollection, Calcit is only unsettled or restless once in 2 blue moons. And each time, the aftermath has needed absolutely no description. You move to open your mouth to say something. Just anything. What's wrong with Monster? What's the team's goal here? Did Holly get injured at all? 1 or 2. Monster or Tin Man's goal? Okay, this is actually a hard decision. I'll see what's wrong with Monster. Doctor? Perhaps I have slightly lost my composure, but it is for other reasons. I can be sure it's not that dangerous ahead of us. You can relax. That said, you've asked me a great many questions in the past, which I've never answered for you straight. Today, you may well finally have your answers. This time. Here we go. Are these all sarcophagi? This many? How? Are these all sarcophagi? It was as early as Sarya's first contact with me, on the mention of Kristen, that I'd envisaged her going to any lengths to accomplish this. Rashly attempting a spaceflight carries risk nobody could anticipate, though Sarya didn't yet know the full extent. Not until the events in Trimonts, until operators Telopsis and Silence were drawn into a seemingly unrelated incident. Yet no matter when, even when I surmised she was trying to re-challenge the skies, I admit, I had no anticipation the situation would be what it is today. With how things have unfolded, with our personally witnessing the shaft's scope and scale, Hammer's ascent, and the research Logan Williams is now attempting. It was soon after, with hindsight, that I realized what Larine Lab Control Kristen Wright is attempting is impossible to achieve. Some outside force assisted her, massively influenced her. Borrowing military funds and connections, continuing the research her parents left behind, the young genius has used Rhine Lab as a shell to deceive everyone and point herself directly at her one greatest, most obstinate hope in life. She plans to shred the sky. I guess as much, but then what? I can't swallow it. All that just for her fixation. I'll go with one. She's doing it solely to witness the truth of it, to make all mankind witness the truth of it. And what happens after? A brand new perspective, a flourishing science, the moment when the sky becomes possibility itself, and even the very upheaval of how war is fought. People could reach other cities in a tenth of the time. Air vehicles, once a valuable rarity, could become typical transport means overnight. But Kristen has chosen to leave all this to the coming generations. She's never considered this from the angle of benefit, be it how she personally stands to gain or how everyone does. Even the potential crises invited have gone ignored by her. Is there one more possibility that Kristen, who lost her parents at a young age and grew up amid skepticism and derision, is out just to prove this one truth to people and nothing more? Regardless of anything, Sarya and I have both been a step behind. Given Terra's current Originum technology, tearing the sky apart would require the sum electricity of all of Terra over an interminably long period. And this is purely a mathematical comparison. Nobody could ever converge so much energy on one point, let alone have the means to usefully output it towards the sky. But in the core city of Chernobog, a great many things have happened, all revolving around the sarcophagus. Do you still remember? I could never forget. At that point, Ursus's shallow research was sufficient to draw a relatively impressive amount of energy from the sarcophagus. And now, the energy is enough to realize Kristen's deranged vision. At least she hasn't chosen to share this information with the military or the Melander Foundation. Such a material edge would make the state apparatus lose its mind and certainly suffice to propel it into a rapid new hegemon. Just what is this place? How did Mr. Grant find this? These sarcophagi. Just what is this place? Uh-oh. What's wrong? Is something... Here he comes, Mr. Furston. Doctor? Remember what I said. If you can, for the next while, call to mind your past with Rhodes Island. Do not be rattled. A violent light sweeps over your body. You feel a shred of familiarity impossible to process. With no warning, out of all the things before you right now, you recall that scene. That scene you've never once forgotten, up to this day. The sarcophagus. Cold, frigid light. Amiya grips your hand. You remember nothing. You've drawn into the maelstrom of Chernobog. It is the start of everything. So much time has passed, but something, some sentiment even longer lived than that, fills the dense haze of your memories. It stirs in your grief and reminiscence and discomfort. It is part of you, yet you reject it with all you can. You strive to settle down your psyche, faced with this quiet noise and dazzling darkness. This indescribable yet infinite simile brief torment, your vision returns. There he is. It's ya boy. You narrowly avoid a gasp of surprise. But this unknown structure has preempted you, and the sounds of resuscitation echo through the vast hall. Unknown language, unfathomable. Unknown language, that after such lengths of time, I would lay eyes again on a colleague and an attendant. Truly, far too unfathomable. Why can't I understand your language? Who are you? Who am I? Standard Colombian. Who am I? Why would you use Terran language? Are you not aware of my existence? What happened to you? Answer me on that one's behalf, attendant Amaten. Hear what AMA is. Oh, it cuts it there. God damn! Here we go, huh? The deeper slope. Oh, it's the one in whatchamacallit? What you call this?
I'm listening.
Oh, the one they demoed. I'll just put everyone here. Probably be no biggie, right? Smiley face.
Follow me.
Sure, shoot them down. Oh. Okay, they have decent defense. They put Chongye there. I can't put Chongye there. Probably should have put you first. Wait, these are... Okay, you can't put people there.
Easy peasy.
Don't you better lose your step.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
Oh shoot, I don't have Exia.
All right.
Well, now I do. Okay, so you can do that. That's fun.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a decent.
This is
I am an intellectual.
Strike and sunder the
Ah, what is that? Damn.
わかる。無駄だ。
1,000 moves in one breath.
Damn move.
1,000 moves
I hate
in
these.
one
It
breath.
hurts so much. Wait, what?
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato.
Go
Ora
back.
te la vedrai con me.
I'll have a time for the lows.
Okay, I need to kill those things. Somehow.
Don't try to sink your corpse in
I
the
can't hit
shadow.
them.
No one will find it.
Assumo le posizioni designate.
Oh,
That's
I'm
strike.
pretty much just perma
And
stalling
sunder
them.
the tides left.
Okay, I need to put someone there then
no
permanently.
peace bereft.
But who? Who do I sack? Well, sorry, Spectre. It's here to sack.
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to
Right,
learn.
Chongye
yet.
activated. It's Jover.
After all this time, you still tend to war for solution.
Try to sink your
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
This is so good. The fact that they can replicate outside of skill and that they stay replicated during skill is amazing. I'm sure they're not doing any damage now. No. Illegal.
Hai un problema da risolvere?
You cannot stun them.
Assumo le posizioni designate.
Strike
Nope.
and sunder the tides cleft. Retract. Leave no peace
Peace
bereft.
bereft. Chongye still does so much damage. Very strong.
Hiya.
Good five attack. And get bind.
Hiya. Let animosity be gone with the flow.
Strike and sunder the tides cleft.
Bind? So good.
Retract.
That's insane.
Leave no peace bereft.
That is quite insane.
Mission accomplished.
More lore. Let's go. I ordered you to answer me, attendant. Attendant? I am not Calcit's attendant. Dr. Nicholas is an amnesiac. The doctor is not one amongst The Doctor is not one among those you recognize. Not anymore. The Doctor is now one of Terra, one of Rhodes Island. And we have experienced a great deal together, up to this very day. Rhodes Island? Rhodes Island? I see. Fine then, Amnesiac. So why did you not... Why did you not? It should be, why did you not relate everything once again to this, Doctor? Ah, I see now. You've always had your doubts about this Doctor's true nature. You'd rather trust one relearning about the world, when the alternative is to recover a stretch of memories you deem unreliable. Yes, quite understandable. None of what's happened on the ground can be forgery. And if there has been sufficient intervention, Terra wouldn't be in the state it is now. It seems not a thing has gone as we hoped. Even if you don't remember that, Doctor. What a rare chance this is, to meet the two of you here, yet under these conditions. Well then, Doctor, the Amnesiac, and Ama-10, claiming the name Calcip. What did you come here for? Huh, claiming the name. How did she get that name then? Has Kristen put nerves in you? Has all this flown beyond your grasp? I don't think you've answered me yet. Quit posturing at us like that. Level discussions start with self-introductions. I am a devised personality simulation. For tens of thousands of years, I have guarded this dark hall, and the ice-cold bodies of hundreds of thousands of our people. I once was our last hope, a pessimistic attempt, a synonym for nihilism. But right now, perhaps they are insignificantly minuscule too. To you, insignificantly minuscule too, I am the accessory to and the invisible hand behind Kristen's mad plan. I am the preserver with a foot in the grave. Revere all that lies before you. I am the dying of civilization itself. Position correct. Transmitter response extremely strong. Oh. Jara. Director Jara? Why are you here? You made it here by my blessing. Such is life. You came to stop me. You haven't let go of that weapon I gave you. I'm delighted. Doesn't seem like you're here on some hot-headed impulse either. Correct? This is your very last chance, child. Withdraw or continue. I will learn to be the warrior you described, Director Jara. Silence. You're fully aware that Kristen is not about to target any town in the land with Amherst received energy. You have no need to stop her. Like any scientist would, she's preparing to go where none have set foot before, and that's all. Perhaps so, Director Jara. I certainly don't know control like you do, but if you say so, I'm willing to believe it. However, I will continue to attempt to bring a stop to all this, and I will make no exception, even if you're the one that stands in my way. Why? Because, whatever this experiment is, if Control freely conducts it and succeeds in it, and this being the control of Rhine Lab, we all know, whether out of emotional confidence or rational judgment, that she is very likely to succeed. What do you think the researchers of Columbia are going to see in her? After holding your job in Rhine Lab Human Resources Investigation for so long, you would know the people here inside and out. A hero. Kristen will become a hero and an idol throughout all of Columbian science. Yes, she'll become the scientist paragon, the benchmark of a researcher. And then the floodgates will be opened forever. Item after item, project after project, research will be in perpetual delight. But Director Jara, only she is Kristen Wright. Only her. And the others? The ones bragging about themselves as geniuses and leaders? The ones inspired by this pioneer spirit by any means necessary? The ones who will put their own obsessions and ideals to practice? All without the slightest apprehension. The greedy, the egotistical, the overreaching, the stubborn, the ones like us. If they take the conduct of Rhine Lab's control to be a virtue, then that is a future I am sure you can imagine the shape of. Perhaps you don't even need to imagine. With the research you yourself conducted on Rhine Lab, you've never been in the dark. I know very well, Silence. I know very well how much of that kind of thing has happened, and is happening inside Trimounts. No, within the borders of Columbia. There have been plenty of insane and alluring projects placed before me. Their owners starry-eyed, their smiles sincere. They wholeheartedly believe they serve pure science. They're the pioneers of the wilds that we know. While all you and your colleagues have to do is evaluate whether inside their experimental plans, their grand blueprints, there lies even the off chance it might incur the slightest cost or waste. Cost. Sometimes it comes in the form of a fertile field, and sometimes it's some number of terminal patients of death row inmates. Sometimes it's a village or a town, and sometimes it's some specific race or even nation. And as I see it, sometimes it's their own selves too. Are you scared of that, Director Jara? Or do the possibilities for science's forward progress excite even you to no end? Director, never upon this earth has there existed a specimen of pure science in a glass bell. Science lies in our hands, in the people's hands. You have to know its temperature, its weight, whether it burns people, whether it will bring suffering or it will console. Those people forever claim that they're the way forward. All they do is set foot with wild abandon in whichever direction they wish. But silence, that is what progress is. Nobody knows where the path lies. This is the walk they must take. The fortunate will find the right place and enter the light. The misfortunate will run into dead ends and spin in circles. But there is no way you can make them stop. You're a researcher yourself. You know what's most unstoppable of all. It is craving. Matter can't bind it, morality can't bind it, and rules can't bind it all the same. Across this land, all throughout history, before Tristan, there were those greedy, egotistical, overreaching, stubborn people you speak of. And when did they ever stop? And so from now on, they must stop. At the very least, they must stop before stopping to see just what sits beneath their feet. Director Jara, I feel scientists' fuel should not derive from cravings and ideals, or should it come from calculations and choices. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence, you said something very beautiful, fit to be hung in the corridors of a university library. But I'm afraid not one researcher is willing to see that quote on the walls of their lab. It is lip service. And so I will make it practice, Director Jara. I don't want to give up midway, and I still have your blessing. Silence. Kristen has spent a very long time readying this plan. I don't know how much she's poured into it. But her determination can't be any less than her parents' was. You're... Fine, this isn't you, it's me. I can't even watch this. I don't want it all to melt into thin air again. In which case, Director Jara, what is it exactly that you hope for? To see Kristen succeed or to bring her back safe and sound? I know a researcher who goes by Ruby. Her greatest wish is to clock out on time and retire without hassle. I just ran across a soldier. I imagine his only wish right now is to get out of this out-of-control shaft without incident and then flee the clutches of Trimounts and its scientific loons together with his family. Is Control's wish any more lofty compared to theirs? Because the thing she wants makes sufficient progress. Or is this simply because the feelings between you and her are sufficiently close? Director Jara, you know this isn't fair. You can't be this selfish. I am this selfish. I can't use morality and justice to fool myself in order to let you pass. You must concede what emotions weigh. Kristen has this dream. I can't just stand here and fold my arms. Silence. You would understand this, wouldn't you? But if we can stop Control, she could very well still. She won't. She won't, child. I know full well, when she set this project into motion, she never planned to return. Since long ago, even since we first met, there has been no taking back any of this. Silence, it makes me very happy that you could stand in my way here. I can't even say that I support your viewpoint. But as Kristen's family, I still won't let you through. Go on and show me. Are you really prepared to bear every word you've said? What you face from here on is more than a single Parvis or a lone Kristen. What you face is every person that attempts to forge forward. I will. I must be ready. I promise you this. A scientist must press forth, and is bound to press forth. Perhaps some, like Control, will be more proficient at the forward portion. But there must be someone to step up and ensure that science remains in the people's hands. Whoop. Well, they're having a fight. Preserver. I never thought it would truly be you. But if it is, then how can you be aiding in a little animal's mad schemes? Or witnessing a young civilization take its first step beyond the cradle? You came too late, Doctor. My wait has lost all meaning. Compared to this, try must have been a drop in the bucket. I need more explanation. It's you helping Kristen. She used some means to get in contact with you. How did she get in contact? It's basically the most difficult question. Terra's history, civilizations, languages, races, technological attainments. I have come to know it all through Columbia's networks. Hilariously, modern surface information transmission isn't even able to cover the globe. But your methods of mutually assured destruction happen to have evolved with competent efficiency. Too real. Terra's methods are too primal and reliant on originum, and with such conversion rates, realizing Kristen's attempt, the energy source required would be outlandish. It's near to impossible that Terra could have the technology to solve this enigma, save for? Correct. I gave her the last of my blood. May as well supply a new heart than watch over a dying light, perhaps. You actually, honestly. Why did you not regret it? All your efforts over such an immense amount of time, all gone to waste. Yes, gone to waste. I shot the project down personally. The orders were input by myself. It's a decision I cannot under any circumstances regret. It'll be soon now. Very soon. A giant tremor ripples out from somewhere far away. The lights from within this subterranean space gives a few flickers. This being called itself the Preserver, falls silent for a while, then seems to let out a deep breath. What's going on? Could that be the shaft? It's only an infant's curious glance. Yet what obstructions is it tasked to overcome? Oh man. 11 PM shaft. Energy accumulation abnormal. That Rhodes Island Corporation has trained you well. Oof. You still lift your arms? I'm fine. What about yours? Relax. I buy my health insurance. Are we going to keep doing this? You're still going to block my way, yes. Alright, let's keep at it. Wait, something's not right. The temperature. Even if the shaft's preparing to fire, the temperature here shouldn't have risen this high. The army has cut off practically every power source in an effort to stop it charging. Including every security alarm and control system? Those morons. Quick, we have to get out of here. There are still some troops stationed up above, Director Jara. I'm counting on you to get them away. Where are you headed? Power to the control systems has been cut. Why does Control still have remote operation of this place? Transmitter response is still strengthening. I still have a chance. Silence! Oh. A heat wave washes with a burn past Jara's face. The library researcher she'd never paid particular mind to before now continues straight inward, running deeper into the shaft's layers. Jara is suddenly struck by a feeling that there is nothing, not one thing that could get in that silhouette's way. Perhaps she really can make good on what she promised herself. She imagines, come that time, that maybe she can be of a little help. Looks like prep work on the emitter has wrapped up. Science is a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Ha! I'm no scientist. Kristen, you'll fly for outer space, just like you've been dreaming of. I'm sure of it. in Fitzroy. Nasty, couldn't you choose someplace with a better view? At what point can you finally stop ragging on? When I went to observe in Lithuanian, I once saw a local fireworks show. They invited the best composers, just right for the occasion. As the first fireworks went off, all the musicians started playing in unison. That was a scene of beauty. Your figures of speech are too deficient, Lithuanians wouldn't like you. True and true. But still, we're here today in Trimount, seeing a sight that glitters just as gold. A ring floating in the air, drone bullets drawing out raindrops of pure light, splashes of sparks off armor plating. Just as good as a fireworks show. Looking at the clock, it's about time for the climax of the performance. Here comes the thrilling, stirring Sforzando. It's prettier than I imagined. Ryan Lab ought to be charging all the city-siders enjoying the show. It's a success. Hammer's materials and structure have withstood the shock from the energy beam for the time being. Next comes the charging and focus phase, as long as we can collect the readings from such high-pressure conditions. I'm afraid at this point, the army and Mainlander guys grabbed their last chance to stop it from fully focusing. Aren't you worried about control? Like she ever needed us to worry. We're going the same way, and that's all we are. We can only play our own parts well, and then pray she's lucky. Sarkas Landing. One day, Kazdel 2 hangs from the firmament. Then I'll engrave your name into my stoves.
Job's done. Be sure to rest up now.
Okay, I'll just BRB real quick. Real quick. Love and hatred. Love and hatred. All a part of life on this land. Oh boy. Up and down, eh? Once upon the land, there was no meaning in looking up. There was nothing worth looking at up there, nothing worth exploring. That place was the domain of those who indulge in fantasies, those with their heads in the clouds. But now, each and every person lifts their heads, looking up at the beam of light connecting heaven and earth, looking up at the once untouchable sky. Among the stars, within the artificial constructs that appear so small before the torrent of light, brews the human ambition of its current epoch. Tristan. Sure enough, you set this plan into motion a long time ago. Everything you did for the DoD was a fancy show. Ha! What's the principle behind all this? The efficiency and stability of this high-energy confinement field. I've never heard of anything like that before. If I recall correctly, you boasted that you were the foremost expert in high-energy physics when you joined Rhine. One of the foremost experts. My god. You should thank your lucky stars, Saryat. There's nobody like Kristen in your field. Just not fair. And yet she doesn't even bother to publish these results. The hammer is currently charging. According to the military's Horizon Arc project, once the charging phase is complete, all of this energy will be focused and undergo excitation a second time to deliver powerful wide-area strikes. Sure, how much longer will it take? Kristen turned the project dossiers into scrap paper. All I can say is, it won't be long now. This is our last chance to stop it. As well as our last chance to stop her. What are you still standing around slack-jawed for, Ferdinand? Time isn't on our side. Sarya, take a look at the densitometer. Is that a thing? Densito! It is a thing, man. Is it really density? Degree of darkening of a photographic plate by recording photometrically its transparency. Oh wow. It's about light. The needle seems to be fluctuating a lot. No, I'm not talking about the needle. The wobbling is a normal phenomenon of high energy confinement fields. I'm talking about the unit of measurement. You can take a guess how many times larger this unit is than the one on the instruments in my lab. The energy it absorbed just now is enough to power every single one of Colombia's nomadic cities for at least 6 months. And it's showing no signs of stopping. And we're now in the center of the laboratory carrying this tremendous amount of energy. Even if Nancy is a genius, she can't create a receptacle that stores energy in amounts beyond the realm of cognition. In other words, no matter what direction it ultimately focuses the energy in, once the second degree excitation begins, this lab won't be safe from the consequences. Her end goal has never changed. Her ultimate goal is the sky, and the sky can only be contested with this amount of energy. What exactly is up there? That's none of my concern. All I know is this is a reckless experiment, and it's doomed to fail. Zarya, there's nothing stopping you from packing your bags, finding a nice hillside with a great view, enjoying a drink while you watch this fireworks show that may well go down in the annals of Colombian history. That isn't going to happen. What about you? You're never the risk-taking type? Me? Looks like my old friends are coming, and they'll be here sooner than expected. You're right though, I'm not taking any chances. The technical manual has the location of the escape pod, and I know where it is. I'm not particularly interested in seeing the one who fired me, and it's not like you need my help. An opportunity to document high-energy physics phenomena of this magnitude is rare, and I don't intend to pass it up. Maybe you'll see a new paper from me in the journals next quarter. I promise it'll be era-defining. Unlike Kristen, I don't tie all my intellect to my personal grievances. The fact that she's consigning all this knowledge to the grave, knowledge that could transform Terra's entire academic landscape, that's something I can't abide. Do what you need to do, Zarya. We don't have much time. Stay safe. Hello, Blake. Ferdinand. It's been a while, Colonel. I'm not surprised you survived, but if I were in your shoes, I'd pretend to be dead. Get the hell out of Dodge. Go to Victoria Lithania. With your skills, you can always pick up a teaching job. I didn't expect to hear those words coming from you. Let me say this one more time, Ferdinand. It's over. I've already spoken with the Vice President. The DoD's defeat is absolute. As for whether or not this whole situation can be salvaged, or who controls my fate, I actually don't care that much anymore. Let's save some dignity for each other, Ferdinand. Get out of here, and I'll save a crossbow bolt for myself. Huh, what was that? Sorry, my mind wandered for a second there. Also, you're blocking the radiometer display. Jesus, what a nerd. This shaft runs a lot deeper than I expected. I'm afraid the military simply failed to fully understand its structure. Right here is where the transmitter's response is the strongest. You? What are you doing here, Silence? Professor Parvis? Silence. The location of this lab is supposed to be top secret. How did you manage to find your way here? Silence tries hard to open her eyes wide, discerning the things in the room. In the corner of the room, an instrument is humming, as if breathing. A transmitter sits in a transparent tank, bobbing up and down. Across the room are several books with black covers. As if sensing Silence's presence, the transmitter increases its activity. A strong wave of dizziness makes Silence furrow her brow and shakes her head a few times. Ah, that's right. You have your own transmitter. This reactive tendency. You inject yourself with a transmitter? Though I'm not surprised. Does it cause you occasional discomfort? An entirely normal response. I also have it inside my body. It can be quite overwhelming for an old man like myself, but shouldn't be a problem for you youths. Jesus, you also have it in you? Oh my god. First Dorothy, now Silence, and you? People are crazy. Still, this is the only way to better control the reaction process. Don't worry, once this experiment is over, the long-distance intertwining properties of this batch of transmitter will be lost. They won't affect the long-term health of the injected. What experiment? You're conducting an experiment here? Silence, did you hurt your hand? Does it get in the way of your work? Oh, fine. Then I won't ask any more questions. Now's the most critical moment. That you found your way here might just be the help I've needed. I was just complaining how much easier the data processing would be if you were here. Lately, Actually, never mind. Tell me, what kind of experiment are you running? There's only been one area of research I've fully dedicated my energy. Chimerism. Jesus Christ, this guy is still on about chimeras. Precisely. This is the last question to be answered in chimera research. But this is... Professor, what are all these documents? The text on them seems... quite evil, right? This is an ancient Sarkas tome that records the history of a certain ethnic branch, Diablo. That Sarkas branch not only enjoys long lifespans, but can even transcend the shackles of physical form and exist in a world in a purely spiritual state. Oh no. They have been dubbed the Revenants. The pronunciation can be a bit esoteric, but I'm sure you'll be able to find some records in Victorian. Silence. Have you considered what chimerism does at the level of the soul? A soul chimera. These Revenants, this so-called soul, in ancient originum arts and Sarkas witchcrafts, can they be produced a posteriori? So what's a priori? After the fact, huh? Are you trying to create an artificial consciousness? You've always been my finest student. This is something I've been working on for decades, to little avail. That is until Ferdinand told me that he and Dorothy have jointly produced this particular transmitter. Can't begin to imagine how excited I was, Silence. I was absolutely sure that the properties of the transmitter were sufficient to form the soul for which artificial consciousness could be born. However, in this land, disturbances will always exist no matter how sophisticated the lab is. These disturbances have plagued me for the longest time. There are so many possibilities. Perhaps the energy used to excite the transmitter was insufficient. Perhaps the laboratory was not sealed off enough. Perhaps Originum interferes with the generation and aggregation of consciousness. But none of that matters anymore. All mysteries will finally be unraveled today. This will be my final research project. The most optimal research environment is about to take shape. Professor Parvis, you were responsible for using transmitter to solve Arc 1's accuracy control problem. This is the new transmitter core. Kristen wanted to do something she saw as taking a risk. She thought her work to be meaningful. I hate to be a critic of my peers' efforts, but let's be honest. We researchers have been cowards for far too long. Mediocrity, boredom, risk aversion, indecisiveness, silence. Those of us within the knowledge and ability have to do more than just explore or progress. We carry science upon our shoulders, are commanded by it, are driven by it. It requires us to take on responsibilities that only a strong soul can endure. Usher in a new era. Usher in a new era. Silence, you deserve to be here with me to witness this crowning achievement. Soon, very soon now, the dark ages of mediocrity will come to an end, and the pantheon of science must return. You're shaking all over. I've rarely seen you like this. Is that so? Perhaps the transmitter's reaction is getting a bit too intense. Maybe I really am getting too old. I'm sure you can relate with me, Silence. Yes, I can. I can see you've really been looking forward to this moment. Of course. And there's one thing I have to make clear. I will destroy this transmitter core. What? I mean, I'm putting a stop to everything that's happening. Whether it's controls plan or just your personal ambitions, all of this has to be re-examined. That's what I'm here for. That girl shook your allegiance to science, but I've always believed that you had the makings of a researcher. and as such, I never really blamed you. But this time, whether or not this is some ridiculous joke, I'm not going to stand for it. I'll have you apologize to me, Silence. I won't take back a single word I said, Professor. I don't think I've done anything wrong, be back then or now. What you people are really after is wanton power. That's absurd. You couldn't be more wrong, Silence. That's right. Say what you will about me craving power. Because I know what kind of research is important, and what kind of research can shape the future. What? Are you going to regurgitate that old platitude about science belonging to the masses? No. Let me tell you, Silence, that science belongs to the Ubermensch, the Supermen. The mediocre can go elect their politicians and kiss the feet of their betters. But only science is above their meddling. What about you then? Are you part of the Ubermensch you aspire to? They actually say Ubermensch. Fucking Germans, man. You can't let them do anything, yeah? Ship has already sailed for me. But if the consciousness I create is rational enough, grand enough, then it can... It can't, Professor. If you don't even have faith in humanity, what makes you think that this nascent consciousness can supersede everything? You don't understand. You've put your heart and soul into the field of chimeric research, attempting time after time to craft powerful creations through bioengineering. Is that all because you can't run from your own weakness? Me? Silence. I won't allow you to throw baseless speculation around like that. This is my last hope to break free from mediocrity. Well, sucks to suck, buddy. Sucks to suck. I didn't expect to see you here. My former defense colleagues? That's right, Director Sarya, former colleagues. You are now employees of Components Control Section. Components Control? You aren't allowed past this point. Think a bit. You're doing a better job than last time. I appreciate the sentiment. You all know what Kristen is trying to do. All this accomplishes is... I don't know, and I don't particularly care. You know my ID number from Ryan, Sarya? 011. That was before Jara came. Kristen and I interviewed you, James. Back then, I had offers from other companies, including Volvort Koczynski and Beach Brella. I have never heard of Beach Bella. What the heck is that? But I didn't give them a second thought. Because I always believed in you. You and Tristan. I believe you two were different from the rest of them. That was just your ego speaking, James. This whole place is about to crash. I'd recommend you hurry up and grab an escape pod. I'll wait here until the moment we crash. But before that, want to see something spectacular, Sarya? Nasty described it to us. Sarya notices the entire corridor shifted. Is that... Baish! I've never seen the land from this high up before. The hammer has begun altitude adjustment. Out of the way, there's no time. Damn it, what's going on? This blasted thing's spinning? If I had to guess, this would be the altitude adjustment mentioned in the technical manual, which is the step right before secondary excitation. Sir, do you need my help? Why are these doors in the corridor shut? Where's Ferdinand? He slipped away just now. Go after him. Fucking Ferdinand, always the slippery guy, huh? Are there no defense systems here other than the partition doors in the corridor? Oh, he's just going for data. My man. If I had any say in it, this place would be stuffed full of power armor. Freeze, Ferdinand. Well, got you. I need you to leave me alone, Colonel. Every minute here is precious, and dealing with you would waste all my energy. I thought we were peas in a pod, Ferdinand. Sober rationalists who would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. Looks like I had the wrong read on you. Come with us. The beam excitation reading is 1.22. Constant should be introduced here to renormalize the entire formula. What the hell are you talking about? I'm laughing at you, Blake. He has it there, that's funny. I'm laughing at how pathetic you are. Your power, your medals, your rank in the DoD, you never lost sight of those. But now we're standing at an altitude that few have ever touched, surrounded on all sides by scientific miracles. Just by reaching our hands out, we're on the cusp of plucking new formulae from these instruments. Take a good look. Here, all the honors and accolades you've clung to are so small, so insignificant. And what about your Rhine lab, Ferdinand? Haven't you been fixated on that? Let me make a correction. I've been fixated on what Rhine lab represents. Rhine lab is my toolbox, my ladder, my arm. But it is not my purpose. In case you forgot it, I can proudly proclaim that I am one of the finest high-energy physicists in the land. No, in both the land and the skies. What I've been fixated on has always been science itself. Kristen. She created all of this and let it go to waste. A truly prodigal genius she is. And I envy her. But I also have to admit, it's been an incredible ride. And so, each and every second of my time is insanely valuable, and I can't afford to waste a moment on you. Listen to me, Ferdinand. Don't forget whom you take orders from, and who gave you your new lease on life. Colonel, do you know how to stop a curious scientist? You either satisfy him or you kill him. Alright. Get it over with, don't waste time. One last thing I'd like to remind you of, soldiers. The hammer will crash after reactivation, taking all of us with it. All this data might mean nothing to you, but your lives, I trust, are very important. If you want to know where the escape pods are, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. As for you, Blake, I'd save an extra bulb, either for yourself or the one you answer to. Doesn't matter to me. Just don't break my instruments. Once again, what a nerd! They're fucking taking down notes while the plane is crashing. Or in this case, charging up.
Which insect is falling into my
Okay, so it doesn't completely go down. If I press up, it's just gonna go there. Okay. So I need somebody in the down section, yeah? Oh wait, no. Wait, if I press up, does it go all the way up? I actually want to see. No, not you.
Is that all you got? Annoying people.
No, it just goes up one.
Let's deal with them ASAP.
So... we're seeing it up. Yep. Easy peasy.
Okay, serious space.
Yeah. Should be fun. Get him, Momo. That thing can attack. Hoppers. What do I think? Chung is fine.
Look at this spectacular sight. Alas, it is now.
Oh Jesus, it's this guy. We have a problem. 911.
Hiya.
Oh wait, if I click that, I need somebody there, damn it.
Picked out your bait yet?
Now's not the time for hellos.
I know someone will eat up.
Don't better watch your step.
Oh, come on, step, steppy, step forward. Okay, you know what? Let's just deal with it right now.
One strike, and sunder the tides cleft. Retract and leave no peace bereft.
Okay, so far it's only weenies over there.
全員の行動力を奪う
Like water.
Oh, you cannot put units there. Okay. Fine. Whatever. I can't feel Chong yeah, I'm
All
dumb.
this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
分かった目を凝らせこれこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ
Oh, that's a new boy. Hello, Robocop. What are you doing here? 4 block? Traffic officer. What the hell am I looking?
Fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me.
Boy, you do be tanky.
Finally.
What the
am I
heck?
up?
Oh, it's like
Assumo le
the
posizioni
Colossus.
designate.
One, after all this time, you still tend to war for
Oh, wishes.
strike and sunder the tides cleft. Retract and leave no peace bereft. At you, 1,000 moves in one breath.
What? My boy is running.
楽しむべきよ。
It's happening over there. Uh-oh.
我慢にも限度があるわ。
Fear not! Here I come!
Ow. He killed my Chongye. What's wrong with him? Sir, that's illegal, sir.
Oh, chillax! It'll be over in an
Sir?
instant!
Heal. Wait, he healed the ball? Oh no, he moved it out. That is interesting.
言われなくてええばてい。
Don't better watch your step.
Four hits. Okay, they're not the tankiest thing, but you need 3 block. Harvest, you. Pick a bit. I've been memorizing the basic structure of the central nervous system lately, over and over again, from top to bottom. Is that one of the assignments they give you in an intro biology course? Yes, it's one of the absolute fundamentals. If I were to ask this question to any of my students, should they be stumped for even a second, I would drop their grade down to a C. But these days, I haven't been able to recite it from memory, not even a single time. I keep stopping part way, I keep forgetting. I keep starting from the top, going around in circles. Every morning, I sit from 5 to 7 at the breakfast restaurant across from Rhine headquarters, and I give it my best shot. My nerves are deteriorating. Everything I've studied my whole life is now abandoning me in this moment. Maybe in 5 or even 3 years' time, I'll become a demented old man who can only bask in the sun, having forgotten all the pride and fulfillment I've enjoyed over the past 58 years. Silence, I refuse to go out like this. Professor, my fate is already sealed. Now get out of my lab, don't you dare touch it. No. You speak of Ubermensch and strong souls. People like that might actually exist. People capable of transcending time, limitations, and this very land itself. But Professor, you are no such man. Your words are of the weak, mediocre masses you do so ridicule. They are the desires of a human. Transcending time, limitations, and this land itself? Aye. In the midst of Minos and Kiera, gods are the bestowers, masters, and deciders of all things in creation. But science is by no means a god. It is just a path for people to traverse. It needs to be examined from time to time, prepared from time to time, and reined in from time to time. The fruits it bears should not be the grandiose vision of megalomaniacs, but precisely the mediocre expectation of the masses. No, get away from its silence. It's over, Professor. What you need is rest and recovery. After this, I'll take you to the hospital. Transmitter hub has been destroyed. Be it your experiment or Kristen's plans, without the transmitter, there shouldn't be... transcending this very land. Yes, perhaps I made another tremendous achievement that even I did not notice. I just happened upon it, without investing much time into it. As a matter of fact, it didn't even arise from one of my own projects. But that doesn't matter, does it? Of course. Why hadn't I noticed? We've all been drawn in by her. From the very beginning, we've always walked the same path. The old man stares blankly at the display panel. On the monitoring screen, the giant man-made ring suspended atop the sky's zenith is illuminated by the beam of energy gathering within it A majestic platinum. Perhaps because the transmitter hub was destroyed, or perhaps because the scouring of the beam was too intense, the hammer starts to shake slightly. Ugh. Why has the transmitter signal not stopped? Let me ask you, Silence, if you have no way of becoming a leader, then what shame is there in being a follower? If I admit my weakness and indecisiveness, then it is a perfectly valid option for me to follow a truly strong soul, is it not? This was meant to be my backup plan, but now... What are you doing? I've suffered mediocrity for too long. I can still catch up to her. She too must shine. All my hard work, all of my pursuits, must have meaning. At least, this is much better than becoming a vegetative old man. The energy density is already sufficient. As long as... Professor! Harvest, what are you doing? Silence feels the transmitter's influence on her fading. At the same time, the consciousness of the elderly Capine in front of her is rapidly dissipating. When the Transcendent One sets out on her journey, I do hope that on her long, long path, she won't mind being followed by a timid hitchhiker. At least, I can become a part. Silence, look. Are you merging your consciousness with the transmitter to make up for the hub's destruction? No. Drat, this data. It's going to happen if the faces are thrown completely out of order. How do I stop these responses? Professor, Harvest! This is completely futile. Your consciousness can't be preserved within the transmitter. This transmission will only destroy your nervous system. A faint sigh, perhaps a slight chuckle. Harvest's body had become an empty shell, no longer hosting any conscious will. All his attachments, all his cowardice, dissipate without trace. Professor? Within the monitor, the trembling of the hammer seems to gradually calm down. He completed his experiment in a most unexpected way. No. Well, he's become silver liquid. How could this... Silence, silence. Silence, are you in here? So you really were here. Step back, I'm coming in. Ifrit, I finally found you. You had me scared to death, Silence. When I saw you snatch the car keys off those soldiers and floor it out of there, I knew you were about to do something really, really dangerous. This place is crazy scary. Not only is this place crawling with soldiers up above, but I even got a real jump scare from that exploding energy beam. Ifrit, why are you... To save you, of course. Duh. Did you know I learned how to drive? A real shame you didn't get to see my mad skills. With my driving skills, I might even get bumped up to elite off. What's wrong, Silence? Why is Parvis here? Why isn't he moving? I don't know. In the end, he achieved his goal. On the other hand, I haven't really achieved anything. I was thinking. Had I been more decisive, had I been more determined? Ifrit, how am I supposed to stop people like them? Such powerful, brightly shining souls. Will I never be able to reach Sarya or Kristen? Stop joking around already, Silence. Ifrit frenetically grabs Silence by the collar. This isn't the Silence she knows. You're the strongest woman I've ever seen. Smontis is pretty powerful and so is Blaze. All of Rhode Island's operators have their own special skills. But you're the best out of all of them, Silence. It's because you've done so much for me. So much that to be honest, I don't even know where to start. I pushed through everything. You and Sarya both. You both overcame it all. I know what you're trying to do is really huge and really complicated. The guys you're trying to stop might also be really powerful and really hard to deal with. So that's why you should let more people help you. They have so many helping them out. So should you have to fight all by yourself? Obviously, you have me and Sarya too. We're here by your side. Silence looks at the kid in front of her. Compared to 3 years ago, her complexion is much more robust. Her body is also stronger and her entire being brims with vitality. The girl's health is the product of her own efforts. It's just, when did she get so tall? You're right. I need to get ready. I have to keep going. And you. It's because of you. The shop's output phase may be nearing completion. It won't be safe in this building. Come, Ifrit. Let's get out of here. Also, someone's waiting for us to pick her up. As rudimentary a toy as it may be, the spear of a secondary civilization breaking through the sky for the first time was enough to render this nascent world dumbfounded. Secondary again. Well, at least we're not tertiary, right? Doctor, regardless of how you see yourself today, you will find the need to hear this. You will find your need to hear the truth I speak. Okay, you will find your. I chose to forsake my duty. I chose to forsake these lives that I have overseen for nigh immemorial eons. They are your kin, and thus you have the right to know. That is all. My kin? It's been too long. Are the shadows of that civilization still deep within your memories, Doctor? Have any fragments floated to the surface? Restus! Doctor, it seems like there is at least something there. In any case, there is no point in rehashing the grand visions of the past. Just use your imagination according to whatever impressions still remain. But regardless of what you remember, we ended up with far fewer survivors than you might imagine. From great desperation was the Preserver Project born. Special life support devices, unshakable underground fortresses. When the calamities receded, they would be the seeds of new life. But destruction came, sooner and more overwhelming than anyone could have anticipated. Though at the time, people had already come up with certain methods. Most of them failed to understand, including she who stands beside you, let alone the blank slate that is you. We were born out of desperation and not fully prepared. A pure, advanced AI would only increase the risk, so one person made the ultimate sacrifice. This one volunteered to remain permanently trapped in a cage of consciousness within an electronic cloud, forever locked in an immovable sarcophagus deep underground. So you mean your consciousness is... Me? No. As of this moment, in every sarcophagus is a person yet to wake up. Correct. But none of them will ever wake up again. They lost that ability long ago. Are they dead? Even though you have no memory... Okay, are they dead or are they gonna be like permanently in cryo? Even though you have no memory of who you are, you feel a part of your body spasm violent. A dull pain travels from your heart to the palm of your hand. For a moment, the name of this emotion eludes you. Your daily life at Rose Island often making you forget the quandary at the core of your existence. Kin. Doctor. Calcit hesitates to speak. You want her to say something to comfort you. You want her to be as omniscient as she always has been in the past, offering you solutions, answering the questions you always had. But you see only doubt and sorrow in her eyes. Sorrow is an uncommon emotion for her. Even less so if that sorrow is for your sake. If you came here only to stop Kristen, turn and leave. Nothing is going to stop us, even if the meaning of her death is itself but a gamble. I've already made up my mind. The memory-bereft Doctor and Amaten has managed to survive to this point. If you have no other responses, then we have nothing more to say. No. No. What is it you want then? Do you wish to recover your memories and the truth, or do you insist on stopping Kristen? You can't accomplish any of it. Your amnesia is hardly so simple. You are just being pushed along numbly, thinking you've acquired faith and new ideals. Ignorant hope is but the harbinger of despair, something we know so very well. Why not enjoy your hard-fought renewed lease on life, and instead insist on broaching the truth? Do you really know anything about this land? The threat from the ocean grows day by day, while the mighty Igerian civilization remains arrogant as ever. They might be powerful now, but they still underestimate the ocean. Though the demons and the hollows deep within Sammy's depths show little tendency to expand, they cannot be ignored. They are like cracks entrenched deep within the ice, presaging a collapse that may occur at any time. But these are only the fringes beyond civilization's soil. They were never the immediate causes of our slain future. Inequality and prejudice, war and strife, the people are far from understanding the value of unity, are fundamentally unable to set aside differences and old grudges to talk about peace and the future. Even when catastrophes descended, the cogs of Earth's war machine did not stop turning for a moment, and the peasants of Kashmir were not exempted from brutal punishment and taxation. Unity is an eternal dilemma. Even today, there are those who cry for the wars of old, yet refuse to face the suffering as well as those who died in vain. They may not even be able to see these words. It's too soon. They are still too weak. A few lucid individuals do not represent the entire nation. Columbia will soon seize their desired advantages from Kristen, expand their appetite, and extend their hypothetical forks and knives towards Bolivar, Sammy, and Sargon. What Kristen did is a far cry from a feat of strength, scoping out the future of humanity. Even a slight deviation, and all of this will become but a clarion call for the next round of conquest. Yep, from nuclear plant to nuclear bomb, basically. Is that what you, Amaten, calls it, think of Terra now? Fine then, I understand. For one who has walked with a civilization born of this land, your opinion holds referential value. Can't you each have your own reasons for not wishing to budge? Whoop. I keep holding that. Since you each have your reasons for not wishing to budge, then let us test each other using the ancient ways. Ancient ways? Compared to pure rhetorical persuasion alone, I will need some more basal behaviors to evaluate your quality and revise the plan. Provided you are qualified. I accept whatever you say. Known language. Debate! Debate lord. This man is a debate lord. Allow me to explain in advance that things you brought up are not outside my knowledge. Through Columbia's databases, I have heard of this history. But I must reassess whether the two of you have the qualification and the ability to warrant discussing larger plans together. Whether or not Terra can remain in the hands of people like you, whether you have the right to debate the future. The time Kristen spent here with me goes beyond language. Hold on, you two. We are about to begin. Ooh, man! It's some priestin time. Here we go. Juicy details incoming, huh? I'm being teleported. This place. We have a tag. There's a ribbon. Black ribbon. Those look original me. Very curious. Looks like a normal human so far. Doctor? That. You really don't remember. Priestess? But just now I was... Yes. This is just her cognitive resonance. Originally, this technology was supposed to be used to check the vital signs of those sleeping in the sarcophagi, or to preserve their dignity. Just like entering your dreams, shaping your dreams. For you, I am that dream. You're just an illusion created by the machine. Wait, so you are my dream? Close enough, but there's still a fundamental difference. Just as the philosophers and interlocutors did in their palaces of old, when thoughts collide and words are exchanged, cognition intermingles and the boundary between self and non-self blurs. You currently play the role of the doctor in your dialogue with me, but in reality, I am the one who plays the doctor, whereas you are actually me. Oop, swaparoo. But your consciousness is continuous. This is not equivalent to the illusion in front of you, or your own image changing. The only word that can describe this sensation is dreamlike. You will not see a cold, impassive machine calling itself Preserver, and that will not see the helpless and dazed you. It's only in dreams that our subjective perspectives are no longer distinct. Come, don't forget that this matter of cognitive resonance has a humorous name. Debate. Who the fuck named this debate? Oh, of course, it is your subconscious mind that finds this word humorous. Ay, it is humorous. Push open that door. There remains a question we must solve. A question? Do you have to... Okay, do you... A question. No, it's not that I'm trying to test you. By all means, this is not one of Preserver's cryptic question and answer sessions, or one of Calcit's rhetorical traps. The one who will pose this question is Doctor. What's that supposed to mean? Myself? Hold on. Silently push the door open. But I've drifted along, never making things hard for myself. Can we drink a bit? Alula. You, yourself. After losing your memories, you quickly got accustomed to life at Rose Island. You've always known that Calcit was hiding something from you, but over the years, you've both been overwhelmed by the challenges you face. It's even caused you to lose your will to pursue the truth. In other words, your curiosity about the truth ended with Babel. Huh. Your curiosity about the truth ended with Babel. I mean, you died. When did you start thinking to yourself, this is fine? Do you really have the same obsession in the bottom of your heart to recover your memories? As more trust was built, certain truths gradually came to light, which even led you to self-doubt. But the two of you overcame these difficulties, which is why you're here today. But what about before that? Long before you took Amiya's hand in Chernobog, long before Babel. Who are you? What are you? Where are you going? Doctor, who are you? I don't know. There's something I want to tell you, Doctor. The doctor I place my trust in is the one and same with the doctor who woke up in Chernobog and has fought by our side ever since. That's what I believe. That's what I've always believed. But in reality, Dr. Calcit and Theresa, do they really see the commander of Babel and the doctor of Rose Island as the same person? I don't know. I just don't know. All I remember is the doctor who was so kind to me, the doctor who saved me. If the truth really is as Calcit says... Amiya. Oh, Dr. Calcit. The doctor is tired and needs rest. There is still much to think about and digest. If there's anything else you'd like to ask, come back tomorrow. Rose Island still has a long future ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. Okay, sorry doctor, I'm sure I caught you off guard by asking this out of the blue. Actually, I also want to know. Don't dwell on it too much, there's not much time left before we reach the outskirts of Londinium. Londinium? The next thing on the itinerary is a meeting between the elite operators. And we will need you to sit in. Hurry, come this way. Oh, well, Mr. Ace, why? Chernobog has fallen into an atypical circumstance with regard to the infected. Rose Island, as we are now, cannot afford the risk of getting involved. The doctor will be our indispensable linchpin. Is this one you're talking about worth a dozen or more Rose Island lives? If it's worth it, then I'm on board. But if even a single operator raises a concern, then count me out. What? Don't move, Rose Island Commander? Ha! Now there's nothing that white-haired feline can do. Even if she could kill the captain, even if she could kill Patriot, she can't protect you. Have you ever thought about our lives? Have you ever thought of this land from our point of view? Of course not. You don't know a damn thing about the kind of bonds we share, or how we've said goodbye to our parents, or how we painted our cheeks with the ashes of our best friends. Killing a reunion fighter, depriving someone of his life, is just like checking a box for you. Who the hell do you think you are? Have you ever given a serious thought to what it means for us to live and die? Of course I have. Watch out, Doctor! Wait, Amiya. Oh, there he goes. You're not always the main character of this world. Just like your life, your past. Take a look outside the glass pane of PRTS. You can never understand everything, or be everywhere at once. Only those who face the truth deserve to be called courageous. The ridiculous thing is, you don't have the slightest idea of what the truth is. You've been kept in the dark, you don't understand it. And you're frustrated, even angry at your own ignorance. In the end, what more are you than the projection of the pincer beasts in the bucket around you? They all want to use you for a measure of consolation, to use you for what they want to obtain. The reunion members, already impaled by black arts, point in the direction of those elite operators. But when you follow their fingertips, you see only a few foul beasts flying by. Londinium. Hello, worker. How many among them faced their own destiny? How many more stood behind Rose Island, eventually becoming arrogant overseers? What about you? Do you think you can completely sever yourself from the past, just because you've been shaped by new memories? Even if you can, how will you reconcile yourself with the new you? The onlookers know nothing about you, yet they want to become you, and achieve their vulgar desires through you. You. Vicariously. Hello, Teresa? Are you truly worthy of trust? Do you need to be entrusted with such a heavy burden? Don't plan on abandoning my forgotten past. I've never tried to escape responsibilities that came with my past. But if the past does not help me fight for Rose Island, if the past has no way of influencing the present, then I can only see it as insignificant. This is not a matter you can decide on so cavalierly, Doctor. Can a criminal be exonerated of his sins just because he lost his memories? If a good person loses her memories, does that erase the good that she has done? Fog. For you in particular, your lost memories are not so simple. Perhaps you yourself are not aware of what you have lost. What manner of answer, then, are you able to provide? Doctor. Hand. Take my hand. Then, as the doctor, I will make the correct choice. It's not the memory of the past that guide me, or the events from then to now that have reshaped me. I am me, just as I always have been. I understand your thought process. Hehe. Just as you always have been. Choice words from someone who cannot even recall events from a few years ago. Even when you come to grasp the truth, be it past or present, it is because you simply know it, not because you remember it, right? You are a completely new person, but don't worry, you are also the version of yourself closest to your true nature, because you've gained a chance to pursue hope once more. I'm truly curious what the future holds for you, Halsit and Amia. Sadly, it is not a future that I will be a part of. Risa? Don't worry about it. I'm just doing a little favor. After all, I'm just a phantasm born from the debate mechanism. Whether I'm real or fake was never that important to begin with. But please remember, whether or not it came from the deepest recesses of your consciousness, just as I have always been, just as I always have been, this will become the most important footnote of your life. Only when you truly realize the significance of the words you blurted out can you live up to those who love you and those you love. Okay, interesting face. Silent. We should all grasp our own destinies. That way, there will no longer be any such thing as preordained destinies in this land. You are the only antidote, but also the poison that can destroy everything. What truly hinders us is neither originum nor catastrophe, neither sea nor sky, but rather ourselves. Believe in Amia, believe in Calcit. The dark, endless night is quickly approaching, and you all must become our sole ray of light. Okay, even she says that. Calcit also says this, the time is running out. Until next time.
Everybody
damn
good?
it.
We've got another battle waiting for us. Pump yourselves up. We're gonna crush this mission together.
W10. Let's go. Lost amongst the stars. Look up and see how small we are. No melee restrictions. Let's go. Ooh. Pretty peak so far. Lake! Over here. Surround her. Don't let her through. Attention all forces, get ready. Feeling of weightlessness returns. Calcium crystals grow rapidly, tethering Sari's hand to the corridor floor. The second disorder wave is starting. Disorder. Nasty's magnum opus. Flashback. Hello, Banshee. You've been following me around for the last couple of days. Does Defense have nothing else to do? 16 of your Rhine Technological Park modifications do not comply with our established safety regulations. Disorder. White shade and sarcasm. Abandon the sense of balance inside your mind. Instead of fighting the chaos, try adapting to its rhythm instead. Find what you've been looking for? We reconfigured several key structures in the park. You don't seem to be following any rules, but the connections between the components make sense. I could have never imagined that structures like these would be possible. The linear language constricts most people's imagination. If you have a specific feature in mind, you must first construct a dialogue with the destination, instead of brute forcing a route. Abandon balance. Perceive the destination. She frees up both her hands. The next shift in gravity comes abruptly, and as she hits the ceiling, she takes the opportunity to maneuver her trajectory and jumps over the soldiers hot on her tail. Calcium crystals follow in her wake, drawing an arc. Do be floating. Manipulating raw calcium in the same way microbes change their composition. How very enlightening. The materials morph extremely quick, are adaptable and combinable with various organs, and thus have promising medical applications. Hey, thanks for following, Smith. This has been your research field ever since you were in college, yes? Why not continue? Because it's dangerous. Are you referring to the ethical issues arising from the construction of artificial organs with this technique? Okay, curious. More than that. Giving you techniques to doctors may save lives, but if they fall into the hands of criminals, they would also be reduced to weapons of destruction. I almost forgot how rich with calcium our bodies are. Therefore, I have determined that my research in this field must be suspended until effective control measures have been established. Okay, pretty smart. It's a terrible pity, you know that? If you ever change your mind, Rhine Lab could certainly have 2 sections specializing in life sciences. Rhine Lab needs a defense section more. I'm giving you my data in the hopes that you can combine our experiences to better evaluate the risk of the chimeric experiments. Don't go too far, Parvis. The cost of pushing our boundaries will be too high for us all. Then where does the boundary lie? Countless studies have shown that the evolution of life has not been a gradual process. Contrary to the theories of the earliest scholars in this field, we wouldn't be standing here right now if we had only been taking one step at a time. Furthermore, if we presume that there is indeed a boundary drawn by a higher will that determines how we should be acting, shouldn't we try to look it in the eye first before we decide to kneel or raise a flag of rebellion? Well, my man is mush now, so... A boundary. This corridor is also a boundary. If I keep walking along the corridor, I'll never reach wherever the eye is. The hammer. This ring-shaped laboratory has, from its inception, been designed to subvert people's perceptions. This is the realization of Kristen's dreams, the real product of Rhine Lab's components control section, the combined wisdom of practically every Rhine Lab director. Saria is familiar with how each of them operate, but in the past, she had not allowed herself to think in the same way. This makes no sense. No, it doesn't matter. I have long been disgusted with this wall. Boom. Hey, it's a TV again. The telescope we borrowed from the Stargazers Association broke down. Don't worry about it. The view here is great. You can see many stars with just the naked eye. Well, you go look for a nice place to sit down. I'll try fixing it. Wow, oh great superhuman Lady Saria. I'm so curious. Is there honestly anything you can't do? I recommend you check my personal course electives. I won't be able to do anything I'm not studying. You're a terrifying studying machine. Whoa, it's so cold today. Want a candy? Cream puffs? Hot chocolate? Consuming sweets this late at night is not conductive to good health. Boring. Kristen, look at that rock. What do you think it looks like? Oh, come on. It looks like Saria, right? It's so hard and yet it shines so perfect. Like the stars. Kristen grabs the shining stone and looks up. She seems to be comparing it to something as she moves the rock around. Something's wrong. There should be a star here, but there isn't one. I've done so many calculations, yet I haven't figured out the trajectory of the stars. You've already failed so many times. You still believe it's measurable? Professors say that I don't believe. I don't believe in all the rules I've been taught. I don't believe that humanity will never be able to pierce through the star pod, let alone believe that the stars are only as small as we see them. No way you believe we can fly all the way to the stars, right? I thought only a kid would believe stuff like that. Children, poets, and scientists. Ha! Whoever said I wasn't one? Scientists do not believe their dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. Gosh, you really have a one-track mind. So Kristen, when our Rhine lab becomes a full-fledged public company, are we gonna keep that lab on the name or change it to Rhine something else? I'm studying ecology. Saria's research is in bioengineering and microorganisms, so the two of us are down to keep it nice and generic. 2 against 1. Us in the life sciences? Just kidding. I mean, you're dead set on soaring through the skies, and your field is high-energy physics, so wouldn't you call it Rhine Physics instead? No. We'll stick with Rhine Lab, it's a good name. I want to know exactly what the stars we're looking at are. I want to know what's outside the barrier encasing around us. Sandfield, poggers. I want to know if we really managed to walk among the stars and look back from over there, what kind of land we're actually been living on. All the questions I seek have mostly to do with not just me, but we. And we are all beings trapped in this teeny tiny corner. How are you planning to compensate me for breaking my vivarium, Saria? You knew Kristen's plan from the very beginning. Are you talking about Arc 1 or Galeria Stellaria? Arc 1 was never more than a front to deceive the military, a pile of scrap paper that was never feasible. Galeria Stellaria is the real laboratory here, or you could also say the name of this aircraft. Certainly is a name that she would come up with. Yep, the only thing she thinks about. So you replicated your vivarium here. Up here, is Kristen intending to break through the barrier with it? Just tearing the star pan open won't be enough for her, you know? Without a doubt, her fixation was never the barrier, but the realm beyond that even our ancestors have yet to reach. She truly wants to step inside that deep outer space. She wants to leave everything that can be left behind in that dimension. And that includes each and every life present in this vivarium. As soon as I heard about the Galeria Stellaria project, I started gathering a variety of plant species that might be able to survive in the environment outside the barrier. I just checked, and there's 753 different types here. Kristen put them all in this lab. I'm pretty happy about it. We'll be able to find our answer together real soon. I want to know if life can exist among the stars. And especially yourself. Yep. My people and I, we've been trapped in this cave that just continues to shrink. As time goes by, we can only follow what happens to water that can't be contained, wind that dissipates, leaves that wither, and vanish from this ever-changing land. And then she said to me, "Then let's go. This land is not your home, but beyond it, there might just be a space untainted by originum that will really accept you and your people." A mere hypothesis. So far, no instrument has managed to penetrate or even approach the barrier. So there is no basis to assert the possibility of originum's absence beyond the barrier, let alone the total lack of evidence to suggest that life can survive in the depths of outer space. I know. It's just a dream. There's no evidence or data to support it, and it goes against all the scientific knowledge I have. But scientists don't believe that dreams are false, because what they're essentially doing is proving to all humanity that dreams can come true. I remember Kristen said that. Yes, she's the same as ever. What about us? Saria? Have we changed at all? Water spreads out like hands in all directions, pinning Saria to the wall. Saria's never seen water this fierce out of meiosis. It's like a waterfall, like a tsunami, as if the water is howling. Calcium crystals continuously grow from Saria's hands, but they fail to take form under the sweeping waves. She tries to find meiosis, but all she finds in stream after stream of water are the eyes of an elf hidden in the depths of each wave. Eyes filled with serenity and grief. The water is howling, but the elf is crying. I really, really wish we could be together forever, just like on that starlit night. But there's no way I can hold onto the both of you at the same time. Dancing in threes really is too hard. Eish. I won't give you a chance to stop. Because, haha, 2 against 1, this time I'm on her side. You will see. Sleep, Saria. Go to sleep. You're all black and blue and probably about to pass out. There's no need for you to keep fighting, because our dreams are about to come true. So just close your eyes and the water will take you away from here. By the time you wake up, Kristen and I would have reached our destination. No. Solid calcium crystal does not stab at the water in vain, but into the side of the bulkhead. Saria is well aware that the next disorder is about to happen. The leak. Warning. Energy overload initiated. All secondary compartmental gravity systems and dampers have failed. Attention all personnel. Energy overload initiated. E? Why would it suddenly... Sudden? No. You were right, Kristen has never changed. The instantaneous gravitational shift causes the streams of water to lose direction. The animal piercing through the bulkhead firmly fixes Saria on the spot, but meiosis is tossed outside along with her water. Saria, you're the same as ever. Whenever you get nervous, you forget just how fragile your body is. No, catch me. I don't want to leave. Not alone. The energy overload is starting. When it's done charging, the entire platform would collapse. Even if you can get close to it or even break through the barrier, the core cabin will not last long enough. Kristen wants to save you. As do I. You. Yes, I want to bring her back. Meiosis. After gravity returns to normal, leave this place. What happens next is between the two of us. Shaky. Saria. No, I gotta hold on to something. Authentication failed. Your clearance has expired. Galeria Stellaria Vivarium. Access denied. Clearance has expired. Access denied. Saria, you dummy. Blockhead knucklehead. Open the door. Ha! I've really been abandoned again. Saria, I hope you make it. Saria stands at the door leading to the deepest part of the lab, knowing her target is just inside. However, before she can even condense the calcium crystals on her hand, the door locked automatically releases. Hey, it's the thing! Compared to the previous area filled with instruments and equipment, this place feels more like a temple to the stars. A sphere made of smooth and flawless metal shows off its dazzling beauty under the soft light. Spheres of varying sizes slowly glide on predetermined orbits one after another, with their paths changing now and then. The irregularities intertwine with each other, but contrary to expectations, they form an indescribable sense of harmony. Whether it be the positions of the stars or how precise their orbits shift, the planetarium exceeds the imaginations of any astrologer. But in the very next moment, those devoted to the stars would probably fly into a rage. Hello, Kristen? Those so-called astrologers are basically misguided zealots. For the past 1,000 years, they've committed themselves to tracking the trajectory of the stars. Every trajectory change that occurs signifies a new revelation, or a meaningful omen to them. Their behavior is not necessarily incomprehensible. The fact that the stars move without a trace is enough to terrify most people. To believe that the stars are mere pawns of an undiscoverable being, that their movements and trajectory changes hold any meaning is obviously the more reassuring choice. However, Kristen extends a hand toward the planetarium. Nice. The dome of Galleria Stellaria enveloping the ceiling suddenly opens itself. False starlight floods the laboratory. Kristen makes a series of gestures with her hand, and in an instant, the planetarium completely transforms. Hey. Stars begin to move erratically. False. Several stars collide with one another. Though they do not shatter, the sound of them crashing into each other instantly destroys the silence in the room. Fabricated. However, Kristen's expression does not change at all. As if everything is as it should be. The trajectories are really just invisible. Then how have we been avoiding colliding with other stars throughout the last millennium? Are we so special to have avoided such a fate so far? What kind of land have we actually been living on? Where exactly are we headed? These questions, I've whispered them in your ears too many times to count. It's the showdown. Can you help me move that planet over there, Saria? A small metallic sphere passes by Saria's hand. Star. Instead of touching it, she lets it fall out of orbit. What a shame. I've been fiddling with these planets before we break the barrier. No matter how many times I try, they just refuse to stay on the right track. Stop this, Kristen. You still have time to turn back before you hit the barrier with the Galleria Stellaria. Galleria Stellaria. Isn't it exactly as how I described it to you before? A pity that you already left Rhinelab by the time I built it. But I knew you would come back. At the very moment when my dreams were about to be realized, you would be there. Whether or not you're with me, or against me, this time, it's my turn to make the first move. Kristen lifts her hand, revealing the exoskeleton operating system Saria is most familiar with, and gently makes a fist. Silver liquid spews out from the planetarium behind Kristen. In an instant, all the planets are thrown out of their orbits, rushing toward a single position at a speed too fast for the naked eye. The entire galaxy pours down on Saria. There's a stage, let's go! Okay, if this is the thing, I'll put it at ×1.
Target confirmed. They won't know what hit them.
What? That's funny. Okay, I'm putting it at ×1
Picked out
for
your
now.
bait yet?
Oh, no.
I know what to do. I will sink your corpse into shadow.
Apparently,
The
it should time
battlefield.
itself.
The place where lives are taken.
Okay, this is the blue box.
Easy peasy.
Questo ti farà tacere.
Okay, cancel.
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
What's better to defend, up or down? Okay, so they can only go up here then.
Don't keep me waiting. Don't keep me waiting. You can't hide your fear.
Many intellectuals must join a battle before penning a decent verse.
This is the
So
battlefield.
good.
Want a candy? Want a candy? Take it like water.
After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Where's Kristen? You're late, Kristen.
One should unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Monster, with me.
Can I hit these?
Questo ti farà
Yeah.
piacere.
Engaging.
Più fai veloce.
Oh my god, the
meno
tank.
Finally. Am I up?
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
What's the situation? I know what I will sink your corpse into shadow.
Unsteady posture, wavering intent, much to learn yet.
Oh, he's not gonna recover, right? Kill this one too.
La fortuna ti ha abbandonato.
Oh, thank
Ora te
you.
la vedrai con me.
That is
Standing by.
Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
分かった無駄だ。
I
As he
know
bounces.
what's better than your staff.
Oh wait, is that Kristen getting destroyed by Ina? Yes, it is.
What's the situation?
After all this time, you still tend to war for solutions.
Okay, I don't need to use everyone.
At your unsteady posture,
Nice.
wavering intent, much to learn yet.
What's happening?
Dude, my power is all yours now.
Lawrence died.
1,000 moves in one
You
breath.
okay there, Enos?
Hiya.
You there, Mumu? Make it invisible. Maybe you'll live.
So that's our target?
Why is it so tanky?
Questo ti farà piacere.
Kill it.
Am I up?
Assumo le posizioni designate.
Ikuyo.
Mumu,
1,000
don't
moves
die!
in one breath.
Venus. Goku. Everything.
Better than your staff.
我慢にも限度があるわ
What?
ドクター
This is so good.
1,000 moves
Mumu
in
died.
one breath.
Impossible. I blame you.
Obiettivo avvistato.
We have
Ora
trouble.
sono io.
I'll take the lead.
And chop chop. Chop chop.
What's the situation?
Nice.
Am I up?
Kristen seems to be very
Optimize.
easy.
Don't think you'll hide your fear.
God, that Edith's bind is so good. Okay, this stage was very easy. Boss seemed to be a non-factor. For now. Stars crash to the ground. Someone lifts a head from the pristine white debris scattered all over the floor. What's the matter, Control? You were faster before. Since you weren't able to kill me, I'll launch my counteroffensive. Don't blink. Here comes them calcium. Stars struck down by Saya refloat, setting off a new trajectory. Oh! It's a double there. Kristen's fingers flick to the side. Saya's legs suddenly feel 1,000 times heavier. The gravity shifted. You use this trick to send Mulesius away. But it won't work on me. Enamel grows beneath Saya's feet like a pair of heavy-duty boots, holding her in place. And then she begins to move forward, step by step. Instead of refining the way it generates calcium particles, you've simply increased the release speed. The enema you're generating has gotten even more brittle. A hardy resistance isn't enough to cross the finish line. The metal planet shatters the animal barrier, hitting Saya on her shoulder. Saya does not cease her advance. It happens twice, and then thrice. Saya continues to speed up. Saya, stop. Stop. That's what I said to you. I can't tell you all about my plans. I know. Then why do you insist on stopping? There will be no other victims in this plan. I just wanted to set off some harmless fireworks over the skies of Trimon's. The moment Hammer finishes the job, both the military and Maylander will breathe a sigh of relief. The residents of Trimon's will be momentarily captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them in the sky, but soon enough their focus will be directed towards other, more deserving concerns. Rhinelab might be the most affected party here. She will lose her control, possibly several directors. and the confidence of powerful Colombian organizations. They should have stayed on the ground, clean up the mess, protect those who might be hurt by this, and carry our Rhine labs through the crisis. We've always been good at that. You forgot again. I resigned. A long time ago. People like Blake like to call scientists mad. And we couldn't care any less. But science is supposed to be rational. Tristan, when I first heard the story of your parents, I thought, they shouldn't have seen an ending like that. If they hadn't perished in that accident and returned before hitting the barrier, they would have brought back incomparably precious data, as well as the possibility of a second attempt. You obviously... I admire their will and determination. But I've never been one to approve of sacrifice, even justified and inevitable. Ferdinand, Nasty, Harvest, they and many others always thought me too conservative. They see me as a stickler for rules, obstructing all of you. Can a woman like this even be called a scientist? Even I myself have asked this question. You're the most dedicated truth seeker I know. The truth. Truth is the inertia that comes after order. I believe science can bring us truth, and truth can restrain madness, bringing about a better society for everyone. Us Voivres have always been accompanied by an instinctive madness, for as long as we can remember, violence, savagery. We took an extremely long time just to step out of that chaotic darkness. That's what I've been taught ever since I was small. I use reason to control myself, and desperately want to confront the madness I see in all of them. But you can't do it. Zarya, if you intend to hold on to Rhine Lab by your lonesome, you're sure to be disappointed. Because humanity's thirst for progress is inherently undefeatable. A type of desire, a type of madness, but also a natural instinct, and the fuel that has brought us from the desolate barren lands to where we stand. Which is why I've come here, and not for a fight. The heavy stars fall on her like a rock slide. Gravity controls the airflow to howl at her entire body. Calcium crystals crumble from head to toe, but the mountaineer is determined to greet the storm with her own form. Tristan, I almost admitted my own defeat while searching for it, until someone said to me that I should return to the origin. So on my way here, I've been looking back at where we all started. Yes, I dread losing control, but it's not a fear of chaos, but a fear of regression caused by it. So I must progress onward as humanity must, because for us, the trek is far from over. Indeed, to this day, humanity still lives in the dark. After all, we can't see through the sky hanging over our heads. The road is long, very, very long. We hold more knowledge than the average bystander, so we must shoulder heavier responsibilities. We should ahead of them, eliminate any dangers, carefully lead them on the path forward. A real pioneer should be clearing the way for all humanity, instead of jumping headfirst into the abyss, never to return. That is my foundation, and I will stand by it. Caught you. Yes, weather the storm. She crosses the galaxy. The final calcium crystals spread from one palm to the back of another, and the metal exoskeleton begins to tremble. The synthetic stars ceaselessly revolve around the two in unison. Everything else around them has sunk into chaos as a result of their arts colliding and destroying each other. Only their protector's will remains unshaken as the earth. Holy shiza! We are in Ursus. You're always slightly late. Yep. It's Fallenix's mom. And you're always slightly early. Been waiting long, Calcit? Not really. I thought you would be next. You're like a microcosm of everything that happened in Ursus. I'm sorry, I really am. Sorry? For what? You knew my husband and I were already doomed when we made our decision at Research Institute. You're not the type to get depressed. No, perhaps you might have even become more depressed in the last century. No, I hold regrets and maybe even remorse towards your story, but not much sorrow. Talking about your daughter, Fallenix doesn't live in the better era that you wish for, an era where hate and violence have been forgotten. Same goes for Ludmila. Like I said, you're like a microcosm, Lilia. You and Fallenix have an unbreakable bond, formed of hatred and blood, a microcosm. I've seen it many a time, a futile destruction, Sounds like you're tired. You weren't created to be a savior. You can't level a mountain with a finger, or destroy a city with your eyes. Ha! Just what kind of plebeian would hope that you were invincible? Those fools think that they could uphold a civilization teetering on the edge of collapse with just violence? There might be some with such a hope. I hope that I can bring them a future. Hope to survive in my country, hope for a victory under my command. You've failed them, because you're just calcium. Our conversation has yielded no answers. Yes, you've admitted it, you're tired. But why? You're always on the path of avoiding their self-destruction. But the power you hold is just that minuscule. There's no way you can teleport from Victoria to Ursus, or monitor every sarcasm on Terra to see what dangerous witchcraft they're delving into this time. Whatever you do just grows more and more futile, so you're starting to get impatient, right? And especially with, I know. I know. Eeh. You already know what you're afraid of, yet you're still able to keep yourself from thinking about it. Not letting Sarisa and Theresis appear in front of you, even your subconsciousness is practically begging for it. Same goes for your own determination, Calcit. You think people will treat you gently, and so that pair of siblings won't talk to you like this. How strange, you were so cold before that I never imagined you would seek the warmth of others. From such a perspective, you really have become weak. Spring is chilly here. I'll catch a cold soon if I stay out any longer. We should go somewhere with the warmest spring. Shall we go inside? Sure. Kierag? This is Kierag. Snow? It is Kierag, pilgrim. A rare outsider. Are you heading for the sacred mountain? It is definitely Kierag now. Pilgrims as young as you rarely make it up here, but why aren't you continuing your ascent? Legs got frostbite? Sacred mountain. Are we in Kierag? Kierag? Where is that? Is that where you're from? I wouldn't consider it as such. It's one of the most spectacular mountains on Terra. I once saw a group of destitute refugees set on to rebuild their lives in that paradise free of catastrophe. Oh, it must be a beautiful place then. Terra. It sounds so small. That's where you're from? Yes. I come from Terra. And you? Toward the mountain. We're born with this one goal. Born with it? We frolic among the trees on the mossy plains in our youth. Learn from the rocks. In our prime, we began climbing the mountain. We did so much groundwork at the foot of the mountain, weaving strands of dawn light into ropes, or preparing a pair of shoes that won't be contaminated by the darkness of the night. And then, we begin climbing the mountain. The road is long and full of obstacles, and we only harvest resources from the valleys. Fortunately for us, the sacred mountain is merciful, and feeds us with death, so we dedicate our long lives to this mountain path in return. It must be an exhausting journey, coming all the way here. Exhausting? No. The snow does not mourn its melting. This is all from self-flattering efforts of others, while we are just climbers. What is this sacred mountain called, and what should I call you? Mountain is called Time, and us? We are just insignificant lives. Time is such a grand thing, isn't it? You should be well aware of this. Will the mountain change? Has anyone reached the summit? I don't know. What I mean by that is, maybe. By shouting at the abyss of time, the response you'll receive is a gift from the sacred mountain. Time will not give you an automatic answer, but it will respond. Our predecessors called this response fate. And fate is the echoes of the cries of life. Have you never done this before? Well, it seems like there will be a blizzard tonight. I should go prepare dinner and find a place to set up camp. Do you need a place to rest? We can go together, girl. Sure, old man. I'd like to know, what's there to fill your stomach? Perhaps we'll be having despair, child. Maybe you can finish your prayers before dinner. Do your shouting before the blizzard blots everything from sight. Louder. Those are weird debates she has. It's roads. That is roads. Brah. You will become yourself. This is IS-1, I believe. The picture from IS-1. So this is Rhodes, huh? And the Sarkaz guys also got one. I'm not sure if we're gonna yoink that. This has to be the base update. It has to be, man. Hopium. Calcit, your judgment is rational. For this, I feel sorry. Sorry for what? It's only myself. Because I am your time. I single-handedly... Nani? Wait. I am your time. Yeah, this thing is like super old. It's a fucking Ferranmut. I single-handedly caused you distrust towards humanity, your pessimism, your dismay, and your impatience with no way out. What does he mean? However, from her and on her, you saw a possibility. Okay, now he's talking about Theresa. Out of your tendency to be overly cautious and anxious, you suspect that this feeling is merely a misjudgment caused by your irritation. After all, the world is breaking out of your knowledge and control, and the new you was only born not long ago. And yet you've considered it many times before. How much easier it would be if you chose to trust them instead. Okay, why does she have a trust problem? I am your time, Calcit, you omniscient fool. You forget the little details. You are not a chosen savior. You should not be. You're not always right either. What is this? It's Emperor's Pet. Even if you already made up your mind. You know better than anyone else how limited time is, and there isn't much left. You should try giving up, and choose to trust someone you can believe in. You are not trusted because you are Calcit, nor do you become Calcit because you are trusted. You are the echoes of a valley, water dripping off a cliff, responsibilities way beyond what your abilities can bear, and now at least, there are people to share these responsibilities with. What you have lost and gained in this short period of the past few centuries far exceeds your former days. So long they were that you could only use for progress and evolution. Everything is about to end, Calcit, and you know this. Will you stay your passivity, your pessimism, your apathy? Don't forget your original question. Don't forget the answer that you nearly had. Go on, Amaten. The meaning of your existence is more than you yourself. Let's stop here. Indeed. Indeed, this is enough. Huh. And the doctor? Calming down elsewhere, I do intend to spend some time with you alone. I have a question for you, Amaten, Calcit. For the past 10,000 years, have you really lived on this land? Yes. It seems you've changed quite a lot. We haven't interacted much, but you shouldn't be your current self. What did you choose? I've seen wars lasting several millennia, the rise and coexisting of nations, and people growing from their misunderstandings and conflicts. But in the end, they all scattered to the wind, just like the sands in Sargon. In the blink of an eye, history had already given birth to new children. I've seen the cycle repeat too many times. The cycle itself looms large and weighs heavy, and I'm fully aware that time is running out. You keep saying time is running out, and then I ran into a unique opportunity. I once met two TCAS who were closer than any creature in any era to the truth of continuing civilization. But now, you are all as fragile as the trash on an asteroid belt, so how can you possibly talk continuing? Wait, you are saying the Black Crown still remains on Terra? Okay, this is Civilite Eterna, the Lord of Fiends, as the ancient TCAS call it. TCAS? Those odd endemic life forms. What a fluke. I had thought it would have been left behind on the Black Crown. I dislike the shape it takes on the physical plane. A crown leaves a bad taste. A crown points to royalty. This ancient imagery implies power. In this downward trend of collapse, where the misunderstandings over ideology and race push surface civilization towards self-destruction within an extravagant mirage of peace and unity. The most direct method should be to use those powers to reshape the will of all living beings and fuse them into a singular form. What can a false leader made of memories, emotions, and knowledge even achieve? Don't underestimate us. Doctor, are you alright? Just needed a breather. Perhaps I have underestimated you, but that does not affect the ending already set in stone. You want me to believe that such a tiny piece of heritage is enough to change fate? Heritage is humanity's sole achievement ever since our ancient ancestors learned to use tools and fire. Knowledge, culture, history, so-called civilization is nothing more than that. There will be a day when the Black Crown will no longer belong to Amiya alone, and we will have to fight to survive, no matter who the enemy is. You've chosen to fight for Terra. This is what you're decided. With this body, this identity. You're different from Kristen and her kind. Your struggles are far from your original intent. Even Rose Island's reserve ops team know the difference between fighting for themselves and fighting for others. And we've all done our preparations. This great land of Terra is where I grew up. I'm an employee of Rhodes Island, part of the ship sailing on the land called Terra. Infected is just too trivial a proposition, however. Infected originum, huh? Then what about you, Doctor? I'm an employee. Oh my god, dude. Never getting out this employee. I also have a question for you. Trevor Friston? There we go. Friston 3. How has your time been in this equally long period of time? Holy dude. The perturbation system has been lifted. Kristen, tell me how to stop the energy accumulation. And where exactly does the energy come from? This will be an extremely long story. I'll try to crack the Galeria's control panel before I'm done listening. Saria, you know, the history of this land is far longer than most realize. I believe every generation produces its own skeptics, just like my parents and I. Have our ventures really been completely fruitless? And was there perhaps a more ancient point in time that the sky hanging over us was not as we see it today? I remember that was one of the establishing goals of Rhine Lab's scientific investigation section. Conventional exploration alone has already provided me with plenty of interesting information. After you left Rhine, I picked up some interest I had previously and tried leaving the laboratory, heading to various corners of the world that mankind has scarcely set foot on. The purpose of these journeys was not to observe the sky. The stars are not worth looking at. I came to this conclusion early on, after countless calculations. I only wanted to try and find more collaborators. Since the last Lysanian Arts Detector orb fell short at 500 meters below the barrier, the academic circles in most countries abandoned their research into the thing. So what I've been looking for, a voice that doesn't belong to this era. Like the immortals who rely on originum arts to escape the shackles of life, or the Ferranmuts older than any country? Perhaps even older than those regarded as gods, a being so old that history has forgotten. Before I set off on my journey, I have no idea what I was going to find. I just felt a calling across time and space direct me towards that door. And what was inside the door? Everything. I found the answers to all my questions. How we managed to trek across history to make it here, about the land's unexplored secrets, and about the myriad of possibilities for our future. But at the same time, I also saw the end of a civilization and a spirit abandoned by time. Time is nothing but a vile joke. At the end of the world, when the seas dried up and the rocks rotted away as everything changed, I hid in this grim bunker, repeating a futile act. Shouting into the void. My words permeated every moon and space itself, every tunnel and corner of the stars. The universe did not respond to me. I prayed to the pitch-black despair for tens of thousands of years, and the only thing I heard in return was the reverberations of destruction. Whenever I long for a survivor's response, the sounds of collapse and rays of occupied light still lingering among the stars would emerge. It was a black hole of futile effort. My emotions were far beyond what any regular lifeform would ever experience or empathize with. In the endless silence, all I could hear was the heartbeats of my people growing ever weaker, but their dormant hearts should not have been beating at all. Nightmares cannot jolt me awake because it is impossible for me to sleep. I hate myself for having these emotions. I wish I could operate like a pure machine. I hate the other me that assigned me a fate like this. I knew very well the plan had already concluded. The energy in this sarcophagi was not enough to power the next stage of recovery in our plans. Soon after, I was swept into the nothingness, endless and numb. So the contact with Kristen offered you a gamble. Since your people could never wake up, you might as well. No. The first time I saw that humanoid creature, what I felt was surprise. I've been watching the depths of space, far, far away, not what happened on the surface. I noticed the growth of life, but never expected it to knock on my door. We spent a long time talking, though in reality it was no longer than a few months. Jesus, that's long, my guy. Tristan fired question after question, as if she was meeting a manifestation of truth. And remarkably, every topic would send her into a long period of reflection and silence, instead of satisfying her thirst for knowledge. She catalyzed an idea, but she didn't voice it herself. Kristen refused to be the one to execute the plan. Wasn't she just using Rhineland to achieve her goals? She believes that someday, this land will need a group that can separate themselves from politics and unite as a people. This far-sighted group would have to employ everything at their disposal to build an ark. The Arknights is real! Pioneers would inevitably face the struggle of understanding, and would face division and suffering. But reality is not myth, as Babel has proven. So what is Rhodes Islands to you, if you hold no hope for all of this? You're right about that. We can discuss this so-called hope. Kristen's little helpers have already begun fiddling with the sarcophagi's technology. I have no qualms with it. Oops. But this must mean something important for Terra. Use it well. Kristen's political views are not without a few flaws. Logan's research has effectively been put under control. Ooh, Dark Knight's memoir music. I cannot possibly trust Columbia as a nation. Ah, goddammit. But there is someone behind the Maylander Foundation that is worth negotiating with. That is good. And then tell me, are the deep sea dwelling Aegir really so different from the civilizations on land? What I can tell you far surpasses whatever Kristen has told you. Indeed, I cannot comprehend why these creatures with bodily structures inadequately suited to survive in the deep sea would establish a civilization in the ocean. But this suggests they depend on some product of the seafloor. The form of their civilization has been distorted by external forces, making them stronger but also causing problems. Aegir is a settlement that must be united, regardless of the problems caused by those rampant sea monsters. I believe that's what they are called. Terra cannot leave such a developed nation alone. Considering their approximate geographical location, and if they use what they might have in abundance appropriately, my guess is that what Kristen is doing right now is not necessary out of the Aegir's reach. Okay, so Aegir is like mega technologically advanced. With strength comes arrogance. Aegir is not so easy to persuade. Though fortunately, due to a series of incidents, I have had the good fortune to establish a precious friendship with some Aegir. Wink wink! The Ulpianus when? This will be an impactful breakthrough. Since the profound silence, Aegir can no longer remain silent. Skadi Gladius Spectre. I'll go with Skadi. Excellent. The March of the Knights Mora basically only exists as a legend in the databases of Columbia, with no decent historical text to refer to. What if the legendary event was not, in fact, a falsehood, then he is indeed an incredible hero. Even if we take Originum as the power source, the fact that such a tyrant born on Terra thousands of years ago could achieve such a great feat in a much more primitive environment does inspire wonder. However, the south is already in ruins, so you should look north. Wait, are they saying they destroyed the portal in the south? That's why we're going north? Have you been there? Versus Stami? No, even further north, at the ends of the Infi ice fields. I tried many times, but I've yet to find anything with the limits of my own ability. But you know what's over there? I do. So don't ignore the door that lies there. Push it open when you need to, and it will show you a boundless vista. Just pushing that door is already far beyond what most are capable of. And so it is up to all of you to find a way. The land is vast, and civilization continues to advance, so surely there's more than one Kristen? You seem to trust the denizens of this land more than I previously thought. Trust? I hand the tinder to you. I have given up everything on my end. Whether or not you can succeed, nothing can be changed. This is my failure. Trust? Yes, I do not know. Perhaps I just want to see any life form able to converse and interact with one another to continue existing. You know, this, compared with the problems on the distant horizon, there is something that could happen at any moment. War. Even if I look only through the eyes of Columbia, I sense the imminent danger to your world, and the fire that can ignite at any time. It will require preparation. Do what you must to extinguish the flame or to let it produce new life. This is the choice you make. Those who are truly able to save the denizens of Terra are always and only themselves. This need for awakening has not changed since time immemorial, because it is all part of what humanity is about. You will discover the truth. Humanity is. The sky is about to be open, but the barrier will soon heal itself. Perhaps it will take a few days or months or years. But the people of Terra will take that limited, voracious scene into their eyes and will keep the moonlight and the distant planets in their memories. I hope, Kristen hopes, that this will be a powerful signal. A signal to herald the next great age. Holy dude! Tarya, would you like to gaze at the stars together, just like we did before? We can talk about this after we descend. The starry sky, or more precisely, what we gaze at is a barrier, the star pod. There's still 1,000 meters to go. Our current position is already near the limit of humanity's touch. The ionization response is too strong. At this height, the instruments can't operate with all the interference. Control panel is completely useless. I should have known. You have no intention of letting the Galeria Stellaria last much longer. Yes, it just has to last until I break the barrier. The barrier. Though we have always been inclined towards the use of the barrier, you're well aware that the shape of it is more than just a barrier as per conjecture. It might not even be a barrier at all, but an extremely wide space. It might even lack endpoints. It is 6,000 meters. What we understand as normal airspace is actually abnormal. And in that case, breaking it was never an option. It can indeed be broken. You've never once doubted it. 6,972 meters. If you fly straight up at this angle, as long as you can soar past that height, the Galeria Stellaria will no longer be disturbed by any ionization reactions. Fine, so you have credible data from that spirit, but this doesn't reduce the danger of exploring the skies at all. No, even if we assume the barrier is enveloping the land like a membrane, as you say, it means we know less than nothing about the space beyond it. This makes your actions even more hazardous. It could even bring disaster upon this land. I know. The people are simply inadequately prepared for this. There will never be adequate preparation. there's indeed a calamity looming over us, then humanity is already living under a ticking clock. If that's the case, then we should be even more cautious, right? Saria, I believe there will come a day when a much more complete exploration team will be formed. And with more data and full support, they will enter into the depths of space before our very eyes. This is also the future I hope. But you yourself are not in this future of yours. True? I'm ill-suited to be called a pioneer. On that point, I fully agree with your view. If possible, I would prefer to become a starting. Just like once, back when, I watched the light of those flames burning in the sky. That was the last thing my parents left. A starting point. Where's the closest escape pod? None left. Those with the capacity to execute the return module are already gone. Alright. Then hold on to me. I'll wrap the both of us in calcification. Might not even have a chance of survival, but we can try. Sorry, I'll lower your gaze. What? Oop. You're the one who didn't look down this time. Gravity abruptly shifts without warning. Saria feels only space beneath her feet. She did not expect Kristen to set up an emergency escape door at the Galerian Stellaris Center. No, Saria thinks to herself. She could have expected it long before. This door is not for the owner of the planetarium. Kristen knew that at the very moment, Saria would come. The sudden change of mass robs Saria of her voice, and she fails to yell out anything at all. She also knows that there is nothing she can grab, but still stretches her hand out. Starlight and Earth pour into her view, while Kristen only gets further and further away. She actually got yeeted out. This picture though. Saria, you always wanted me to take a good look at the world. Now I have. Heighten the volume. Let's go. It is equally beautiful. You will watch it and the people it nurtures in my stead. This I always knew. Just as you have in the past and will in the future. And I'm not the type to lead people on step by step. I am just a pair of eyes. Eyes that will peer into the unfamiliar depths of space for all that live on that land. Kristen. I can almost see the true starry sky. It probably hasn't changed much from what you've told me. In over 10,000 years. Me and you, our civilization and yours. On the scale of the universe, we really are insignificantly small. Current of energy pounds the accumulating area of this giant airborne construct. And the ring hovering up high looks almost swallowed by the tremendous amount of energy. Immediately afterwards, an even greater amount concentrates at its core. Enough to destroy any massive nomadic city. And this world is just so puny and shallow. How could it even bear it? There she goes. The light converges and abandons the earth, stabbing upwards into the air. Look at that radial effect. Produce a whole. Under the unprecedented energy surge, wave after wave of dazzling light ripples emerge on the pitch-black curtain devoid of any life. Life or light? Life. The fall sky is at last rent asunder. The ancient twin moons expose their real faces. Holy. Tonight, the truth will be perceived by humanity for the very first time. Oh, I need more!
To fight to the very end. That's our destiny.
Yes, sir. Those left behind, some jeer, some are in awe, some dance in joy, some spend the night sleepless, and some will be right back. Right, story node time. My favorite. Iberia, hello? Coastal view that can only be seen anyway. Iberia. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime. The bang on the wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. They still do the slithering sounds. A wave washes a sea terror on the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders. Looks around, just like its brethren. Couldn't have found any. All you can see while standing in this overgrowth is the endless ocean in the sky. But in the next moment, as if it has sensed something and looks towards a certain direction. The never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. Hello, outful route. Looks in that direction, but it's only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive. Its kin, its wee many. All their eyes look in the same direction. This is... Tanya? As an attendant apologizes for the proprietor, he props up his master, a court musician, helps him leave the bar. Mein Herr, of course. Frickin' Germans, man. She didn't drink anymore. Don't get in the way. I can't figure out the tune, so I might as well just drink myself to death. My man. Mein Herr, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. Heh, at least you know me well. But 9. This will not do. It is not good enough. There is still something missing, a key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent. An image of madness. Of course, I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. Huh? Oh, I must really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to the doctor. What is that? The attendant lifts his head towards the sky to see halo-like waves sweep across the night. This is... Would I have somehow gotten second-hand intoxications throughout the air? Clouds are like waves and the sky is a curtain. Gut, sehr gut. Theron, go quick. Take me home. No, hand me a pen. Quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No, what I have discovered is a wellspring. Under the dim streetlights, the musician lies down on the floor on his stomach, writing in a frantic pace without care for his image. Tonight, many an artist sleep nary a wink. Frickin'... Take a gander at this happy lot. You think the storm is already over, and Victoria merely had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact, and will continue to remain as is. How I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something I need you to see. What's happened? You're not the sort to be a killjoy at a time like this. It seems something has happened in Colombia. Seems. Yes, we are urgently collecting information at the moment. I mean, this could unite the countries, maybe? Has our rebellious child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overtly proud of? That has yet to be determined, but at present I can confirm that this information you must know. Just how important is this matter that had to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is honestly beyond the scope of my abilities. Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusted subordinate's face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. Supper Sir only knows to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. The Count walks to the window and immediately realizes why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore. What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired experts relevant to this field, and combined with the information from Colombia over the past few days, they have proposed some valuable theories. Site 359 Spy Dossier, Investigation Report on the Mainlander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers? A barrier. Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Colombia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. Well, they pretty much just confirmed it here. We have already mobilized all our spies in Colombia, and they will soon bring us results. Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir. My lord, I would like to introduce my distant nephew to you. Tonight's banquet ends here and now. Huh? The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. Yes, my lord. The Count looks at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleys while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds. Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocol acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices, and external energy lines have been separated from the Galleria Stellaria's main body. All personnel, evacuate by the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat, all personnel, evaluate the escape pod and execute return protocol. This goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made the escape pod just a bit smaller? Not the size of an entire room. Quick, get that self-balancing system up and running. Gotta stabilize this room first at the very least. My bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like marbles in the box. I know I'm working on it. I hate manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in times like these. Stop the shaking. Thank you, sirs. Oof! Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The drogue and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectory is on auto-adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewells to control. Hey, Bullet. Look at the corridor. Isn't that... Director Muosis? Director Muosis, get in quick. There's still seats. You should have clearance to enter. Is it the escape pod? This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Arc 1's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry. You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've all been in components control for many years. Before Hammer took flight, Control, no. Kristen disbanded the Ryan Lab Components Control section. Last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance, and security tasks have already been completed. When we return to the ground, we'll all get new contracts, leave Ryan and leave Tri-Mounts. Oh, right. What's this? A remote sensor recorder. Provides real-time feedback from the biological data in the vivarium. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to Ecological once I got back on the ground. The data was just updated. I'm really sorry. Wait, don't tell me right away. Not so fast. This is... How many years did it take? Go. In the short span of time after Galleria Stellaria broke through the barrier, the death rate of the 753 plants have exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive. Huh, why did they die when they passed through the barrier? Kristen, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip? You kept your promise to us all, but do you plan on traveling solo from the very beginning? Then Saria, she... Wait, acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed at all. We're falling even faster than before. Leak! Leak! What's going on, Bullet? The shockwave from the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait, is this equipped with a gravity-related original arts module? Find the arts unit, quickly. Right. But the current high temps and energy shocks from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height, 3.5 meters. There's no stopping it. Hate not being able to jump out of the pod right now to lighten it. The heat insulation layer, the speed's too fast, and the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate is at 60%. The wall's deforming. It'll disintegrate at this rate. Oof. Bullet, son of a bitch. Could you have passed out after installing the arts unit? How can this be? All return to ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification. That's what we're doing right now. We should head to the inner cabin ASAP. The seats are cushioned and there are oxygen masks. We might just... At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's gonna survive. Shit. I don't even have the time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? Tremendous centrifugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass and sees a small shiny spike. No, it is a person. A figure tightly bound in thick layers of calcium. He confirms what he is seeing, but this means that the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. The Rector, Saria! She's probably passed out at such a height, even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell. She herself doesn't even... thicker than it. Damn it. Water. A vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching in midair like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed. A large river of water is being thawed by gravity and vaporizing. Several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is facing, falling. Claude feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and the waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. He wasn't currently busy trying to save himself. He feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words to describe the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he is pushed back in the interior. Director Miosis, you're... melting? Saria, I guess you did end up fighting with Kristen after all. So even you couldn't stop her. In the end, we couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer. So if you can, I hope you live. Shucks, I probably look real ugly like this. But if I could go back and had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, could I have changed a lot of things? Water gently envelops everything in its body. All components control employees. Prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Go and meet the people waiting for you. Jeez, well, they're kinda lucky for that. First New Year's Eve after the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? She has kind of forgotten. Think a bit. Arya, what did you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. I sat on this stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here until now. You're the first. That's why you hate the sky? If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everyone's reaction to the deaths and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you yes. But that's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly advanced towards their goals, and they only lost to themselves in the end. the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. I'll say something that ominous. And I succeed. I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I even gone further than they did. Kristen. Sorry, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a burden bee. Say something at least. That is really beautiful. She knows that no one has ever seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galleria Stellaria is getting further and further away from her. But she cannot open her eyes. She's falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife, and the cold, thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body so as to prevent her dying from the violent air friction. But she cannot do anything about the impact where she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her, and no matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes. But why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling onto the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down. Afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels like as if she's falling into the clouds again. How soft it was. Saria, Saria. Sounds like somebody's calling for her, a familiar voice. Hello, Site 359. Ugh. Silence. Don't say anything yet. Eye movement response normal. There should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. The impact caused multiple external injuries, a slightly torn flexor tendon in the left leg. I'll apply a temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions, but when you return to Tri-Mounts, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Saria, do you have a headache? I'm fine. Good. I crushed your drone and these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? She not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence, Zai. Thanks. Clouds have parted. Now we get an even more clearer view of the sky. Yes, the sky really is beautiful. You're not going to ask your question? Ask what? What happened in the Galleria Stellaria? Would you tell me? I'll need some time. Then do you want to know? Know what? What happened down here when you went to stop Kristen? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria, I need you to be fully informed, to be better prepared. This is the only way we can ensure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. It sounds like you already have an idea. Hold onto my shoulder. The road is hard to walk, and I have no way of lifting you up completely, so we have to go together. Well, they live too. Claude, Benji, Johan, Bullet? The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground, and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin is completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung out by a pair of hands. Whew, I'm over here. What relief, you're all alright. I'm alive? Wasn't the escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped from an altitude of over 5,000 meters and we're still alive. Oof. Youch, easy on the hug, it hurts. Seems like those arts modules managed to help us decelerate a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know you're the luckiest one out of all of us here. Hitting your head on the console and passing out at the most critical moment, and then waking up just as we landed safely. Must have been Annie's sprays working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey, why do I feel like I drowned earlier, and all of you are soaking wet too? It's not like the pod landed in the lake, so what even happened? Have you guys seen Director Miyo's? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod, but there is no mud in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. Trevor Friston. Kale. Dame Calcid. Why does it say Kale? I must admit that we are alike. My empathy with Doctor's emotions merely comes from an emotional module that has yet to be erased, even after these tens of thousands of years. Not Friston himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are of more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious. Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Friston. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I've already been searching for the original answer, from the very moment I began my walk in the dust of disappointment. She said the line. I've experienced more direct losses than you have, but I can also say that I have gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, you might even have been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra, just like Doctor did once. There is a chance. I'd be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate this system, so I would like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,765,403 days. Wait. How many years is this? 4,765,403 divided by 365. 13,000 years. Nice. I love math. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica. I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time, and you will gradually slide into despair in the process. This is too cruel a fate for you. I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, nor as a ghost. At least, let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person, from sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at the very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, this is my final wish. Don't have to blame yourself like that. This is closer to redemption than continue to be tormented for eternity. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capacity to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, so I will not go too deep into it. But please remember this, Doctor. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present. It will be extremely important. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. This is the final thing I can say. Go, Calcid. I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person. I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Is there no other choice? Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing. I don't know how much you know, how much Calcid has told you, but now before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kristen also asked me innumerable questions and I answered them all. And if it was necessary, I even showed her the answer. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admire that character of hers, and so to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Doctor. Perhaps this personality of obsession is also present from Trevor Friston. Who is Priestess, and what is original? Oh, here we go. These two questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originum. Even if you've lost your memories, even if you just learned it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes or arts, you are still keenly aware how important Originum is. That is the way to go. Calcid knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her original consciousness, and even death will not free her from those shackles. Interesting? So should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Calcid is afraid that the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables in your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you have already done some preparations in your end, I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth and isolation from the outside world happened far earlier than you think. Originum was just one out of the many innumerable answers. Originum means unification. Originum means another state of existence. Like the ocean of Solaris, where everything else exists within this order. Oh yes, you have yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhodes Island has been working towards curing oripathy, solving the problems of the infected. Though you have also involved yourselves in outsider matters due to Calcit and Theresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhodes Island, fight against Originum. This is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Calcit, with all the lives born on this land with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originum. Originum can benefit humanity. It can also destroy everything. Just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you, who were once extremely close to her. What does Originum have to do with me? I'm capable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originum, in just its current form, it has already exceeded my understanding of it. Oripathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult, but there may be other ways you can stop or use it. Your past with Priestess seems to be Calcit's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypothesis, your appearance, participation, and amnesia. They are not without purpose. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, when you face the truth of the past, you will understand Calcit's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient, stay true to yourself. Doctor? Calcit? You've already taken a huge step forward, but turn your head and look at what we've faced. Victoria, Columbia, the infected are still being discriminated against. The flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much more to do. There will be more and more layers of crises in the future. The current situation will become even more worrisome. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhodes Island, the Dr. Amia trusts. We'll find a way. I'm delighted to have met both of you in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds. Having lost the support of your database, your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be to compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes. I will destroy this bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both, Drowsy. A natural sound. Are you alright? Do you remember? Unknown language, you, a living creature here. You must wait. Why is it so dark here? I'm in. Too long, too dark. No, there's still the 173,005th attempt and the next. The next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer me. Please, where am I? How much longer do we have to wait? I don't know. There's no way for us outsiders to judge. Do these cries of anguish are memories from his past or the emotional module responding to the stress from processing all that compressed emotion? I only feel pity and respect. Calcit, have you experienced this before? Oh? She did not respond. Unnatural sound. Unknown language. I hate this. Damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Okay, this has to be like replaying back memories. Even if they all come back to life, I myself won't be a living person. I made such a great sacrifice, and yet you've all abandoned me. Who as it that gave me such a duty? Who was it? It was myself. Why? Is that me? Can I still recall that determination? Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. You have to find the exit. Hello, Mr. Tin Man, sir. Madame, over here. I knew something had happened underground when the cave collapsed. Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kristen? Yes, I reckon it can lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered this secret path. If the Preserver had not shut down its system, it would have been impossible for you to find this passage. What happened to Holhea? Have her trapped outside, and Maylander will have a nice long chat with her later. Madame, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. And as for what those deaths mean, I can only say they have absolutely nothing to do with Gazdel. I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. But this guy's a revenant, huh? Very interesting. Unnatural sound. I am Trevor Friston. Unknown language. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that punk to the... Oh? Ah. I failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years has it been? Hello, Holheak. That damn tin can. Huh. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry yet. Where am I? Who are you? What are you? What are you talking about? Why do you have a tail and the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in? These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Kristen. Oh, Kristen. So this is the god you spoke of? Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks very sleek. Greetings. This is indeed the courtyard tour of oracles. Oracles? The Enfield trailer did say you could call them oracle. Interesting. The destination of charity. Can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kukul Khan? Can you show me their wind and thunder? The glory of soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Kukulkan people, only for your approval and your answer. So that's how it is. I'm starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I am dying. Well, this sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Don't you think it's too stuffy here for a place deemed a destination? It's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead? What will I become? My knowledge, my desires, will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? You would be willing to speak in a language I understand, God? Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you are making mean. But in a dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes? I so badly want to see her one more time, my morning light. Wait, who? Hello? An icy wind blows over Holheaks without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. Hallucination? Arts? What kind of origin of Mars is this? This is debate. Is this how that crazy god has given her his answer? Holheak looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing by the water, and the girl sporting long and familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kristen. Holheak waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She's devout enough. But nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. There is no response. Holheak is starting to feel weary. She tries to get close to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up and they look towards the sky. Only now does Holheak discover in the view she had gotten too familiar with. There is something not even Kristen's wildest descriptions have mentioned. He sees a gigantic, enormous moon for just a moment. The ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperature seems to rise. While Hayak stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that Terra? What was that just now? What did you do? Is it arts? No, is it a Ferranmut's power? Or witchcraft like the Tin Man's? Silence. While Hayak is completely unaware that she's the only one who has left that beautiful dreamland. Ah, this is what Kristen saw, then what she said was completely right. Kristen right, you really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your god has left. How cruel of you all, denying me of my pursuits my entire life from my birth till now. And after denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I do not approve. I won't allow it. You can't die just yet. Welcome, Mr. Kristen Freezer. So, you failed to stop Kristen. I already know what happened up there. Almost forgot you came here to stop her. Too many things have happened, my head is hurting a little. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Mainlander Foundation. I'll explain later. Freaking Mr. Tin Man. I did not expect you to be like a leader of Mainlander. What the hell? I'm also very curious to know what exactly has happened in Trimonts. We're almost there. Remember, Dame Calcit, the moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force. Hello, monster sir. As you wish. What's with all the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something. When did you? Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess this situation up. You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I'm real curious, Doc. The lineage of the Elders, the Kulkan's source of power. Are these things even considered secrets to you and Calcit? No comment. Aha! How cold. There is something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable. And yet, after finding the answer, people only know to sing its praises. If, after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come find your people? Can I find you people? Should first face charges for Mainland Foundations? Figure out how to deal with your boss first. Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Your staff. What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end, it's not even considered a living being, and it's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Colombian's hands? Okay, so that's how she gets in. You want to drive a wedge between us and the Mainlander Foundation. Is it appropriate to say this right in front of the Tin Man? I've already brought it out into the open, and the Tin Man has seen it too. Do you even still have a choice to make? And no matter what you think of, Dame Calcit's face already looks like she agrees, Calcit? Well, Shiza. My guess is... you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh? The reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you has already made the decision for you. For that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has happened. Even if the power to make decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing Hall Heya to retrieve his legacy is the more reasonable thing to do. About that, your boss should also know just which party, has the capabilities to restore him. Snatching Hall Hayak's arts unit will only add to the gigantic pile of the Mainlander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one will not allow Mainlander to act against Rose Island. Your cursing efforts also fall flat, Hall Hayak. You can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Haunting growls. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've ever been keeping this strange thing by your side. it's meaningless to fight here, so let's all return to Trimonts first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. Right in front of us. We can go up from here. Well, you got them both. Classic Calcit. Sure is relieving to leave that place. Wait, that thing in the sky. Clear view of the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Tristan. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Tristan, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see, then. Your guess was right, madame. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Polhea? What, you're leaving already? I didn't expect that bargaining chip in your hand, but this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. So very sorry, Mr. Tin Can, but I've lost all interest in the Mainlander Historical Association system. Now then, Doctor? Why did you give it to me now? Remember the choice you made. We're not on equal standing, madame. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Well, why did Tin Man leave early? Contact Rosmontes ASAP. Need to be wary of any other surprises. Polhea, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction Tin Man left. What? I'm not so sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I have to start work already. Rose Island can possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us, in front of the Tin Man, did we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. Do make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armor division. Quiet. The aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers, and workers is now completely empty. You and Calcit traveled between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through and so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosmontes and hearing some firm words from Saria again will you only feel at ease. But the discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Calcit, what is this on the screens? Nice to meet you two, Doctor of Rhodes Islands, Dame Calcit. You have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please, do not attempt escape. On the behalf of the Colombian government, I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both. Might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just want to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flickers a few times. And then a familiar figure appears. Here comes Mad Max. The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention onto the pet, perched on his shoulders all along. You sneak a glance at Calcit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face. Mr. President? The Vice President does not react, but his pet just happens to begin talking. Been a long time, Dame Calcit. My god. Another beast, sovereign beast, huh? How long has it been since we have a conversation like this? After that little thing you and Mainlander put together. I thought you would be staying in Colombia, but then I blinked and you were in Sargon, and then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked together with Mainlander Celine herself, you could have really done something for Colombia. And then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born. Wow. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President? Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where's my father? What does that mean? You're holding onto his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Let me touch him. I never got to meet him, but he is the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. There's also parts, your parts. We come from the same roots, but now we're drifting apart. What does that mean as well? I had some words for him. He's gone. Trevor Friston is dead. He's pinned his hopes on this land? A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self. Yes. If that's his will, then you had better leave. I'll respect his feelings. You'll be able to fix his shattered self faster than the Mainlander Historical Association can. But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of Terra, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. Kristen never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monster, destroy the cameras. Lively brain. Let's go. Back to the TV. Narcissa, look how glorious the sky is. My field of research was far from Kristen's. But I must admit this, she has achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprint I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Will there always be someone like you under every dream as big as this one? What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever. I only know how to judge right from wrong. It's like what I'm doing to you right now. Thank you, Narcissa. All my ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, I will also give you a gift. Is he dead? Montes turns her head back. Sitting in his wheelchair, Loken has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away. I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me, right? You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no. I came here just to watch you die. Montes takes out her diary from her pocket, writes a line in it. The criminal Loken William received the trial he deserved. She stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away. And now I've forgotten you. Giga Shadow. I should go find the doctor and Calcit. God damn. I should have brought some cigarettes earlier. Well, shit. I didn't expect you to be discarded so soon, Vulcan. Surely you know how likable I am. I'm serious, I was ready to fight a legion of power armors to the death, and yet this place is so deserted. Even amusement parks and federal holidays had better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dame Calcit is skilled in the art of persuasion. Those skills she's managed to convince even the mighty president of the Columbia Union. Well, they're all here. We're out. Are you alright, Doctor? I'm fine. Deep breaths. You spent too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, Doctor. I waited to wait a little longer until you're ready to face him. Respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself. Wait till I recover my memories. What exactly counts as ready? There's no point in making these sorts of assumptions. Dame Calcit and Doctor, you have managed to get a considerable time extension. I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tin Can here and now. Forget it, that's probably a meaningless act. The President has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madame, fix whatever whole Hayak has handed over to you. even though I have no idea what it is or the scope of the damage. Mr. President is giving you time. I don't know how long, but when your time's up, we will definitely retrieve what was lost. Is this a deal? I suppose. After all, you have abided by our previous agreement and have indeed helped us a lot in the past few days. So in return, you can leave Trimount safely and return to your landship. Nice. As for the doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originum, and I don't think Rose Island would want an updated criminal record. As for Hall Hayek, for the time being, I'll only ask this. Is she currently a collaborator of Rose Island's? I guess? Rose Island will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Calcit, Dame Calcit, and the doctor as well. She's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Mr. Rosmontis and Ifrit, and then leave Trimount. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles. You suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. Sporadic bubbles meander forward like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance, discover that the skies of Trimount in the moment before dawn is full of fragile bubbles. Calcit, I'm going to look for someone first. Miss Momu. Look at that freaking vivarium, man. Ryan Labs headquarters, building vivarium. You feel as if you've just entered the bottom of a lake. There is no one, only a dense light blue and the soft sound of water. Huge glass ring divides the entire space into two. Other than a narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the vivarium has been entirely flooded, like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belonged in the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here. Right now, you can only hear their weak breathing. What? Not the pale fur. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop any time and disappear without a trace. Ulysses? They wake you up, Ulysses? You don't have to show yourself. Doctor, why have you come? Your arts are going to turn Trimount into the capital of bubbles. I expected to see that. It was such a sorry sight, huh? Yes, I failed. Doctor, you did get into the Galleria Stellaria, but I also got shut out. I even almost killed Zarya. The only thing I managed to do was try to save a handful of people. But I know what happened up there, so you don't have to say any more. Gurgle. Don't speak anymore, Muses. Pumped out all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate. But I only had a short and shallow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. Can't even kill myself, Monka S. Before he came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw Muses crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I've never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met the Muses who had just left Sammy. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol, and it was so cold. Her neck was tucked in and had her head drooping. Never seen it myself. Were people living in the forest of Sammy? You saw other elves? Living in the forest of Sammy, yep. When Ryan Labs began their scientific investigation section, started the Sammy exploration project, their footprints made all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. Magellan name drop? When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent. Deep in the forest, in the middle of Sami, remote and cold, that bed of soil was locked up by the Martian ice fields, far from civilization. A place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what the other people of Sami live in and revere. But after just a steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, its thick branches entangling with one another, an ecosphere woven into the roots, as if it was encased in amber. Think there was such a settlement for elves on Terra. You won't persuade them to leave? Were they unwilling to leave their homes? I don't know, Doc. I couldn't even ask them a question like that. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society. Not because of my metropolitan fit, but there was something natural separating us. We look similar. We look similar and face the same struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we are so complete strangers to one another. We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sammy. But I'm not a leaf from a tree, I'm just a drop of water. Elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to current. Can't make out her expression. I still want to move the barbarian to Galeria, so I want to follow Kristen beyond the star pod. I needed to hold on to something. But Kristen abandoned me, abandoned everyone, the so-called future that she's left for us. Kristen disbanded the component's control section, and Saria was thrown out of the Galeria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has almost been proven impossible. Darcy got herself into trouble because of the stuff at Site 359. Ferdinand threw himself into the army, and Parvis, that old goat, seems to have died too. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air with hardly any originum dust. It kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, if I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate still only leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it? The attempt to get closer to Miosis, but through the glass in the dense slate, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here. Who? A friend. So besides Saria and the gang, you knew someone else in Trimonts. From the sound of it, you can't have seen them recently. But they left Trimonts so soon just after your reunion. I should say that my timing was just right. He was my kin. Then did they leave Trimonts to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually really curious about where you came from. I did some investigating, and the other time I snuck into Rhodes Island, I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Right, because it's a secret? Or have you also been trying to find the answer? Just like me? Perhaps. I want to know, when you met your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering? Never thought he would exist. He never thought I would exist. I never thought he would exist. I was unprepared. I understood some of his answers, but my bewilderment only grew. In the end, I only have enough time to see him off. No wonder he looks so exhausted. Stop moving, and Miosis looks into your eyes through the glass across the still water. So you also get lonely, Doctor? Occasionally. Then, have you ever wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhodes Islands, the operators and friends by your side, that person who you forgot but still have been searching for. And yourself? Gurgle. Doctor, this vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of it. Finally find the switch, and the glass layer opens in response. But the lake without its banks does not pour out. Every drop of water has still been held by an invisible force. Like a bubble about to pop, the elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it. You'll drown. Don't worry about me, I just want to sleep a bit more. A bit longer. Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was and is, just as I always have been. Being alone is a type of strength, Miosis. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You will be sad, you will reminisce, you will worry. In the long term, it might not even improve, but it's indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. I will still hold out my hand, Miosis. There should be another. Holy yes, sir. Number 4. Door to the future. The only certain thing is that we must keep moving forward. This has to be the best event Arknights has had to offer so far. Prison. Toonie. Are they both in it? I heard the prisons in Max DC have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens. You're breaking the rules. They don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing. You've had a stellar record the past few days, so I hope that you can keep it up. Damn it. If you stop all the draft paper. Wait, I can still write on the back. Blake, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Columbian Academia will thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Colombian law has never been lenient, so can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Handing out your last meal. You think you're so funny, huh? I have no idea just how significant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories in their mind. Don't praise my name, regard me as a king, as a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Tristan. You think you're so amazing? It's Ferdinand Clooney has brought up the truth back down to the ground, you idiot. I like the confidence in this guy. Hello, Mr. Justin. I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course, it's all thanks to you. A few days ago, I heard some terrible rumors about Trimouths. That's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel just like you. I hear about to be promoted even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Rhinelab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. Ha! I used to not care about finance news at all. But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in the days like I did before. I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking fate into your own hands. But I did come here on proper business this time. Those two? I've already got the orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, nice to be working with you. Likewise. I have one more question. Which one did you want out? It's like before, madmen and freaks. Hello, Nasty. You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved Components Control section. It's only been 2 weeks. You've already reorganized Rhinelab? It's not just Rhinelab. Wolfert Kaczynski and Beachbrella. Who the heck is Beachbrella? The top tech companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organized this meeting? I'll know in just a moment. Don't lead your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet. Nasty wrinkles her brows slightly, and the dead branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The moment touches Miosis, the other party disappears from sight as if a bubble had just popped. Of course. Seems like you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Miosis. Dehydration isn't a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean your mental state. I thought you would be at a complete collapse, hiding in the forest to cry. A friend talked me through it, told me every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. Still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty, I just calmed down and figured out something I'd overlooked before. The person appearing here at your side right now is of course the director of the Rhinelab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in the Rhinelabs. That means... Kristen passed on to me the biological data from the Galera Stereo Vivaria. None of the 753 plants survived, but before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. The height that Terrence never imagined a life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is. Sarka's promised land could also be in the sky. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galeria's launch to the skies, right? Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy sputtering everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning. So you're saying that's enough to propel yourself back into research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was the rudimentary prototype of a city. No one ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground, oh? And me, I can fill the city up with life. So now our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Or you could say they could make an arc. Wink, wink. Let's go, the meeting's about to start. Olivia's silence. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Direct Saria. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Nope, that's awkward. Silence and Saria walk through the long corridor one after another, neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quiet. They stop at the door of the conference. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready? I thought you would have already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There is no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the tear in the sky. But the real question we actually face is, what now? There's a rip in the sky. The truth has emerged before everyone's eyes, and there's no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we all raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged. But scientists will eagerly tear down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is, and we can only accept it. It is inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phrases like these. There is no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. Most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams or reality, and I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation. I will tighten the reins of order. I'll use methods all manner of scientists will take pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. I will become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to it science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us. Silence. I don't know how exactly you managed to drum up support enough to change Trimount's scientific and technological communities. But you should know this. No matter the power of the government or mainlander, they chose you not for your worries and zeal. I know, but if our goals are aligned, I'm willing to accept it. Silence grabs the door handle. She stops suddenly and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment, Saria almost wants to run from it. Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria. This is exactly what you wanted to do before? If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I will do it. Doesn't Zubai's focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside. Hello. Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Silence, sponsor of the Trimount's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. Stand here today because... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then, I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. Truly is nothing compared to the help you provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the drool of various company representatives. I do hope she will be able to handle that situation after all. This will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. These youth are indeed not lacking in courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is accompany them on their journey. Haha, you're absolutely right. I've become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I no longer have a reason to remain with Rhine Lab. Besides, I'm well past retirement age. This should be a long and extensive vacation. I'm so sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. I just asked the nearby residents if we change direction now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop. It's fine, just continue driving this way. Huh? How do we delay your itinerary? I just flipped through the geographical magazine in this car. If we continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on a limited supply to only specific distributors, and for decades have refused to expand the scale of their vineyard, so I'm curious. People here have been so antsy lately, over that Rand Lab incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of Tremounts ASAP. No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the wonderful scenery we have here. Wind blows from far away, and Jara adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels. Let's go. Hello, Kristen. Going to cryo, huh? Galera Stellaria service cabin shutting down. Galera Stellaria observation bridge shutting down. Galera Stellaria Vivarium shutting down. "5 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes, according to Terra's time. After breaking through the barrier, the Galera is persisting beyond my expectations. Not long after, these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galera Stellaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. Still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. Now I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Loken developed. We could never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I can survive. Galera Stellaria Planetarium shutting down. The entire Galera Stellaria shut down. Life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. A pity I can only record my words as an audio file. From what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colors, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum or rope supporting it as it rotates on its own and by itself. Stars blend into one another, and any measurement of distance, size, or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observed with just the naked eye, stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky, but they share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them. Same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as mundane struggles and persistence, going on stage over and over again. Their history written by the creation and destruction of their civilizations, with innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles added onto the footnotes, before they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists? And are they our enemies, or neighbors we can get along with? If it's possible, perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand the land, sky, and sea we rely on to live, to understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in. Oh. Life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat. Close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Pre-hibernation record. Vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It's truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Miosis has no way to obtain these data. Throughout Tristan's entire life, there have only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside, when I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I have just realized mine and my parents' dream. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide and open view and set up a telescope. There will be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Terra. Good night, universe. If in a century or millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. Who are you? A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? Life support devices far beyond your comprehension. They do not rely on the origin we are familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing, and now they are merely coffins of the disease, just like in the olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? In our darkest days, it was only human nature that let us avert a much more complete destruction, though this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt they exist. What does the universe look like? An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head up to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful. But in my eyes, the void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra? No, Terra is rather small compared to them. Even stars tens of millions of times larger than Terra, like star number 4, would completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zubaydah Nebula. And the satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate the geographic properties of a planet like this. Huh. The satellite can manipulate the properties of a planet. Very interesting. That's Talos. Enfield is Talos too. Why do the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start the machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of a god to fulfill a mission it cannot even understand. Have you ever seen a burden beast? The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf, and yet the bright blue is always fleeting. First, say your piece. After knowing all of this, do you still intend on gambling with your life to tear open the sky? Terra is ill-prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason. Allow me to ask you a final question to serve as my answer. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history. Suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroys everything. Trends of thoughts and ideals, greatness granted by others, and equally gifted from birth. Civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness. And everything that we have loved, without compare. What do they inevitably mean, and what is it that life ultimately seeks? Okay, so you're gonna end it there, huh? Ooh, the future. That has to be the best story they've done. By far, bar none. That was so good. Get there. Yeah, you definitely need Dorothy, for sure. I'll probably read the manga some other time, but definitely read that now, because they name dropped Daria. Or at least Ifrit did. Yeah, this was so good, guys. You can read the story. This is definitely one of the stories you definitely want to read. It's getting late, and I'm getting tired. God damn, I freaking powered through this in one day. And that's a gig. See ya.